make a spectacle. I am simply here today to take as long as I can to explain to the American people the fact that we have got to do a lot better than this agreement provides. Now, let me just enumerate some of the reasons that I am opposed to this agreement. First, as everybody knows, this nation has a record-breaking $13.8 trillion national debt at the same time as the middle class is collapsing and poverty is increasing. And Mr. President, I think it's important that we say a word, because I'm not sure that a lot of Americans necessarily know this, about how we got to where we are today in terms of the national debt. I know there are some people who think that this all began the day that President Obama took office. Well, it's not quite the case. When President Clinton left office, this country was running, in fact, a very significant surplus, and the projections were that we were going to continue to run a surplus. During the 8 years of President Bush, for a number of reasons, including the war in Iraq, the war in Afghanistan, including huge tax breaks for the wealthiest people in this country, including a Medicare Part D prescription drug program, and including the Wall Street bailout, among other things, all of which were not paid for. Those are the primary reasons that we saw an almost doubling of the national debt during the Bush administration. And since President Obama has been in office, we have passed a stimulus package, also adding to the deficit in national debt. But here we are today with a $13.8 trillion national debt, $1.4 trillion deficit, and almost all Americans are in agreement that this is a very serious issue. So the first point that I would make is that it seems to me to be unconscionable for my conservative friends and for everybody else in this country to be driving up this already too high national debt by giving tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires who don't need it, and in a number of cases, Mr. President, don't even want it. Here's one of the interesting ironies. There are lists of many, many very wealthy people who've come forward and say, sure, I want a tax break. Everybody wants a tax break. But you know what? There are other priorities in this country. I don't need it. And two of the wealthiest people in the world, Bill Gates of Microsoft, Warren Buffett, Berkshire, these are billionaires, and they said it's absurd. We don't need a tax break. And all over the country, you're hearing a lot of folks who have a lot of money saying, don't drive up the deficit and force our kids to pay higher taxes to pay off the national debt in order to give tax breaks to the richest people in this country. Now, Mr. President, we have been told really not to worry too much because the extension of these tax breaks for the wealthy will only last 2 years. Not to worry. Well, maybe that's the case. But given the political reality that I have seen in Washington, my guess is that 2 years from now, these tax breaks for the wealthiest people in this country will be extended again. What happens around here is that the argument will be made that if you end these tax breaks, you're raising taxes. It's what we're hearing right now. I see no reason why in the middle of a presidential election, those arguments will not be made again. And I see no reason not to believe that those tax breaks will be extended again. And clearly we have a number of Republicans who want to make that extension permanent. Now, whether it will ever be made permanent or not, I don't know. But the point is, when you hear folks say that it's only a 2-year extension, I would suggest take that with a grain of salt. And let me just say that if, in fact, we do what the Republicans have wanted to do right now, as we enter this debate, they wanted a 10-year extension that would add $700 billion to our national debt. $700 billion. Now, I've got 4 kids, and I've got 6 grandchildren. And I think it is grossly unfair. None of them have a whole lot of money. I think it is grossly unfair to ask my kids and grandchildren and the children all over this country to be paying higher taxes in order to provide tax breaks for billionaires because we've driven up the national debt. That is just plain wrong. And Mr. President, I think the vast majority of the American people, whether they're progressives like myself or whether they're conservatives, I think they perceive that concept of giving tax breaks to billionaires when we have such a high national debt makes no sense at all. Furthermore, Mr. President, it is important to point out that extending income tax breaks to the top 2% is not the only unfair tax proposal in this agreement. This agreement between the President and the Republican leadership also calls for a continuation of the Bush-era 15% tax rate on capital gains and dividends, meaning that those people who make their living off their investments will continue to pay a substantially lower tax rate than firemen, teachers, nurses, carpenters, and virtually all the other working people of this country. And I just don't think that that's fair. That's wrong. And we are continuing, if this agreement were to be passed, that unfair arrangement. Mr. President, on top of all of that, this agreement includes a horrendous proposal regarding the estate tax. And that is a Teddy Roosevelt initiative. Teddy Roosevelt was talking about this in the early years of the 20th century. It was enacted in 1916, and it was enacted for a couple of reasons. Teddy Roosevelt and the people of that era thought it was wrong that a handful of people could have a huge concentration of wealth and then just give that wealth, transmit that wealth to their children. He didn't think that that was right. Furthermore, it was a source, a progressive and fair source of revenue. Under the agreement struck between the Republican leadership and the President, the estate tax rate, which was 55% under President Clinton, and let's all remember, we had problems with the economy under President Clinton, but very few will deny that during those years we were creating a heck of a lot more jobs than we did under President Bush. That's the fact. Over 20 million jobs under President Clinton. We lost 600,000 private sector jobs under President Bush. During the Clinton era, the tax rate on the estate tax was 55%. What this arrangement would do is lower that tax rate to 35% with an exemption on the first $5 million of an individual's estate, $10 million for couples. Now, here's the important point, Mr. President, that I think many people don't know, because I have to confess, my Republican friends and their pollsters and their language people have done a very good job. This is the so-called death tax. And I think all over America, people are saying, oh, this is terrible. I have $50,000 in the bank and I want to leave that to my kids. And the government is going to take 55% of that, 35% of that. What an outrage. So let us be very, very clear. This tax applies only to the top 0.3% of American families. 99.7% of American families will not pay one nickel in an estate tax. This is not a tax on the rich. This is a tax on the very, very, very rich. And if my Republican friends had been successful in doing what they want to do, which is eliminating this estate tax completely, it would have cost, Mr. President, our Treasury, raised the national debt by $1 trillion over a 10-year period. Families like the Walton family of Walmart fame would have received as one family about a $30 billion tax break. So I find it hard to believe that when we are talking about massive cuts in programs for working families, when we have this huge national debt, that anybody would be agreeing to lower the estate tax rate to 35%. That is what this agreement does, and I think that that is a very, very bad idea. And once again, while the agreement on the estate tax is for 2 years, once again, there is very little doubt in my mind that the Republicans will continue to push for lower and lower estate tax rates because what they want, and I think Senator Kyle has been pretty clear about this, they want to permanently repeal that tax. That is $1 trillion in tax breaks to the top 0.3%. So I think we're down a bad path there, and that's another reason why this agreement does not make a whole lot of sense. Mr. President, I would say thirdly, and here's a very important point that I think has not yet gotten the attention that it deserves, and that is this agreement contains a payroll tax holiday, which would cut $120 billion from Social Security payroll taxes for workers. And I think there are a lot of folks out there who say, well, this is pretty good. You know, I'm a worker. My contribution will go from 6.2% today down to 4.2%. I'll have more money in my paycheck. It's a good idea. Let's take a deep breath and let's think about it for a second. Let's understand what this whole thing is about. This payroll tax holiday concept, as I understand it, originally started with conservative Republicans. And I know the Vice President recently made the point, this was originally a Republican idea. Now, why did the Republicans come up with this idea? Well, these are exactly the same people who don't believe in Social Security. These are the same people who either want to make significant cuts in Social Security or else they want to privatize Social Security entirely. And here's the point. They understand that if we divert funding that is supposed to go into the Social Security Trust Fund, which is what this payroll tax holiday does. This is money that goes into the Social Security Trust Fund is now being diverted, cut back, in order to provide financial support for workers. But that is a lot of money not going into the trust fund. Now, what the president and others are saying, well, not to worry, because that money will be covered by the general fund. That is a very, very bad and dangerous precedent, because up until now, what Social Security has been about is 100% funding from payroll contributions, not from the general tax base. Now, once again, this is a one-year program. The loss of revenue going into Social Security can be covered by the general fund. But we have a $13 trillion national debt. How much longer will the general fund put money into Social Security? Is it a good idea for the general fund to be doing that? So I would argue, Mr. President, that this is not a good idea. This is a very dangerous step forward for those of us who believe in Social Security. But this is not just Bernie Sanders saying this. Mr. President, one of the more effective and I think important senior groups in America is called the National Committee to Preserve Social Security and Medicare. They have, I don't know exactly how many, but they have many, many members all over this country. I know they're active in the state of Vermont. And I want to read to you from a press release that they just sent out the other day. And this is the headline on it, from the National Committee to Preserve Social Security and Medicare. Cutting contributions to Social Security signals the beginning of the end. Payroll tax holiday is anything but. And this is what they say. This comes from now Barbara Kennelly. Barbara used to serve in the House of Representatives. I've known Barbara for years. She's now the president and CEO of the National Committee to Preserve Social Security.
Hello everyone, we're back. I hope everyone's doing well. Colin, hey, how's it going? Who's been in the chat? Friend of the stream. Follow Colin on Twitch. XVX. Hold on, let me shout you out. I'm back at a later date today or a later time. Because I think I'm just gonna start the streams like around 3 p.m. Pacific time. Now, I said this yesterday, but I think more people watch me later in the day. Maybe like 2:30, 2:33, something like that. Um, and I like streaming later, anyways. So yeah. Um, I hope everyone is doing well. I hope you all enjoyed. Didn't hold on. Hope you enjoyed little bit of this, the Bernie Sanders 8.5 hour filibuster with lo-fi added onto it. It's a very funny video. I'm gonna favorite that actually. I mean, that might be in that might be a favorite for the pregame stream now. Less energy than the KK slider stuff, but it's good. Yeah, what's happened since I've been gone yesterday? I learned this. Um, Senator Joseph Biden concluded, quote, Serbs are illiterate and degenerates, which is a super funny quote that I found. Joe Biden fucking canceled, dude. I'm gonna do it. This guy right here, I'm fucking canceling him. Serb small dick. That's a fact. Um, get to follow the Senate election. Oh, is this Markey Kennedy? Is that happening right now? Why the Serbs? Oh, that was Serbian or Yugoslav Civil War, um, and all of the intervention stuff. Let's see. This is a 538 coverage of Markey versus Kennedy. Important to highlight, Kennedy. We fucking, it's the Kennedys. They suck. This is a political dynasty. That being said, if you guys remember this photo, this photo where everyone's clapping and Bernie isn't clapping, after Trump said something, probably something, super duper cool about, folks, mommy milky GF with big penis is totally gross. Please clap if you agree. This is a photo of Bernie Sanders not clapping when Trump said America will never be a socialist country. And to the right of Bernie Sanders is Ed Markey. Uh-oh. So Markey is like a relatively establishment Democrat who like has some some progressive opinions, I think, in politics, but like, yeah, Bernie, I was too tired to stand and clap for the Trump speech because I was thinking about the 6-inch Subway sandwich I was going to get after the speech was over. But yeah, Markey is way fucking better than Kennedy. That being said, so it's, we want Markey to win, and he's fucking winning. At least, in the, I like choked on a carrot that I was eating. I don't know how. It was a baby carrot. I want to 6-inch Subway. Bernie seems like a dude who fucking loves Subway sandwiches. It's efficient. It tastes good. And I do not have to spend too much of the American people's tax dollars. Because he's a public servant. He gets paid by us. Or you guys. I'm Canadian. But Markey is fucking crushing. When do the polls open? Actually, I'm curious about. Okay, Trump's approval rating is kind of going up, but yeah, Subway is gross. But it's very cheap. So yeah, this is, I guess, exciting. I mean, if he loses, that fucking sucks. They close 8 p.m. Eastern time. Oh, so soonish. We'll get maybe some of the results today, but it'll probably be later on. I had a dream yesterday, actually, that I was watching. It was like an election night presidential stream thing. And it ended inconclusively, and I was worried about it because we won't know who's the president on November 3rd. It's more to emphasize because of all the mail-in shit. It's going to take a long time for them to count it. So it's going to be very uneasy for like a couple days. Um, yeah. Also, Trump made an eviction moratorium, apparently, which is not something I would have expected him to do. Uh, Bans evictions nationwide through to December. Is this recent? Yeah, that's. I mean, like it's like that's fucking great, but also that makes Trump look better. He probably like that's. This is always the worry is like, well, what happens when fucking the Republicans start like giving out
For some reason, subbing makes you really hot and smart. Not sure why.
Viro, thank you for the 5 months. Correct. If you subscribe to Liv Posting, you are very hot and smart. Big facts. Um, yeah, there's the worry that the Republicans will like start to flank the Democrats on certain issues to the left when they realize that like, well, they just have to give out like token, reforms, and then they can do racism, and the Democrats will have literally no like they'll do racism with the token reforms, economic, handouts, and the Democrats will have fucking nothing. Doubly smart and hot if you give sub. Absolutely. I need some water. I literally choked on a baby carrot. I don't know how that happened. Yeah, I would assume the eviction moratorium doesn't mean that you like that rent is wiped. Speaking of being double smart and hot, Maya, thank you for the gift sub. So this is worrying. Maya currently the number one gifter on the stream because it's every month and it's September the 1st. Yeah, so this is worrying. That being said, yes. I believe this does not wipe away rent, so rent is still due, Biden reacting like, well, that's the problem is like what, this is a fairly, I mean, I don't know if a rent moratorium is that radical. It's probably a pretty moderate. Queeron, thank you for the 100 bits. It's no sim September, so here's some money. It's never, there are lies and slanders going around the internet saying that September is no simp September. That's absolutely incorrect. Feel free to simp in the stream. Oh yeah, CK3's today. I will probably not be playing that today. In fact, I don't have it, so but I'll play it at some point this week. Trump is running on white identity culture war issues, which if combined with like moderate economic handouts is going to crush Joe Biden. Absolutely, 100%. So that's worrying, I guess. Why is it funny to simp in the stream? Look, I'm playing to my interests here. Wanting me to not think simping is good is like asking a landlord to like give up their property rights. It's about material interests. This is Marx teaches us this. Okay. What should we watch? I guess we'll watch this recent Trump speech.
Look how fast you took that off.
That's a weird start. You ever hear that?
Look how fast you took that off.
All right, cool. Yes, most of it is I added this is all in Photoshop and then I like put it onto the OBS thing. But yes, shout out to Dr. Dipples for getting this generation of cursed images. The initial one I added.
Well, thank you very much, everybody, for
all
being
right, there's
here.
Donnie.
We took a
Freaking
really
Cheeto.
incredible tour. Law enforcement has just done such a great job
It's the
working
frickin'
with the
Cheeto,
National
folks.
Guard and working with a lot of people, but we're here to show our support for Kenosha and Wisconsin. The state of Wisconsin's been very good to me. I love the people. We've done a lot for the state, and we will continue to do a lot for
I guess
the
it's
state.
more just, you know.
We're all in this together, and this was an example of what can happen when you do it right.
It's more like
I'm
Hillary
pleased to be
did
joined
nothing.
today by
Hey, Chelsea,
Attorney
how's it
General
going?
Bill Barr, who's doing really a fantastic job. And Bill, thank you very much for being here.
Fucking
Secretary
Bill.
Chad Wolf,
So if you're out of
Chad.
your lip talk, that's okay.
thank you. Ron Johnson, Senator Ron Johnson, who's
TikToks are hard
outstanding,
to
I have
make
tell you.
regularly,
So
I feel like.
respected within
It's not like
the
tweets.
beautiful halls of Congress. And I appreciate the great job you do, Ron. I hope the people
Watch his Lauren
in
interview?
Wisconsin appreciate
Oh,
how good a
yeah.
senator is.
Get
Do
someone
they
like
have
that.
any idea? Do they know how good he is? I think they do. You're never going to get not elected, Ron, or I'll be very unhappy.
I mean, this is a classic, you know. Defund the police is idiotic. They need more funds to afford things like body cameras and, more importantly, training on diversity, racism, non-lethal de-escalation. Because, I mean, this is the assumption that, like, a majority of police funding doesn't go to, like, fucking tanks and rocket launchers. You know, like RPG 7s for the Minneapolis Police Department. Maybe, like, none of that is needed at all. And you could give the police way less fucking money and then also do all of these things very easily. Like, this is the thing. Like, body cameras and diversity training don't cost that much money. You know how much a GoPro is? It doesn't, you know, look at how much the police are fucking given and what they spend it on. This is just, this to take, yeah, of course, hashtag resistance person. It's just not related to reality. Hello, Ann Velez, how's it
One of the
going?
best. And also a young congressman that's been a warrior, true warrior. Has been a fighter not only for some other
There was
very
something,
good
I feel like I promised to do something, some like content for the stream yesterday that I didn't do.
causes, but
because
for
I
this
forgot.
because he was the first one to call me and say, we have
Please
a
let me
problem.
know. It might have been
And
making
Brian, I wanna
the
thank you, Brian
VODs
Stahl,
non-sub, which I did
Congressman,
know.
You have your first re-election, and I think you're going to win it big. I hope you do. You deserve to.
Thank you, Sherry.
My former chief of staff, where's Reince? Reince, where is my Reince?
Where's my rights?
Which shows that I
Lazy Snitty,
definitely
thank you for the
like
5 gift
this
subs.
state, because you are a very proud citizen of right here. You're still here. You never left, did you, huh? You never would leave. You've done a great job. Thank you very much, Reince. Kenosha has been ravaged by anti-police and anti-American riots. They have been
You'll
hit
take
so
silver.
hard, and
I'm doing fine. Yeah.
we were able
Thank
to
you for asking, Ann Velez.
get involved. David Beth and Daniel Miskinis,
Lazy
who
Schnitty
I've
now
been
has the
watching a
gold
lot
gift.
on television now. Today
Mine
I
is still
got to know
silver. You
them
can take
both
silver's
very
solid.
well, and they have
You
done
can
an
take a
incredible
silver.
job. And you're going to say a few words in a couple of minutes, and we would appreciate it. Also, Zach Rodriguez, Supervisor, Kenosha County. Zach, thank you very much, Zach. Good job.
Subs
Yeah, the
seemed
rough-
to have trouble clipping yesterday's VOD. I made it so you have to follow me for a day to clip it as well.
3 days, but then it got
Is that why?
well brought into.
I don't know. It could be
back end
glitched.
where you wanted it, just where you wanted it. Aaron Decker, Supervisor for Kenosha. Aaron, thank you, Aaron. Good job. Thank you very much. Don
Jim
Kaplan,
Blarpus.
President of Wisconsin Fraternal Order of Police.
Thank you for the gift
Don,
sub.
thank you very much. Jerry
I'm gonna get
Johnson,
some water, actually.
National Trustee of the Wisconsin
back.
Fraternal Order of Police. Jerry, thank you. People have done a fantastic job, really. You have to be proud of them. James and Sharon Ward, pastors, where is, well, it was great speaking to you yesterday. And you're really a very respected man, and I really enjoyed our conversation. Thank you both very much for being here. Appreciate it. We also have Major General Paul Knapp, who is around here someplace, but he was really right on the, thank you very much, Paul. Thank you. He's been fantastic. Paul and Scott and Linda Carpenter, owners of B&L Office Furniture. Scott, you're back there someplace. Thank you. Thank you very much. You got hit pretty hard, right? Yes, sir. You got hit pretty hard. That's all right. It's going to get rebuilt. Kimberly Warner, owner of the Authentic Gifts and Report Candle Factory. That's a very fancy name you have there, Report. That's a fancy name.
Make
but
sure
I
you
bet
drink
it
water,
was
folks.
beautiful. Is it? Are you going to rebuild? Will you be rebuilding?
We were not destroyed, very fortunately, but
So you'll be,
I'm here representing the smaller women, small business downtown.
okay.
And just being in support and great thanks for saving
So
us.
this is
Well, we'll
about
be giving you
the
some
hurricane?
help, okay? We'll be giving you some help. John Rhodes III, owner of Rhodes Camera Shop. Now, I was there, and that was 109 years.
Oh,
and,
Kenosha. Oh, okay.
You want to say a couple of words? Would you like to? I'd say. Where is he? This side. Oh, okay. Good. John, stand up, please. 109 years.
109 years. Thank you again for coming. Thank you for sending the National Guard. And again, the police and the Sheriff's Department did an awesome job as well.
Yeah, of course. Of course he wouldn't make one about, like, you know, the massive fucking hurricane damage. He would do this about the fucking...
And we're going to help you. That's a
make it
very,
like a
very
culture war
complete
shit.
rebuild we're talking about down there. That's incredible. If they would have responded to the first call, it would
Ed Markey showed up to A&E 2018. That's very funny. I guess that's based.
have been.
I guess that's a check for
would have been a little
Markey.
different story, but they did respond.
Even if he's kind of
which
a
is better
lib.
than some governors.
I mean, he's absolutely a lib.
And once they responded, and once we took, control of it, things went really well. You just met some very
No, they
talented
didn't.
people outside, and I think you're going to have clear sailing. But we're going to try giving you a hand. Your insurance company, you're insured, right?
Yes, we are.
And so they're helping and they're being responsible.
So far, everything.
You'll let me know. You'll let me know. You got to let me know at the end. And Ricky Talapietra. That's a
You nailed it,
beauty.
dude.
That's a good one. Go ahead.
It's a
please.
beauty.
Representing, we have two businesses in downtown that were vandalized. We've been able to rebuild, but I also represent the Downtown Kenosha Incorporated organization, who's leading the rebuilding effort for downtown and uptown. It's been
Trump always runs his campaign like he isn't the incumbent.
but our community
Or he's like doing that, which is like not gonna work.
really incredible. More people have come to help than we know what to do with, but right now we need is financial.
Okay, maybe we'll watch this later. Let's watch the fucking, this one is more entertaining. Laura
Mr.
Ingram.
President, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
On Friday, Ted Wheeler, the mayor of Portland, sent a letter to you saying, basically, we don't want your help. You make matters worse. Saturday, one of your supporters is murdered in Portland by...
Which is, it is funny that, he's like an actual white supremacist, and they're framing it like one of Trump's supporters, which is true.
looks like
but
a-
it's just
a suspected
interesting.
Antifa individual. And then on Sunday, Wheeler comes out and Biden and essentially tries to blame shift to you for the violence there. Your reaction?
Well, these are terrible and very incompetent people. Portland's been burning for many years.
We really set the stage for the interview, right?
For decades it's been burning, but now it's gotten to a point they don't want to do. I watched the mayor try and get in with these people, and he went to a protest, and he went in and they almost killed him. If he didn't have security with him, he had 5 security guards, he would have been dead. Just like they would have done to Rand Paul, who's a great guy, and his wife,
That's the
Kelly.
dumbest shit ever.
It is a-
We showed the clip of, we fucking watched that Rand Paul clip. He was walking out. One of the cops just shoves a fucking protester for no reason. And the protester is like, well, fuck you, buddy, and shoves him back. And then he falls onto Rand Paul. It's like, well, if someone pushes me and isn't prepared to, like, the cop started that.
disgrace when you look at what's
Also,
happening.
Rand Paul was fine. No one wanted to kill Rand Paul.
Now, we
They weren't
sent
trying
in
to.
Homeland Security. The reason we sent them in was to protect our courthouse. We have a $300 million courthouse, and they wanted to blow up our courthouse or burn it down. Take your choice. Blow it up or burn it down, they said. And I said, no, that's not happening. So they wouldn't protect it because the mayor said he doesn't care. So we sent in our Homeland people. They did a great job. Immediately, Homeland Security. Immediately, it was protected. And that's the only reason they were there. I've offered to send in the National Guard. I've offered to send in anybody they want.
Turn
They
off
could
the
put that out
subs?
in
What do you mean?
45 minutes, and it would stop.
Turn off the subs. Like they're too turned on?
And I think the people
Oh, do these suck? Oh, okay.
of Portland and the people
Sorry.
of Oregon, I know
I-
it's a
you mean
liberal state,
subtitles.
considered liberal. They're tired of it. They're tired of having, of living with this curse.
Right,
They're
right.
living with
Sorry,
a curse.
sorry.
They say that
Look, you
when
never
walk
know. You never
through
know with the chat, you know?
streets of Portland, This is years
1.5 hours
and
till Bob's
years of
closed.
burning, and
Well,
it's
it's in the last 90 days, it's been really.
No,
Yeah, let's
no,
hope
it's been
Kennedy
horrible
loses.
in the last
I don't particularly hope Markey wins because I don't care about him, but I hope Kennedy loses.
90 days. But no, it's been going on for many, many years. It's like you're in, I won't name the city, but it's a city someplace in the world that's not so good, okay? It's a terrible
The
situation.
Oregon governor said no one is safe in Donald Trump's America.
Yeah.
They're trying to turn the
Yeah, yeah,
tables
no,
on
they're
you
trying.
after months of, they're not really saying much about the violence.
Right, but they won't ever criticize anybody.
Well, because the obvious point here is also like, Democrats, these are not progressive fucking Dems, and they have there's absolutely racism, structural racist issues, racism problems in Democratic strongholds, because Democrats also are fine with like law and order policies, as we've seen with fucking Biden. That being said, Trump is worse. The problems that are creating this are the same structural problems that Trump is attempting to accelerate, to do even more.
That's a violent person, frankly. That's violent. They stick up for the violence. The people that are getting hurt, they don't care about. They don't care about these people.
I will say the Dems are also putting themselves in a really weird position because they're attempting to counter Trump's law and order with like a softer kind of law and order, and saying like, oh, well, we don't need your help to do authoritarian police work. And I don't know if that makes them look particularly good. I don't know how you win in that situation where you're still anti-protester and still pro the police, but you're like, Donald Trump, the way you do it is bad.
Weird thing. It's
I don't
like
know.
warped minds. And for the last 90
They don't win.
days,
Kind
I've
of,
been
yeah.
offering to send, and as you know, they have to take the offer. They have to ask to have help. I've been standing and I've been saying, anytime you're ready, we'll put it out
What's motivating them, Mr. President?
I think it's a sickness, actually. I think there's a fear.
A sickness?
I watched, the way they treated
What?
this Mayor Wheeler when he was standing there. And I'll tell you how unfair the news is. NBC News didn't show that he was being shouted at and cursed at.
That just doesn't
And
make
he
sense,
ran,
man.
Literally,
I don't know
he had
what
to
to
run
tell
for his
you.
life because they were going to really hurt him. He had security. If he didn't, he
That's
would
what Kerry
probably-
did
Showed
with
up as
in
an
2000.
apartment
Yeah.
building over the
No,
weekend.
how he can still stick up for him. I think there's a fear. I think he's afraid.
Are they afraid that Oregon could be in play because of people's concern about law and order?
It-
No.
Is that what you're saying?
It could. I don't know. I'm no. I think that, like the mayor,
I don't
Wheeler,
think so.
I think he's probably
I don't
afraid
think so.
for his life because if you would have seen him. But I'll show you how dishonest. NBC News put on, and they didn't have the people shouting. They had him standing there, and they talked about how it was a show of great unity. The mayor standing with the people. Those people were going to kill him. They were saying things that I can't repeat right now, but horrible things. But they didn't put that on. I actually happened to see the real tape on Fox. He escaped with his life, and yet he doesn't want any help. It's so unfair to the people of Oregon. We could solve that problem quickly, like I did in Kenosha. Kenosha went through 3 or 4 days of... you wouldn't have a Kenosha right now. We demanded that they send in the National Guard, call the governor, and in all fairness, the governor did it. Not enough, but it was enough to put it out, and we ultimately put in more. We had 1,000 people, and we put it out.
There's also a point of Trump that he just doesn't know how to do words properly. Like the sentences in their structure aren't
You
quite...
wouldn't have Kenosha right now.
You already
in
said that.
Pittsburgh today, Joe Biden gave a speech, and he spoke directly about this violence.
He may believe mouthing the words law and order makes him strong, but his failure to call on his own supporters to stop acting as an armed militia in this country shows how weak he is.
Your response to the vice president, sir?
Look, he's a weak person. He's been weak all his life, but now he's really weak. He shouldn't
Corin,
be
thank you
running
for the 2 months.
president. He should not be there.
But do you want your supporters to confront the
No.
left-wing protesters,
No.
or do you want to leave it to law
No, I don't want them.
enforcement?
I want to leave it to law enforcement. But my
But-
supporters are wonderful, hardworking, tremendous people. And they turn on their television set and they look at a Portland or they look at a Kenosha before I got involved and stopped it. Or they
Hey,
look
Con.
at Chicago where 78 people were shot last weekend and numerous people died. Or they look at New York
yes.
where violence is up by 150%. It's up by a number that nobody, and people are leaving. They're looking at all of this and they can't believe it. They can't believe it, whether
But you
it's
don't
my
want them-
supporter or not.
But you don't want them showing
No,
up to
I
try
don't.
to...
Well, it's a peaceful protest. I mean, they were protesting. They weren't. You know, it's
So
amazing.
yes.
They
So
want
yes.
to protest, and they get criticized. The other people run through the streets, burn down storefronts, hurt people, beat people, and kill people, kick people in the face. That would have happened to Rand Paul, by the way, and his wife.
Are we talking about
Except that you had
cops?
2 and then ultimately 4 very good policemen who took a big beating. They took a big beating. And they really saved Rand Paul. In fact, we're going to bring him into the White House and give him some kind of...
We gotta watch the fucking video again. Can someone link me the video of the fucking Rand Paul like kerfuffle?
accommodation. Because
They're such pussies. It's nothing. It was nothing.
They really, what they did was very brave, actually.
Hassan is talking about trans porn. Can you please send me a
I
clip?
mean, can you imagine? I'm saying policemen were brave because they were escorting, but they're escorting a U.S. senator and his wife. And as Rand said, he would have
And a
been
cop-
killed if
No,
they
he-
weren't there. It's
Isn't
a
it true
terrible
also,
thing.
Mr. President, that the Democrats have been, in their own way, inciting this violence
Oh, sure they
against
incite it.
individuals?
We can watch the Renegade
for,
cut, too,
uh,
if we haven't
almost
already.
as long as you've been in office.
Sure.
If you see anybody from that cabinet, you get out and you create a crowd. And you push back on them. And you tell them they're not welcome anymore, anywhere.
Please get up in the face of some Congress people.
There needs to be unrest in the streets.
The domestic enemies
Awesome.
to our voting system.
Awesome
and our
fucking clips,
Constitution,
dude. How
are right at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue.
how long did it take for them to fucking scrounge through this type of
with
shit?
their allies.
Oh yeah. Cory Booker wants you to assassinate a fucking Republican member of
the United
Congress.
States.
It's not only the Democrats.
I saw the
it's the
Fuzz
media,
video. It's
the
good.
fake news. The news is so fake. Like I told you with the mayor, where
Yeah,
they make
that's
him
so
look like
cool.
it's a great unity thing when actually they were cursing at him and they would have done big numbers on him, but they don't show that. They just show the mayor standing with these very tough thugs, and he was gone. Okay, they saved him, but NBC shows it like it's unity with the people. I don't get it. I don't know why they're doing it. And I will say this: at some point, I will not be president. Hopefully that'll be in 5 years from now, but I will not be president. And they're going to die. They're all going to die. Can you imagine if they had a cover, Sleepy Joe Biden? It won't be very much fun. But much more importantly, our country would go to hell. Our stock markets will crash as sure as you're sitting there. We will have problems like you've never
This
had.
election cycle is so
But
fucking
if you
bizarre,
take
man.
Kenosha
I don't know
and
how
if
to.
you
I
take
don't
other
like. I
parts of
genuinely
the
don't know what
country
to
that
say
I don't
about
even
it.
Talk about. I could show you things that we've done to stop this kind of a thing that's happening in Portland and happening in Chicago and happening in other places.
Most red states are cooperating with federal law
Almost all.
enforcement, and things
Almost.
are relatively calm in red state America. But Biden said again today in Pittsburgh that essentially you're not going to be safe in Donald Trump's
Yeah.
America.
So if it weren't Donald Trump's America,
They're all
to
gonna.
just
So
use
if
the
if
expression-
if Trump or if Biden is elected, he's gonna disband the police and make sure that all the looters can attack everyone, and you're all gonna die.
as
And then Biden is like, Trump is, you're not safe in Trump's America.
president,
Has Trump said, or has Biden said Trump is anti-cop? I don't think so.
you
I guess
would
Biden is saying Trump is too law and order. Like I'm just the right amount of law and order. I don't know how to, like, that's such an unintelligible
have
political
riots like
climate.
you've never seen. The
I don't know
Democrats have
what
lost
people are
control
gonna
of the
make
radical
of that.
left. And if you look at
I
Bernie
don't
and
know
the,
which
I call it
one
the
is
manifesto
looks
that was
better.
agreed to with Biden and his group, that's further left than Bernie ever was. They won't be able to control these people. These people have lost control of these people, and it's hurting them. Don't forget, Biden wasn't going to come out of his basement until the election. Now he had to because the polls are so good. For me, now he had to because the polls are different. So all of a sudden he's in Pittsburgh. He wasn't going to leave his basement. Then he said, okay, he's leaving, but he won't leave for 10 days. 10 days is a long time. So in the meantime,
Ignored?
on
Wait, what?
Sunday, and so Saturday, I'm in Texas, I'm in Louisiana. I was going to stop in 2 other places. Fortunately, they didn't get hit. Arkansas was.
Oh, the Rand Paul clip. Sorry, thank you. Look at this. They're just like heckling him. Let's go to the look at this. Look at this clip, dude. Where he, according to Trump, like almost got killed.
You can't say Breonna's name, man. Come on now. Ryan Paul won't even say her name. Ryan Paul won't even say her name. Ryan,
Look
you
at
won't
this.
even say her name. It's in your state, and you won't even say her name. It's a sidewalk, boy. Ryan, why won't
Where's
you
the
say
clip?
her name, man?
Where is it?
Hey, man, you're not gonna say Ryan Paul won't say her
Where is
name.
it? I don't think this is it. Oh, that was it? Wait, where? Oh, yeah, that was literally it. Oh, it's a different angle. It's a different angle. Look, so he pushes a protester, and then the protester pushes back. And that's it. That was the whole thing. That was him getting attacked. I missed it because it was so fucking tame.
etc. I would have stopped. But I'm all over the place. I leave early in the morning. I get home late at night. And that's what you have to do as president.
And
Joe
tomorrow,
doesn't have energy.
Tomorrow, you're going to Kenosha, Wisconsin, of course, the scene of so much unrest lately. And the governor says he doesn't want you to come. Why is it important for you to be seen by the people of Wisconsin now?
Because I am a tremendous fan of law enforcement. And I want to thank the law enforcement. They've done a good job. And when the governor says that I shouldn't come or he'd prefer that I not come, I'm the one that called him and said, Tony, you got to bring out the National Guard. Well, I don't really want to do it. Tony, you got to bring it out. And unlike your governor of Oregon that just keeps saying no, he agreed to it at least. Now, he agreed to a small number, but the small number was plenty.
But isn't it a political motivation? They don't want you to come to blue state America because they don't want the media to have to cover what's really happening on the ground.
True.
Isn't this
Oh,
political?
that's true. If you look at what's going on in blues, as you call
I
it,
mean,
blues-
this is like, I didn't realize it was going to be this fucking, I mean, they're trying to like suck up to Trump Fox, right? Because they're like, oh no, we're not bright enough for him
America,
anymore.
Blue City America. You look at what's going on in New York. You look at what's going on in these states. Chicago is a disaster. Portland. You look at Portland. Now Portland's
So
a little
they're,
different.
I guess, giving him the
That's
easiest
anarchists,
fucking
and
interview
that's-
possible.
I actually think in many ways that's easier to handle. I think Portland is very easy to handle because that's a group of anarchists that are paid by the outside. And you know, we put a lot of people in jail. I don't know if you know this or not. Remember 3-4 months ago, we were having a problem with monuments. They were ripping down statues and monuments all over the
Democrats
place.
didn't say anything about that.
No, the
did they?
Democrats had no control. It actually got out of control even for them. I signed in an executive order.
It's
10 years
interesting
in
that
jail
you
if you
said
knock down a statue or a monument.
that I guess
You
mini
haven't heard
fact
one
check.
thing about it. You haven't. We
Guess
wouldn't
you could
have.
consider
they were
it
going
that.
after Thomas Jefferson. They were going after Lincoln, and they were going after the Washington Monument if they could knock that one down. They were going after everything. And I actually don't even think they know. I think they're just thugs. I don't think it may be an ideology.
What was that quote? There's a quote by, I think it's Baldwin, about how like, if there's black people who are doing unrest in the South, then it's seen as like there are outside agitators from the North who are coming in, and then if there are black people doing unrest in the North, it's seen as they're being paid by the Russians.
And it may not. It is an ideology for the people
Which is,
that
I
are paying
guess,
them. And
to a certain extent, it's the exact same shit, except Trump can't say that it's Russia because that's like a lib thing.
funny thing is, and the strange thing is, the people that are paying them and all this money, because somebody's doing
What
it.
about the
They travel.
corporations?
Well, wait.
This is some like Soros
The
shit,
people
right?
paying them, those people will be overthrown. Their lives will be taken away. Their lives will be endangered. They're all going to be gone. They're just stupid, foolish people that made a lot of money.
Yeah, this is like
Corporations have given
borderline.
an enormous
fucking-
amount of money, and the tens of millions, or
Someone's
hundreds of
paying
millions
them.
to Black Lives Matter,
Because they're weak.
which is all over a lot of these protests.
That's
So
be-
what does that mean
that's
about these
because-
corporations? Why are they paying that money out, Mr.
Because they're
President?
weak people, led by weak people. In many cases, not all corporations.
that
are.
mean, they're weak
I looked
people?
at numbers where one company is giving hundreds of millions
That's wild,
of dollars.
dude.
When you say they're weak, what do you mean? Explain
Because
that.
they just do what's the easiest path. That's not the easy path. That's a very dangerous path. Black Lives Matter is a Marxist organization.
Let's go,
You
dude.
remember pigs in a blanket, fry them like bacon. That was the first time I ever heard of Black Lives Matter. I said, that's a terrible name. It's so discriminatory. It's bad for black people. It's bad for everybody. And all of a sudden it becomes like sort of, although now if you look, it's going way down because people are tired of this stuff, what's going on, the Black Lives Matter. If you look at what's going on with the bats and a lot of thugs.
Running through D.C. last night.
Oh, it's terrible what's going on. But Black Lives Matter came into existence walking down the street screaming, pigs in a blanket, fry them like bacon. And that was about police officers. That was representing police. They were pigs in a blanket, like the sausages or hot dogs, fry them like bacon.
Well, they were saying worse over the last
like
couple
the
of days.
sausages
I think
or
even
hot
worse,
dogs.
Yeah,
probably.
no, it's
If you get, I don't know, do you get worse?
But DOJ's role in
That's that classic
trying
Black Lives Matter
to really hit the law
motto.
enforcement accelerator here against these groups. A lot of the individuals coming into Wisconsin have been tracked as out-of-staters,
we
the
have
ones
them
who've
all.
been arrested.
We have them all.
Can DOJ
What
do
about the
more,
Trump
and
supporters
what
who
could
doing
they
that?
do to really start putting the fear of God in these
Subsign, let me see. Oh, is it the pigs in a blanket fry 'em like bacon?
Pigs in a blanket, fry them like bacon.
That's good. Yeah, that's a good one. I'll consider it. We have a lot of Trump ones.
protesters, but violent
But that's good.
So they have under investigation a lot. In fact, I'll show you. I just had this because of this very important interview with you. But I just and I'll give this to you in Kansas
I have a
City,
piece of
violence
I have a crumpled piece of paper that I shoved in my pocket.
increased by a third since the initiative began. In Indianapolis, 49 guns confiscated. More
Oh,
than
check this
1,000
card,
arrests
sorry.
have been made under the initiative. DOJ
I'm very bad at
addressing
responding to
violence and crime
messages,
across the country.
so if you
FBI
message
but you
me and I
read
don't
that.
respond, I'm sorry.
The FBI and
I'm just
ATF
stupid
are assisting
and
the
absent-minded.
Portland Police Department. But you can't do much when you have absolutely no cooperation.
But if they don't think they're going to go to jail for 10 years for
Yeah.
doing what they're doing, then they're going to keep doing it. So how does a Trump re-election calm things down in the United States? Biden says he's going to calm things down. How will a Trump
He won't calm
re-election
things
calm?
down.
Why? Why won't he calm things down?
Biden won't calm things down. They will take over. They will have won. If Biden gets in, they will have won.
I really don't know what to make of a lot of this shit, dude. I really don't. Does that work? Are people convinced that Biden is come on, man, listen, Mac, we got to get those Black Lives Matter Marxists in power. Grand Holy Emperor Brahm, thank you for the tier 2 PogChamp for 7 months.
He's a weak person. He's controlled
I don't
like
know,
a
man.
puppet.
Is it?
So it's not going to be calm things down. It's going to be they will have won. They will have taken over your cities. It's a revolution. You understand that. It's a revolution. And the people of this country will not stand for that. They're not going to stand for that. The vast majority of people feel like me. They feel like every time I put Law and Order up on social media, it gets such an incredibly positive response.
I don't know.
The
I
people
don't
of this country.
I don't
will
know
not
what to make
stand
of a
for
lot
it.
of this shit.
If you say calm things down, yeah, calm things down because they will have taken over. Take a look at what's going on.
I feel like I also, and this is like everyone here, maybe not everyone, but I feel like I live in like a fucking left-wing bubble. Yeah, where the most conservative opinions that I have to deal with or talk about are like relatively left-leaning liberals. I don't fucking know what a lot of people in America are thinking or what they would make of this. A lot of people's politics are also super incoherent. For a multitude of reasons.
And Biden,
I have no
Biden
clue.
I don't even like to
what
mention
people
Biden
are going to
because
believe.
he's not controlling anything.
Who do you
They
think is
control
pulling Biden's strings? Is it
I don't know.
former
I don't know,
Obama
man.
People that
officials?
you've never heard of, people that are in the dark shadows, people that.
What does that mean? That sounds like conspiracy theory. Dark shadows.
No,
What is
people that you haven't heard of. They're people that are on the
He's
streets. They're
fucking.
people-
Trump is Q-pilled at this point. Trump believes in QAnon. He 100% fucking believes in QAnon, man. He reads it and he's like, I didn't know that was real, but I guess it's cool that I'm a part of that.
That are controlling the streets. We had somebody get on a plane from a certain city this weekend, and in the plane it was almost completely loaded with.
It's
with
literally Q
thugs
shit.
Wearing these dark uniforms, black uniforms with gear and this and that. They're on a plane.
Where's this?
I'll tell you sometime, but it's under
I'll tell you
investigation right
sometime.
now. But they came from a certain city, and this person was coming to the Republican National Convention. And there were like 7 people on the plane like this person. And then a lot of people were on the plane to do big damage. They were coming from.
All right, what's this from? Is this today?
And I think it was very productive about getting Big Ten playing again and immediately. And let's see what happens. He's a great guy. It's a great conference, tremendous teams. And we're pushing very hard. I think the biggest headwind we have is that you have Democrats that don't want to see it happen, but I think they want to play, and the fans want to see it, and the players have a lot at stake, including possibly playing in the NFL. You have a lot of great players in that conference. So we had a very good conversation, very productive, and maybe we'll be very nicely surprised. They had it closed up, and I think they'd like to see it open, along with a lot of other football that's being played right now. So thank you very much.
We gotta...
this plot that you were referring to on
Oh, this is the thing.
night.
Okay.
This plot of people gathering on a plane in here.
Yeah, I could tell you that I could probably refer you to the person, and they could do it. I'd like to ask that person if it was okay, but a person was on a plane, said that there were about 6 people like that person, more or less. And what happened is the entire plane filled up with the looters, the anarchists, the rioters, people that obviously were looking for trouble. And the person felt very uncomfortable on the plane. This would be a person you know, so I will see whether or not I can get that person. I'll let them know, and I'll see whether or not I can get that person to speak to you. But this was a first-hand account.
All this shit just sounds like something he wasn't
of a plane
supposed to
going
tell
from
people.
Washington to wherever, and I'll see if I can get that information for you. Maybe they'll speak to you, maybe they won't.
So tell us more about this plot.
Yes,
Mr. President, can you speak
We're gonna
about-
watch
you
this
spoke
for a
lot
bit.
about the
I think this
anarchy
is
that
more
you're
wild than the
referring to.
interview.
What about racial divisions? Would you like to bridge some of those gaps? And do you think that anything that you're saying is helping with that?
Trump uses they as singular
I
pronoun
think
based.
it's helping because I'm about law and order, and if you look at
It is interesting though, like people understand inherently that they can be used in a singular, you know, in a context where it's a singular person.
the black community, they want the police to help them.
Like it just
stop
inherently
crime. The
in language
Hispanic
that's not a
community, they want
controversial
police.
thing. Q is
82%,
non-binary.
84%, numbers that
Confirmed.
you haven't even seen.
Confirmed. Q is
They don't
non-binary.
want crime. They don't want to be mugged. They don't want to have any problems. And it's just a shame. And as far as the previous administration, take a look at Baltimore. What happened?
I mean, it's
Was
true.
it Freddie
The
Gray?
issues.
Take a look at Baltimore. Take a look at St. Louis. Take a look at Ferguson. Take a look at what happened.
These issues are very deeply rooted
What they had
in like American
was-
society.
It put what we're doing, it put them to shame. It put it to shame. Take a look at those places. And you always had Portland. Portland's been like this. I read an article today for 50 years this has been going on. I'd like to stop it, and we could stop it quickly. All they have to do is say, okay, President, now we're ready. Now we're ready. When I watch that...
What is so interesting with this account of like a law and order, like where the issue is that there isn't enough policing, is like the issues were way worse, let's say 60 odd years ago. They were more apparently gruesome and awful. And then what happened? How did it get at least slightly better? And the obvious account is that we have to do less policing, that the police need less power.
Last night with all of those really horrible people outside of the mayor's
That
house. I
there
also
needs to be a meaningful structural reconciliation and, you know, with institutional racism and
saw the way they shot
an attempt to destroy
the
it.
young gentleman in the street. He was targeted. They targeted him. They shot him in the street.
Which, you know, this is a product of having like an incoherent politic,
And then they were so
even
happy and he died. You don't mention that.
because Trump wants to appear as like an
You
anti-racist.
mentioned somebody sprayed paint at somebody from the other side. They
So
shot him
he can't just say like, folks, LBJ, he was a fucking loser. All the stuff he did was very bad.
They executed a man in the street.
Civil Rights Act,
A
folks.
religious man.
Bad news. He can't say
in
that.
the street. And you don't mention it.
But that's like the...
Have an incredible economy. Next year's going to be one of the best years that we've ever had, and everybody's getting a big tax cut. Thank you very much.
Everybody's getting a big tax cut. Wow, beautiful stuff. Okay, let's go back to this.
Planning for Washington.
Yeah, this is all
All right, part
happening.
two.
But the money is coming from somewhere.
Money is coming.
What money?
Women voters. So important to reach out to them, whether you're Republican or Democrat. You have a deficit among women voters.
Well,
now.
that's what they said last time too.
Right. Well, let's say for the sake of argument, you have a deficit among female voters who maybe in some cases you're too aggressive, your tone or your tweets. What do you say to them directly about what you'll do in a second term?
Okay. I have to be aggressive because I'm like standing here in a sea of incompetent people, stupid people, and violent people. Very violent.
But that's the kind of language, stupid
That's
people.
okay.
That's a lot of women don't like
It's also
that.
well, where are we? Oh, we're in the White House, I see. See. Okay. So I'm standing here in a sea of people, and we need law and order in this country, and women see that with me. You're never going to have law and order with Biden. Hey, look at Ferguson. Look what happened during that. You know, people forget. Look at all of those horrible race riots you had during Obama. Ferguson's just one that comes to mind,
Will
but
you
you
come
had
back
them
to
all the
Twitter? I
time.
tweet
Look
sometimes
at
on my private account. That's it. And it's $100 to get accepted,
all of what
which is
happened
not worth it. My tweets are not good.
with Brown and this one and that one. Look at all of the problems you
That's
had
it.
under
I don't like Twitter.
Obama. It was a disaster. It was actually worse than anything. This is a much different situation.
Liv not posting at all.
Again, the anarchists of Portland are different
I
than
thought
what's
you
going
stopped.
on in Chicago.
For a bit, I don't know. I'll
Chicago
probably
can be
start doing it
solved.
again.
I think it's actually a little bit more difficult to solve. I think the anarchists, in many ways, are much more solvable. But for women, more than anything else, they want security. They want safety. They have to have
Mr. President,
safety.
I'm sorry, I'm still
They
here.
talk about the suburban
I'm
woman.
still on YouTube. I was on
What I did
Twitch.
recently, I ended the regulation that provided low-income housing that mandated low-income
That was Obama's
housing.
rule.
That was the Obama rule. It was a disaster.
Do you think the suburbs are in danger if Biden is elected?
yeah,
we already know the
because-
cities are in
okay,
danger, but
so-
are the suburbs
Beautiful
in danger? Because
setup.
they say that's fear-mongering.
Excellent
on the part of
setup.
I know the
Republicans.
suburbs. Look, Westchester was ground zero, okay, for what they were trying to do. They were trying to
Because
destroy
all of this is
the
so
suburban,
fucking. You enjoy my
beautiful
CUTs.
place.
Thank
The
you,
American
Chelsea.
dream, really. They want low-income housing, and with that comes a lot of
They're
other
different
problems,
quality because they're
including
super
crime.
secret.
May not be
You're
nice
not
to
saying
say,
all
but
poor
I'll
people
say
are
it.
criminals, though.
No, I'm not saying that at all, but it does. There is a level of violence that you don't see. So you have this beautiful community in the suburbs, including women, right? Women, they want security. I ended where they
I mean,
built
this is the
low-income
like
housing.
protect white women from the like, scary like rapist person of color who's a man, typically
Project-
black, or I guess Mexican is the new archetype as well, where it's like the only time Trump ever gives a shit,
Right in the middle
or any
of
white supremacist ever gives a shit about white women is
your neighborhood. I ended it.
their
If Biden gets
contribution
in,
to white
He already
supremacy.
said it's going to go at a much higher rate than ever before. And you know who's going to be in charge of it? Cory Booker. That's going to be nice, okay? So I think that women are going
Where
to
you
want,
can
well,
take
for a lot of
live
other
posting
reasons.
3D. What do you
The
mean
stock
by that?
markets will crash. As sure as you're sitting there, your 401ks will go down to a small percentage of what they are.
Biden says he's not going to raise taxes on anyone
But
making
he's
under
already said-
$400,000 a
He's
year.
going to do $4 trillion in tax increases. He's going to do things that are going to cost so much on the Green
I
New
wish,
Deal,
dude.
which is done by a child. Okay, that's the mind of a child, because the Green New Deal is ridiculous. It doesn't work. They're going to do things under the Green. You know, the Green New Deal, if you actually did it, is $100 trillion. That's more money than
Yes,
this
he means
country could
AOC
make in
is
There's
his
1,000
child.
good
years.
paying jobs. All the great paying
Yeah, good
jobs
paying
that
jobs.
Obama apparently didn't create.
Let's rip down a building and build a new one with no windows, okay?
The African American community, you've made more strides in outreach to
We're
African
still fucked, man. The world's gonna end.
American voters, and I think
We're so
of any
fucked, man.
Republican president
Yeah.
in my lifetime. What can you tell the African American community tonight about your commitment to
There's
doing
no way
more in the
climate
second term, and what will
is
that
gonna.
include?
So I've done criminal justice reform. I saved
no
the
way, dude.
historically black colleges and universities. What they went through is for years.
Which is bullshit, by the way.
including
This is fake. It wasn't Trump that did this.
prison reform.
It's the
criminal
same with.
justice
I didn't
reform.
realize this. The VA benefit shit he was bragging about was a bill by Bernie Sanders and Rand Paul.
Next term.
Opportunity zone.
It passed
more
in
of the
2014.
same. And in fact, I actually said in the speech, the best is yet to come. And I've been treated very well, at least in the polls. I hope that translates, because unfortunately,
I didn't realize
the
it's so fucking
African-American,
absurd,
the
man.
black community has been so used to going and oppressing a Democrat lever. And what have they got?
Hold on, I'm gonna charge
out of
my
it?
phone,
They've
please.
got nothing. Obama didn't give them criminal justice reform. I did. Obama didn't give them opportunity zones. I did. Obama didn't do all of the things. Didn't say Obama could have saved the historically black colleges and universities. He didn't do anything for them.
I'm starting to
He
use
didn't do
man in a
anything for them.
gender-neutral
I've
context.
done
Like,
more,
come
and I
on,
said
man.
in the speech, some people would say you
Maybe
shouldn't
I think
say it.
that's actually Biden's fucking. I realized that because I said it's so fucking absurd, man. That's Biden. Oh fuck. It's
too
exact same shit that happened with Trump, where I unironically say like many people are saying this.
Aggressive. I said, what's aggressive?
Many people are saying
I've
this.
done more than any president.
But that's bad because
in the
that's
history of our
like
country,
I shouldn't
except
do
for
man
maybe
in a
and I say maybe,
in a gender
maybe
neutral
Abraham
context
Lincoln. The
that
reason I
probably
say
alienates.
maybe is I'll explain that to you later. Okay.
All right. I want to talk
but
about.
wait a minute. I've done more.
I'm generally fine as being referred to in like guys and man in like a gender when it's clearly like gender neutral. Like Biden, if Biden said "come on, man" to me, I wouldn't think he was. But there are absolutely people who are not comfortable with that, and that's like a very valid position.
Than any president in the United States, with the exception of Abraham Lincoln, and it's true. Criminal justice reform was such a big deal, and look what Biden did in 1994. What he did,
or
to
dude,
people,
yeah,
to black people.
He called the criminals predators.
Well, he called them predators, super
predators,
predators.
yeah.
Actually,
Yeah.
he called them super.
So when you
this is
see
so
the unrest
fucking
on the streets,
hypocritical,
and so
man.
much of it is driven by an antipathy toward law enforcement, and more African Americans are stopped by the police. The statistics that are cited over and over again.
Man meaning
can you
humanity,
say
but
to those
mankind is being replaced with humankind. I think.
Who live on those streets and
They sound like
who
Adam
are
Freeland. It's the
worried.
vocal
They're
fry.
worried because they think their sons or even their daughters could be targeted. Because I've known you for a long time, you don't want that. You want people to all be treated equally, but they have a caricature of Republican voters, and you're the leader of the party. What do you say to them about that mischaracterization?
What the black community.
This is a hilarious emote. I don't like how I look in it though, so I'm not going to do it.
Is they want police and they want law and order. They don't want what's happening to their communities. They're
But it's
being
very funny.
Affected in a much harsher, meaner manner than anybody else. That includes Hispanics, where I'm doing very well also. Look, they want law and order. They want the police. You know, they do polls, and the polls are at 82, 83%. They want the police.
Asking all the like white Hispanic people.
And the police have been
what
very
they think
badly
of
mistreated
cops.
because you have one bad apple, and it becomes a story for weeks.
St. Louis
That's a
African
poll,
American
baby.
police officer shot in the head
Oh,
and
yeah,
killed
Dorn.
last night. He's another African American.
That's true.
Just killed yesterday.
That's true.
Yeah, I mean they'll do this shit, right? Kev Dog, thank you for the Jeff Bezos bucks. The only black people they care about are like when black cops die. That's the only time they'll make noise about
It's
shit.
more dangerous to be a police officer today, do you not think, than it has been in
The police
a long time?
are under siege.
420
because of
sub.
things-
I'm sorry, you got fucking baited.
They can
You
do
are
10
you are everyone is the honorary 420th sub.
1,000 great acts, which is what they do.
That's
And
getting
one
more
bad
people
apple,
recently.
Or a choker. You know, a choker. They choke. Shooting the guy, shooting the guy in the back many times. I mean,
I got your
couldn't you
ass.
have done something
sorry.
different? Couldn't you have wrestled? You know, I mean, in the meantime, he might
It
have
should
been
be
going for a
illegal.
weapon,
Well,
and,
you know,
there's a whole big thing there. But
That's,
they
you gotta
choke.
respect the
Just
law,
like
baby.
in a
The
golf
law says
tournament.
it's fine.
They miss a 3-foot.
You're not comparing it to golf because, of course, that's what the media.
I'm
will say.
saying people choke.
People panic.
choke.
Yeah.
And people are bad people. You have both. You have some bad people, and they choke. You could be a police officer for 15 years, and all of a sudden you're confronted. You've got a quarter of a second to make a decision.
This is like again, he's explaining it like fucking police brutality is the same as like not hitting a tech when you have one stock in a tense Smash Bros game and you hit the wall. Like it's not.
You don't make the decision, and you're wrong. You're dead. People choke under those circumstances, and they make a bad decision.
Why
I've
is
seen
it
bad
that like people only like choke in like states that protect that are like incredibly authoritarian, in which like the police have a shit ton of power that's incredibly overreaching? Why does that only happen in like
decisions of people that
why is that
it looked bad, but probably it was a
why
joke.
is that only a
But you also
problem in
bad
these
police,
contexts?
But you also the vast
Why is
not only the vast
choking- I
majority,
don't-
thousands and thousands of great acts.
Maybe also, you know, the other thing I guess you could respond here, maybe this is more lib, is like, why don't we get cops that don't do that then?
And one bad one, and you make the evening news for weeks.
I know you reached out to Jacob Blake's mom, and she said on camera she was sorry she missed the call. She respects the office of the presidency, and I think she would like to talk to you. Have you tried to talk to her again, and would you talk to her again?
The call is being made, as I understand it, yes.
Vaccines in Massachusetts, they're mandating that children get flu vaccines in order to go back to school. There's a controversy about
Yeah,
a
I
lot of
mean, it's
parents
absurd,
like,
right?
We don't want our kids to get the
Also,
flu
yeah,
vaccine.
you look at a lot of like moments of police brutality that are literally fucking caught on camera, in which like an unarmed black person is murdered in cold blood, and it's like there's no joke there. That was an active decision the cop made. I'm gonna murder this person.
Are you worried that on the push for vaccines, these fast vaccines for COVID, you might be splitting a coalition of Americans, frankly, in both parties, who aren't comfortable with
Is this an
once you
anti-vax
get to
question?
a certain number, we use the word herd, right? Once you get to a certain number, it's going to go away. So, it doesn't have to be. But, yeah, I mean, a lot of people...
the amount of anti-vax Americans. Red Mark did a speech on Second Life. Can you send that? What do you mean Second Life? Like the video game?
People are not going to want to do it. A lot of people don't want to do the flu
Should it be
vaccine.
mandatory?
I never had the flu, but I never had a shot. I never had the vaccine. I come here, the first day, sir, you have to have a flu shot. I said, why? Because you have to have it. I say, what's the percentage?
Oh, he literally did a
And
speech
I
on
wasn't
Second
thrilled
Life.
with
What the
percentage.
fuck?
It's like 50%, 55%.
Oh, but Dr. Fauci said it might not give, quote, great protection because it's a coronavirus.
Well, I said, look, if I've never had it, wouldn't it be good? And then I thought I should have it because I'll set an example. So I had it. So I've had it now 3 times. And I still haven't had the flu.
What are you
So maybe I'll
fucking
give
talking
credit
about?
to the flu vaccine. I don't know. I can
do
say this. I think we're going to have a vaccine very soon. A lot of tremendous work has been done. You're going to have a vaccine just like we have therapeutics, which to me are even more important. You go into the hospital, you make people better. That's to me the most. And we just did the convalescent plasma, I think, and you have other things too. So I think we're going to have a lot of therapeutics, and we're going to have a vaccine very soon. As to whether or not people take it,
Well, 35% say they're not going to take the COVID vaccine. They
That's
don't want
way
it,
too
so it
much.
shouldn't be mandatory.
But if you
then,
add
should it?
That's herd immunity with 35% of people.
35 to the people that have had it, and to all of the other things.
Nope,
People that have had it, where in theory you can't get it, although they found
mandatory vaccines,
one
baby.
person, and they're making
It's
a
the only
big deal. One
solution.
person got it twice. But
I will make Stalin look like a fucking anarchist with my mandatory vaccine
if
program.
you add it all up, it gives you very good protection.
I am unironically like a Stalinist in terms of the vaccines.
Biden says he would shut down the economy again if the scientists said that was the right thing to do in
Herd
the
immunity is a fucking high percentage.
fight against COVID.
Yeah.
Would you?
Well, I think it's a very dangerous statement for him to
It's like Sankara shit, absolutely. I mean, he understood that, right?
Look, we did the right.
Sankara is actually probably a much better example than someone's like Stalin. Because the vaccination program Sankara did in Burkina Faso are just objectively like
We shut it down, and now we built it up, and we're setting records of
80%
job numbers,
plus?
we're setting
Yeah, something
records
like
of
that.
Retail numbers. So this guy comes in. I heard it the other day.
88%.
If
I don't
they
like
said,
that number,
means
so I'm
that
going to
if
say it's not
some
88%.
Doctor said we have to shut it down. We're going to shut it down. We're setting records. By the way, the stock market is at an all-time record right now. You look at what's going on in the stock market. Look at what's going on. We're going to have a phenomenal year next year. We're going to have a great third quarter. Interestingly, the numbers for the third quarter will come out before the election.
Are you worried if something happens in the market and it corrects
So
in
what
October,
happens?
you peg
Look,
it all
if
in the
it does,
market,
it
then they're
does.
like, Trump's pushing the market.
Well, I can tell you what is happening. Nancy Pelosi doesn't want to give any stimulus. We should have. It wasn't the people's fault that China gave us this virus. China gave us the virus, whether it was through incompetence or on purpose.
She called you a domestic enemy, an enemy of the state, your supporters. How do you work with her on another stimulus?
Well, I always tell
Will
her
it
to
happen?
I always tell her to go back to San Francisco, take care of your homeless problem, take care of your problem in California, because there's nothing like what I'm witnessing out there. Right outside, right where she lives, right in her district, is so bad. Needles all over the place.
Will you get a stimulus or not?
Well, we should have. We'd like to get it for the people because it wasn't their fault, but she doesn't want to give it.
Do you think there are any chances there's something they'll put in the vaccine to hurt the working class? No. I don't know.
Because
Probably
that
not.
will make the economy a little bit better, and that would be a terrible thing.
If you had to do it all again,
No.
I know that's kind of a hard question, but do it all again, would you put Fauci front and center every day in charge of the coronavirus.
Yeah, there's no like the Bill Gates fucking adrenochrome putting nanobots in your blood is funny, but like vaccinate, please like skepticism about medicine in many contexts is, as we saw before with like the expert shit and how like the medical community just totally fucking just abandoned like the gay community or like cis gay men in relation to like HIV, just totally fucked up for like a very extended amount of time. There are very good and valid reasons to be skeptical and critical of medicine, but I don't really think this is a context in which you
Go on
should
with him very well. I disagree with a lot of what he said.
I think that America, particularly like America, will find a way always to make let's say some vaccination program, they'll find a way to make it fuck over working class people. They'll find a way. Maybe they'll make it more expensive, getting vaccinated, so the poorer communities are less vaccinated and they're more fucked over, something like that. But the idea that they would like, I think any suggestion that like the vaccine itself will be hampered is at this point, ascientific.
Keep it
it's like not
open for China. That was a big mistake, and he admits it.
It's important to still keep like the skepticism of medicine in a kind of a rational.
Every once in a while, he'll come up with one that I say,
rooted
where did
in
that
a
come
rational
from?
kind of understanding.
I inherited him. He was here. He was a part of this huge piece of machinery. I didn't put anybody in charge. He was here. He's been here for 40 years.
1984.
Okay, he's been here for many, many years. You inherit a lot of people. It's part of the machinery. And you have some you love, some you don't. I like them. I don't agree with them that often, but I like them.
And when you look back on the last 4 years, and the first 3 were impeachment, Mueller, pandemic, investigations.
Yeah.
What do you say to the American people about what they don't see
it's fine.
when they're
It's
doing
valid to
interviews
be
like
scared.
this?
I mean,
How do you cope with this constant?
Maybe there's some sort of update in which Trump fucking guts the CDC and all like health regulations, in which case it would be like worrying to take the vaccine. But worst case scenario, if they put out a shitty vaccine, you shouldn't be worried about it harming you. You should be worried about it not giving you immunity. That's the main worry about rushing out a vaccine, is not like that it'll give you autism or whatever. It's that it will not work well enough. That's the primary worry.
Barrage from the Hill. There's always back and forth. That's fine.
It feels like Canadian watching Fox News. Canadians are still fucking insane. I don't know.
It's been different for you.
It's not, yeah.
It's been different because I've accomplished so much. On the military, I've accomplished, first of all, bringing many of the troops home and most of the troops home, even cutting down Germany, okay, because they've taken advantage of us like you wouldn't believe. But it's...
Oh, yeah, Germany needs all that fucking protection that you're really sticking it to them, dude.
Been different for a lot of different reasons.
Really sticking it to them,
I think primarily
man.
because I've accomplished so much.
Anyways, that was... Is there not a part 4? Anyways. Yeah, that was, I guess, what I would have expected it to be. Let's watch this now. Which is more insane and, I guess, more boring.
And loss of property is staggering at this point.
All right, we'll be talking to you. We're going to be helping you with law enforcement. We're going to be helping you with some economic development. Get it back in shape. Get Kenosha back in shape, and we'll get it back in, I think, very quickly. I really think so. And we'll be helped by John Morrissey, City Administrator of Kenosha. John, thank you very much, John. You have your work cut out for the next little while, but you'll be fine.
Guys don't wear masks, of course they're fucking assholes.
And Samantha Kirkman, State Representative, District 61. Thank you very much. Congratulations on
Are we
doing
surprised?
a really great job.
Thank you so much for the resources that you sent. Our constituents weren't feeling safe until
Thank you.
you helped out, and we appreciate that.
Thank you. Great job you're doing. Appreciate it. And Van.
Oh, we have to watch this, man. Oh, yes. I'm doing it. I'm fucking becoming Joe Biden. All of his mannerisms, I'm going to start personally. It's bad. I need to stop. It already happened with Trump. Listen, Mac, we gotta watch this. We gotta watch this. We gotta watch this. Come on, man. We gotta look at this. Gotta look at this moving picture.
Man behind the mask is Rand Paul. A bunch of protesters descending on the Kentucky senator
Lying
and his wife
dog-faced
Kelly
pony
as
soldier.
they left the
What a
Senate-
fucking
the
lying
president's emergency
dog-faced
speech
pony
from the White
soldier.
House. Actually, it was
Dude.
a longer trip than that. He joins us right now for his first.
What a
live interview since
Weasley
the
little-
confrontation.
You get
Senator,
what I'm
good morning.
doing here.
That looks scary.
Nazbuls are a joke. I mean, it's like a stream incoherent by YouTube, Pride and Presidency. Let's go, man. I need it.
You know, my wife and I, it was horrific.
Let's
you know,
go,
we had
dude.
two women with us who were friends of ours. We had looked out, you know.
Yes, Nazbuls are a fucking meme. It's not a real thing.
You know, we came out of the speech.
But yeah, it's a dozen people online. National
and
Bolshevism doesn't.
we looked into the street.
It's kind of like monarchism, like absolute monarchism, in which like maybe there are certain contexts, but it's just like it's a weird kind of right-wing authoritarian who wants like a super niche ideology.
Our hotel was
It's
only
not an
right across the
actual
street from the White
living
House,
thing.
But we couldn't go because the mob
Yeah,
was already
Nazbuls are just
chasing people
Nazis,
down
like
that chose to go out that
Strasser,
exit.
And they're a type of Nazi that always gets fucking purged by the like other Nazis, as we saw with the
So
Strasser.
the Secret Service says, get on a bus and ride to the Trump Hotel. So we got on a bus. It took 45 minutes to get through all the mobs. We get there safely. And then we say we'll get an Uber to go all the way back where we came from.
Mopin's
where we
kind of a
wanted to be dropped
Nazbul,
off
but
at
also
the
Mopin
hotel.
is a joke,
But
so I
as we
mean,
got
that's
close
perfect.
to it, the streets were blocked and no one would let us through. And what happened is there was 2 blocks, and I regret that I made this decision, but I said we're going to walk the 2 blocks. We walked 1 block, but as we walked 1 block, we could see some police in the distance, but we also saw a mob of about 30 people marching and yelling. They all of a sudden saw me right as we got to the policeman, fortunately, or I don't think we'd have survived. We got to the policeman,
survived.
and the policeman,
This
I don't
is
think
the thing
recognized
that's so
me, and
funny about this type of shit, where it's like, you are so sensitive. You are a little baby.
As they came closer, they were shouting my name, and the crowd doubled to 60. And then it
You are a
doubled
little
again to
baby.
120. And as they were surrounding us, and it got closer and closer, and everybody kept pushing back, the policemen were forming a barricade with their
snowflake.
bodies. I whispered to the policeman, they know who I am. You've got to get reinforcements. It's going to get worse. He called for reinforcements, but we didn't get any reinforcements.
The police
We
were too
waited,
cucked.
But the crowd was getting bigger and
They were
bigger
too
and
Democrat.
pushing in. They were yelling threats. They were trying to push the police over to get to me. They were grabbing at us. And it got
I guess
worse.
Rand Paul is pretty happy that, you know, there's a police force and a state
And
that
worse
funds
and
that police force to protect him, isn't
worse.
he?
And then finally we decided to make a move. I said, we've got to move. If there's not going to be reinforcements, we have to try to get to the hotel, which was another block. And they were shouting threats, you know, to us, to kill us, to hurt us. But they're also shouting, say her name, Breonna Taylor. And it's like, you couldn't reason with this mob, but I'm actually the author of the Breonna Taylor law to end no-knock raids. So the irony is lost on
That's
these
true,
idiots
but
that they're trying to kill the person
that's
who's
not
actually trying
because
to
you
get
gave
rid
a
of
shit.
no-knock raids. And they were shouting
But-
and screaming and just, it really, these people were unhinged. But I can't tell you how, I'm not sure we would have made it. So as we're walking, sort of
Yes, they don't want to
surrounded by the
fucking kill you, dude.
police, they're attempting to push the police
Jesus
over to get
Christ.
to me. So at one point, they push a policeman backwards. He stumbles, and he's trying to catch his balance, and I catch the back of his flak jacket.
Why does he stumble? Why does he stumble? Why did that happen?
And
because he fucking pushed a protester.
make sure that he's
and he was bad at it. He assaulted a protester that was just there, and he assaulted him in a very poor way in which he was off balance and could get pushed back.
Okay, because he's our
It's
defense.
awesome.
I mean, if he's down, the mob's loose on us. And you've seen the pictures of what they do to you. If the police are
What
not
pictures?
there, if you defund the police, if we become Portland, if America becomes Portland,
Portland
what's
has not
gonna happen
defunded the
is
police.
People are going to be pummeled and kicked in the head.
Don't you want small government?
And left senseless.
So again, this is the awesome thing about libertarians is that like as soon as shit hits the fan, they just become fucking right wing. They just become authoritarian right wing. That's it. That's what happens. Like as soon as shit hits the fan, it's like I'm so glad that there's a massive military police apparatus that can protect my private property interests. I'm so glad the state's here and protecting me
on the curb. That would have happened to us. I promise you, had we not had the D.C. police to support us, I mean, we are thankful that we have police, and we've got to wake up. We can't have the whole country. We can't have Joe Biden rule the country and have no police. I mean,
yeah, it's just he totally just a fucking cuck for right-wing authoritarianism.
We can't walk down the street.
Joe Biden is too anti-police for him.
In D.C. safely now.
I
That's
mean,
how bad
right,
it is.
this is like right-wing. This is a perfect summary of right-wing
actually
libertarianism.
using
Right?
his bicycle to try to keep the crowd back. He fell into you. You almost stumbled and fell down.
Joe Biden.
You and your wife are both okay, right?
That's great.
We are. We were unharmed,
Yes!
but, you know.
You were unharmed.
It's still going on this morning. There's still mobs in the street blocking the streets. And I know it sounds like over the
this
top
is
to
not
say
libertarian socialism. This is the other libertarian.
people from out of town, but I think we're going to find
Libertarian socialism is, anti-private property. Right-wing libertarianism begins on the assumption of like Locke's account of property.
These people are hired and from out of town.
It's like a
Specifically in our
totally
case, I believe there are going to be
thing.
people who were involved with the attack on us that actually were paid to come here, are not from Washington, D.C., and are sort of paid to be anarchists.
Yeah.
This is disturbing because really if you're inciting a riot, that's a crime. But if you're paying someone to incite a riot, that person needs to go to jail as
Who's
well.
paying?
But we can't live this way. It's getting
It's some
worse and
Soros
worse.
shit.
You know, I like being free to be
What
able
happened to the free market?
walk out and go for a walk in the park. We cannot go outside now. It's become so dangerous for us. And I
It's
don't
just
hear
not
Joe
true.
Biden or Kamala Harris saying one thing about the violence.
Yeah.
This mob is
They
their
are,
voters.
actually.
This is the new Democrat
Didn't Joe Biden loudly condemned violence on both sides?
Party. And if we don't resist this, the United States is going to become Portland. We're going to become Chicago. All of these failed cities Democrats have run, the president said it in his speech. If we allow them to take over the White House, we are going to become...
Yeah, anyways, he's just a Republican. There's no fucking... Anyways. Hey, folks, it's crazy. It's bad news. Right-wing libertarianism is a meme. It's a joke. The only cool right-wing libertarian that existed was Nozick. Mainly because he disavowed libertarianism later in his life, and also he was mean to Rawls, and I think his critique of Rawls is actually pretty good. Anyways, oh yeah, Renegade Cut, we can watch that. Thank you. Watch Renegade Cut or subscribe to them on YouTube. It was just linked, but it's good.
Scream does not tell the audience the rules of horror. In the 1996 film, a series of murders plague the town of Woodsboro. To escape the carnage for the night and ease tensions, the high school students throw a party wherein they watch horror movies. Randy, a
Trump vigorously defends Kenosha shooter as racist white supremacist.
professed expert on horror, halts the festivities when he realizes that the other partygoers don't know the rules to surviving a horror movie.
There are certain rules that one must abide by in order to successfully survive a horror movie.
Randy says that only virgins will survive and that only those who abstain from getting drunk or high will survive. What Randy is describing is a pattern that filmmakers, consciously or unconsciously, tend to follow when crafting a movie like Scream. A movie is influenced by the society that creates it and crafted for the society that will watch it. Not in terms of effectively mirroring our circumstances, but in displaying what society values. Virginity, chastity, modesty. These Puritan conservative values are praised by the society that made movies like Halloween and Friday the 13th. In the former, not only is a woman slain immediately after being intimate with her boyfriend, but it happens in the very bed where she did it. In the latter, the entire rampage takes place due to counselors sneaking off to be with each other while Jason Voorhees drowned. These movies are undoubtedly influenced by the real-world false dichotomy of categorizing women into two boxes. Either the pure Madonna or the insatiable tramp who is both sought after and frowned upon by the same men. This pattern reoccurs in these movies with such frequency that scores of books and academic papers have been written about it. Randy is correct in
The Automod's
understanding
pretty
that life or death
extreme.
within horror movies is often a value
Which is probably better than
judgment and
nothing.
related to sin. But he is
I
incorrect.
put the
in
Automod on the
specifics,
lightest possible
because
setting
what he tells
too.
the party
I don't
guests
know.
are not the rules of horror, but the rules of slasher movies, a subgenre of horror movies.
That's true.
Different subgenres
Yeah,
have
yeah,
different
yeah.
values, different sins that they highlight. A slasher movie generally features a lone killer, young, mostly women victims who are taken out one by one, and a survivor, almost always a woman who did not indulge
final
herself
girl.
and who guarded her virginity.
That is Shaggy,
Slasher
yes,
movies
that's the same
can
actor as
deviate
Shaggy.
from this pattern a little and still be slasher movies.
Yeah,
Scream, for
the fucking
example,
the
features
moratorium is bizarre because it's Trump doing it, which will make him look better. I don't know what to make
a
of
pair
that.
of killers instead of one. Older men are killed with about as much frequency as
Cover
young
the
women,
details.
and
I'll-
there
I'll
are
read this
multiple
after the
survivors living
video.
in
Thank you for
various
linking it.
degrees
Stars.
of sin. Randy survives Scream despite drinking alcohol. Sydney survives despite losing her virginity to Billy. Slasher movies that purposefully deviate from established patterns do so in recognition of those patterns nonetheless, subverting the expectations of the audience. Scream and other slashers that deviate from established patterns are still recognizably slasher movies. Few slasher movies deviate as much as Scream, but that is only because Scream is meant as a send-up of the subgenre. Although inaccurate, it makes sense that the dialogue in this scene conflates horror movies with the slasher subgenre.
Sure, because it's like, you
In
know.
the 1980s and early 90s, slashers were the dominant and most lucrative subgenre of horror in the
Also,
United States.
It's fine for it to be imprecise,
So
right?
much, in fact, that when the words horror movie were
Are we
uttered
rating the
during
US
that
Army Esport
period,
channel? I don't want to do mean raids because it's borderline
popular
against
slasher
like
franchises
partner
like A
stuff.
Nightmare on Elm Street would come
'Cause
to
they're
mind
also a partner?
more often than, say, The Fog or Videodrome. Slasher movies were inexpensive to produce and yielded big returns at the box office. Low risk, high reward. Also, Randy's famous speech would have been awkward if he had said, "There are certain rules you must abide by in order to survive a horror movie, specifically the slasher subgenre, as horror has a diversity of patterns and influences. Hey, where
Yeah.
are you going?" Nevertheless, the inaccuracy begs for correction and examination. Subgenres of horror have their own patterns, and each entry into the subgenre reveals what the society that created it values and
Scream is a great
devalues.
movie.
It is not a coincidence
It's like-
that various
it's like
horror
homophobic,
subgenres
isn't it?
made in the Western world
There's like a
utilize
weird
sin
pathological
as
gay
its
character.
values barometer, even if the patterns are different. Gothic horror is defined by its romanticism, forbidden sensuality, and by its setting, taking place before the 20th century and in castles.
Yes, yeah, we'll
remote
watch that after,
hamlets,
Stas.
or
Thank you for linking it.
decaying, haunted
Oh, I'll read that
mansions.
after this.
Gothic horror movies often place sin center stage, sometimes due to being
And he takes on
adaptations
the Brace Vaj feud. It's very funny.
of novels prior to what we might
I
consider
don't know.
the
There's
modern
no
world,
substance
and
to it.
sometimes due
It's
to
very
the
funny, though.
ubiquity of purity
I've been enjoying
and
it,
sin
watching
being
it.
what the Western world values and devalues respectively. In various adaptations of Frankenstein, Victor Frankenstein plays God, resurrecting the dead, unnaturally reanimating what was naturally taken. The novel leaves the method vague, but in the most famous adaptation, Frankenstein harnesses a storm, which has its own biblical connections, to give life to his creation.
Brace writing Poontang is I think Tacoma Wept is the funniest part.
This indiscretion, this affront to God,
There
both
it
he
is.
and others around him are punished. His hubris and
Friendly reminder that if you put the fucking "is this guy saying I can't get laid" thing in the make me read a quote, I will not read it.
transcending his human restrictions and meddling in God's domain cost him greatly.
In the name of God, now I know what it feels like to be God.
Adaptations of Dracula, particularly the 1992 adaptation, show Dracula's descent into inhumanity correlated with the rejection of God, specifically God as depicted within Christianity. The dichotomy of the pure woman and the promiscuous woman often comes into play within Gothic horror as much as slashers, but rather than this dichotomy portrayed as only implicitly having to do with Christian morality, Gothic horror set during more modest eras can more explicitly reference this.
Right.
Lucy, who is portrayed as promiscuous, is transformed into a monster that needs to be slain through the power of the cross.
Right, it's pretty on the
Nina,
nose.
who is chaste until her marriage to Jonathan, survives Dracula despite her temptations. Gothic horror antagonists are often those that Christian morality posits as being in direct competition with God or an affront to God.
Leopardface, you're
such
just
as
wasting
witches and the
your
devil
channel
himself.
points.
So, how does one survive
You're wasting
a
your
Gothic
simp
horror
bucks.
movie, Randy? Surviving a Gothic horror movie is connected with abstinence and a devotion to God. Not
even
always,
scammed.
as
I
there
just
are
told you
variations
I wouldn't
within
do it.
any subgenre, but often. Mina survives. Lucy does not. Sin, as both the moral barometer and arbiter of survival, exists in Gothic horror movies as much as slashers. But in the former,
That's
belief
funny.
in God and Christian morality are also components. Faith cannot stop Michael Myers, but it can and will stop Dracula.
Right.
This overlaps with the broader supernatural horror
Yeah.
subgenre. Supernatural horror is often defined by the antagonist. Spirits, demons, devils, supernatural entities that haunt the protagonist. If the supernatural horror movie is made in the Western world due to Christianity being the most common religion, the supernatural elements are often explained through Christianity or defeated through Christianity. Often, the haunting visited upon our characters is related to sin or not showing proper respect to God. In Poltergeist, when the father learns that the cemetery had been moved, he calls it sacrilegious. He later discovers that the headstones were moved, but the bodies remained under his house. The antagonist is explained through religion, through sin. The worst ghost in the house is described as the Beast, which is a reference to the devil or demons. In The Exorcist,
Dr. Dibbles, I'm sorry, it didn't work. It didn't get through the fucking censor. But thank you for the $4.20.
demon-possessing Reagan is defeated through religion.
Yeah, it's very
through
explicit.
the expulsion of sin.
In Gothic
The
horror.
power of Christ compels you. That the power of Christ compels you.
Horror movies show what the society that creates them values and devalues. It values
Minus
faith,
420,
and it
I'm sorry.
devalues a lack of faith.
I didn't even decide
Father
that. I would've let it
Karras'
happen.
greatest obstacle in The Exorcist is not Pazuzu, but his own lost faith, which he struggles to
Yeah.
overcome throughout the film. In the end, he believes again and sacrifices
Well, of course you
himself
would
to
fucking believe. If you see a real demon,
Reagan.
of course you would
At
believe.
a glance, Karras dying despite
That's a
his
fairly objective.
faith conflicts with the connection between
If a demon possessed a child and they started doing the shit that demon was, and then told me that my mother was sucking cocks in hell, I would probably
values
believe in
and survival, but this is a different kind of survival, a spiritual survival. What greater value is there for a Catholic than martyrdom?
You got any fan on
Surviving
OnlyFans?
a
Nice.
supernatural horror film
Nice.
is best achieved by trusting Christians. What about secular horror subgenres? What are the secular
She
values
says that.
they espouse? Zombie horror, despite the appearance of being
If she was, like,
supernatural,
floating
takes
around
a
and
more
shit.
secular route. Often the cause of the zombie apocalypse is either completely unexplained.
One of the most interesting interpretations of a lot of zombie stuff is that it's kind of this like upper class white anxiety about like the mob, generally like a racialized mob coming for you and attacking you. Like you know that you have it coming and that they're going to, like, this mass of people who are disadvantaged are going to come attack you.
Or is caused by humankind making a
Coming into
simple
the suburbs.
mistake.
Yeah,
Dawn
totally.
of the Dead has a line about no room left in hell that touches on a spiritual explanation for what is happening, but nothing
Yeah,
ever comes
but
of
it's
it,
not-
and it
I
exists
don't know.
largely in isolation in this subgenre. The solution to the zombies is more humanist than in other horror subgenres, because the solution is
Work together.
cooperation. The zombies are many, but the humans can use weapons, can strategize, can think. It is in their cooperation, their humanity, that allows them to live. When cooperation fails, that is when the humans are most vulnerable to the zombies. When cooperation succeeds, that is when the humans are strongest against the zombies. Surviving a zombie movie is unlike some other horror subgenres because all that is necessary.
Yes, that is true. Origin of Zombie comes. Is that fully true? That, like, I don't know if voodoo is inherently from that. I guess it's development in Haiti, but I think not necessarily that being annoying, but that being like zombies are a very good mode of translating economic and social anxiety, right? And like if it's being created by an oppressed group of people, that will translate to a fear of the oppressor, and vice versa. Something I find really interesting. Who the fuck? I watched the first episode of Lovecraft Country, which is by, what is their name? Jordan Peele. And it does a really good job at moving kind of horror towards a reflection of Black anxiety and fear of white people, particularly like in the South, like I guess particularly like during segregation, which is an interesting reversal of Lovecraft, who, for the most part, his horror was related to the existential anxiety of seeing an Italian man on the street, of seeing any non-WASP person in New England. He was deathly afraid of anyone who wasn't white, which is an interesting, it's like a reversal, which is to say that like horror is a product of its context and of its culture, and it will reflect actual political kind of social fears.
Is humanity. Sci-fi horror often values human knowledge over human ignorance. It also values the aforementioned human
Where zombies come
cooperation.
from? We'll watch this
In
next.
Alien, Ripley states that the xenomorph must not be brought on board because it will almost certainly endanger the entire crew. They ignore her warning and the crew is lost, except for Ripley, the only crew member who recognized the danger. In The Thing, paranoia and lack of cooperation eventually leads the shape-changing alien to run amok. Surviving sci-fi horror is a matter of intelligence and cooperation.
The Thing is such
In
a good
sense,
movie.
Both Alien and The Thing operate much like slasher movies. An unstoppable foe
Is this an
who
executive
picks everyone
order?
off one by one until
Capacity
there
is
is only
debatable?
a sole
Oh, okay.
survivor. We don't find out who will be the sole survivor in The
Okay.
Thing, but the
Interesting.
pattern is still there.
This
Remember,
is still
a
in the
slasher
queue.
movie
I will
can
watch.
deviate
I
from
will
a
read
pattern
that
a
thread you
little
sent
and still
at some
be
point.
recognizable as a slasher movie. So, is Alien a slasher movie if it follows the structure of a slasher movie? I would say there is not enough family resemblance, and not only because of its setting and tone. Alien does not resemble a slasher movie
No,
because
certainly
of
not.
what it values.
Yeah,
The
that's a good
real
point.
rule of horror, the real way to survive a horror movie, is to find out what kind of horror movie you're in. People define these horror subgenres by so many features: their setting, the monster. But these subgenres are
interesting.
perhaps most recognizable in what they value, what they portray as sin.
I feel like
someone has taken.
I feel like a lot of this, which is interesting, is this maybe only a thing that happens in horror, that like the subgenre is like in many cases, unless it's like purposefully subverting the subgenre something exists within, is a determinant of the ethics of the movie. That's at least, I think that's the case to like a greater extent than any other kind of genre of movie, right? Okay, let's watch this. Where zombies come from.
Here in the beautiful island of Haiti, among the tobacco and cane sugar field workers, black magic voodooism, or the worship of the serpent, honeycombs the entire country.
When the U.S. occupied Haiti for 2 decades in the early 20th century, it only intensified Americans' fascination with a part of its religious culture known as voodoo, spiritual beliefs and practices originating in West Africa, where European colonial powers enslaved thousands and thousands of people and brought them to the island in the previous centuries. That fascination, like the occupation, had a racist strain, a combination of fear, anxiety, and hostility toward the so-called black magic of a primitive culture. It was during this period that this guy,
promised
William
time
Seabrook,
babies?
journalist, occultist, and generally eccentric minor
Zombies didn't
celebrity,
come from anywhere 'cause
visited
they don't
Haiti
exist.
to
You're right,
report on the occupation, but found himself drawn instead to voodoo, resulting in a 1929 book entitled The Magic Island. Though it was and is accused of being sensational
I'm
and
sure.
insensitive,
I'm
the
fucking
book
sure.
captured the public's interest, and one chapter in particular has had a lasting impact on popular culture. In Dead Men Working in the Cane Fields, Seabrook effectively introduces the world to zombies. The zombie, they say, is a soulless human corpse, still dead, but taken from the grave and endowed by sorcery with a mechanical semblance of life. The zombies of Haitian folklore are controlled by a sorcerer called a Bokor.
That's on No Shit September. Is that like a part of like the Jordan Peterson all meat diet?
Who uses them for his own ends, often for menial work resembling slave labor. And by the way, they don't eat or crave human flesh at this point. Once in the popular imagination, it took only 3 years for this conception of the zombie to find its way to Hollywood, to a film industry eager for another monster after the successes of Dracula and Frankenstein.
It's interesting. I would wonder, like, to what extent you could even trust this interpretation. I mean, I'm sure there's so much fucking literature about this.
For another conception.
Like, the original zombie doesn't crave human flesh.
Sorcerer called a Bokor, who
like it's actually a labor
uses them for his own ends, often for menial work resembling slave labor. And by the way, they don't eat or crave human flesh at this point. Once in the popular imagination, it took only 3 years for this conception of the zombie to find its way to Hollywood, to a film
it's
industry
related to
eager
labor
for another monster.
and, you know, like a kind of a feudal, maybe pre-feudal.
After the successes of Dracula and Frankenstein. Drawing from the Magic Island and a Broadway play, 1932's White Zombie became the first zombie movie
I guess your soul can't rest
ever.
because of
Set in Haiti, the story stars Bela Lugosi as a voodoo sorcerer who helps a plantation owner turn the object of his desire into a zombie so that she'll be with him. The terror here is in a white couple being controlled in the same way as the Haitians.
of course.
The bigoted subtext is all too obvious.
Yeah.
The White Zombie wasn't as successful as Dracula or Frankenstein. It did spawn a number of zombie films.
Very obvious kind of racial anxiety, just very explicit.
Along these lines in the following years and decades. Each follows from the
it was 43. They don't
conception that Seabrook outlined in his book, Slave-like Henchmen Controlled by a Master.
Right.
In 1966, Hammer Films' Plague of the Zombies created undead that look like the ones we know today, but Haitian voodoo was still the touchstone.
Oh, okay.
But in 1968, everything changed, thanks to this man, George Romero, and his skeleton crew of collaborators who...
Because, like, isn't the original Romero movie is like an anti-racist message, right?
Made the zombie...
The black man is the main character, and he turns out to be killed by the police.
Film that
or by, like, it's the military
genre,
at the end.
Night of the Living Dead.
There's some
it's
sort of allegory
to overstate Romero's impact. Every zombie film or comic,
and all the white people are
TV
fucking
show,
useless.
Whatever made in the last 50
and
years
to,
is a direct descendant of this film. Romero
There's
changed
some
the
sort
rules. First and foremost, he dispensed with the master-slave dynamic. His undead aren't under the control of anyone or anything. For some unknown reason.
Yeah, I guess the you can interpret the early zombie as like a kind of anxiety or alienation to being like a slave or borderline slave
scientific,
in plantations,
maybe
I guess.
Not. They are reanimated as pure instinct, scouring the earth on whatever limbs they have left.
I wonder, like, because that's the Haitian context. I wonder what it's taken from.
The living.
If there's any semblance of that in like a West African.
In Cumberland have concluded that in all cases,
I'm sure there's shit about this that I could go read.
The flesh of the people they murdered.
Romero's zombies devour living human beings. They hobble forward awkwardly, but relentlessly. They're dumb, able to use objects as blunt force instruments, but nothing else. They can only be killed by being shot in the head or burned. And if
it's
one
like he's
bites
an
or
inventor
scratches
of the
you,
classic.
you'll die not long after, then transform into one and pursue whoever is nearby, family or not. If these creatures don't resemble the zombies of Haitian voodoo, that's because Romero didn't think of his undead as zombies.
Oh yeah, of course
In
he
Night,
does.
they're
I'm sure.
Ghouls, and they're derived more from Richard Matheson's novel I Am
A
Legend.
lot of the early like anthropological studies by like Europeans
than
of
William
like
Seabrook. How these flesh eaters...
the ones I'm familiar with are more like understandings of African culture, but Haitian probably applies here too. Are just
to be known as zombies is
incredibly like almost willfully
a
misinterpreting.
bit foggy, but by the time Romero made the sequel, Dawn
There's
of
a
the
really
Dead,
really
he adopted
good
the name too.
map.
Similarities.
It's like what would have happened if Europe was colonized, and it's done in such a fucking excellent way in terms of like the bastardization of European culture and let me find it.
To consider the pre-Romero and
I've read it. It's
post-Romero
like
history of zombies continuous is up for debate. What is clear is that when pretty much anyone thinks of
I think I
zombies
favorited
nowadays, they're thinking of Romero zombies. One reason for this is that these are just creative, primal monsters. But another reason I think why Romero's zombies have been so lasting is because his original trilogy, particularly the first 2 installments, are really outstanding movies. Night of the Dead, in its neorealist black and white style, is a
Here we go. I won't read all of this. Sorry, this is a random interjection. It's like there's this like fictional society that conquers Europe and colonizes it, and there are these like representations of European history and language and culture, and it's like incredibly like, you know, it's a they're like lumping cultural and political groups in that have nothing to do with each other. It's a massive fucking read, but it's really good. Like all of it's so yeah. I don't want to bore you guys because it's you know like the look at like the language map is like incredibly insulting. I saw this on Reddit somewhere, but I only saved the image. But yeah, absolutely, it's a very good. It's very meticulous and well done, and clearly like has some sort of reference or knowledge to like the European interpretations of like African cultures, particularly like in the beginning of the 20th century. The like anthropological work
story
done.
Made on a shoestring budget with a third act that is absolutely brutal and punishing even now, 50 years later. In Dawn of the Dead, his best film, I think, Romero keys into the symbolic potential of
like even down to like the idea that like, oh, the Europeans, which is like European, have, this idea of what truth is that's like different to ours, and it's like a purposefully obfuscated and misrepresented
in a way that he was only hinting at in
it's very good.
The film, which takes place almost entirely in
worth
a
a
mall,
read.
uses zombies to critique consumerism. As the zombies
Anyways.
lumber through this familiar place,
Uh-huh.
we see our own behavior.
That's
as a
interesting.
grotesque reflection.
Because that's kind of a reflection of, I think, a lot of like the initial use of the zombie.
Thoughtlessness, Romero understood, is the perfect mirror for our own. These days, the zombie is everywhere. You've seen the shows, played the games, watched the trailers. It's more than firmly established as a horror trope.
The zombie
which
craze
means
kinda
that
ended.
It'll likely stay with us for a very long time.
Yeah, this
Its
is it.
history
Imaginary
is
maps.
complicated.
This is where I found it. Yeah. Which is like a better kind of explanation of what it is. Yes, I'll link it too.
Tangle of appropriation and invention, prejudice and creative genius.
What if we were the
and
zombies, man?
awesomeness.
Black Mirror shit,
In other
crazy.
words, it's a modern myth.
I'm thinking zombies.
What?
You know, zombies. Ghouls. The undead.
Yeah.
Hey,
all right.
everybody. Thank you so much for
Yeah, I thought it was good. That's interesting. I mean, there's a shit ton to write about zombies. They're very interesting. Concepts culturally and its history, etc. I still really like the book World War Z. Hassan engages in class warfare. Let's see. Let's look at this.
You're fine.
You can have her. She's all yours. I don't even like her.
Stay calm. All
I've
of
seen
the
a
workers
suit of armor.
are all right.
Use some assistance here. Get him in your sight. Pull that trigger.
None of the none of the rich will survive, though. Yeah, you guys like Jeffrey Epstein's Island?
This is some
You
like
guys enjoy?
Eyes wide shut, Epstein. That's funny. I have no fucking clue what that game is. I don't know. He's going around in a suit of armor shooting people. But that's very funny. Yeah, anyways. Hitman 2, okay. Oh yeah, let's read this. Maybe I won't read all of it. So there's a nationwide moratorium on evictions till the end of December. Must declare that they received a stimulus check, did not have to pay tax. They must declare that they lost income. Okay, so it's a conditional one. So it's a nationwide moratorium on evictions, subject to certain conditions. Obtain all available government assistance. Earn no more than 100,000 in annual income. Yeah, right. Was not required to report any income. The U.S. Internal Revenue Services. Unable to pay my full rent. Substantial loss of household income. Using best efforts to make timely partial payments. Oh, okay. Yeah, if evicted, I would likely become homeless. Yeah, okay. So it seems it's much more, I guess, which is not a surprise that it's very conditional. In Land of the Dead, zombies attack a town where 90% of the people live in the slums, 10% wealthy live in a giant tower. One of the zombies picks up a hammer and another sickle. He's very woke. Is that woke necessarily? I mean, I guess that represents the like fear of the rich to the poor and like them, you know, rising up. Anyways. If you have any other zombie stuff, please send it to me. It's super interesting. Let's watch Majority Report. Let's do this.
The RNC was geared towards convincing
non-compete. Okay, we can watch this
primarily
at some
women
point.
in the suburbs that Donald Trump is not the creep that you think he is. So we're going to pardon an African American.
Oh, this is cool. For the sci-fi horror event to rise, and Neelick requested Australian flag and his character uniform removed from the Union flag from the corner, and for it to be replaced with the Aboriginal flag, the way it should look in 2047. That's a cool little detail.
Guy, and show that all this talk
I
about
don't know
Donald Trump
why
being racist.
Automod
No.
held that.
We're going to have
Automod held that message because there was N1238990 in it. That's a weird. Automod is a little.
ceremony during the RNC.
Thoughts on
Remember, I wanted to
Trans-Stalin?
make-
Oh, this is the best take ever. Oh, this person is wild, dude. Oh my god, have I not talked about this on stream before? This person is like a turf phrenologist, I guess. I think, because they think Joseph Stalin is a trans man. So like, look, index finger equal to or longer than ring finger equals female. Feminine Q angle. So like his wide female pelvis causes the knees to separate. Look at making it, he has a fake brow ridge. It's edited in. Look at, Stalin has massive birthing hips. Yeah, that's super cool. No, this person has a lot of insane takes. There's a couple of these. Yeah, this is like QAnon, but being a turf. Oh, okay, here we go. Same with Liam Neeson is a trans male as well, I guess. Female Q angle. Or Liam Neeson's wide birthing head. It's so funny, dude. This is like a real account. This isn't. I don't think this is a bit. If it is a bit, it's very meticulous, and I respect it. There was the Kenosha shooter. They were saying that he was also a trans man as well. I think, but I think they had to delete that one. I think it was against guidelines or something. I can't remember. This is a real like TERFs are fucking insane, man. Listen, Mac, TERFs. They're crazy. They have this really weird obsession with like anyone who has any vaguely masculine traits, even if they're cis women, of like gatekeeping them and being afraid of them. You know, the ultimate irony being that like you're probably going to like harass a bunch of cis women who just have some sort of masculine or perceived masculine traits, and then like the trans women you interact with that pass well and you don't notice, you're going to be totally fine with, and there will be no fucking issue. YouTube and such deletes channels like that. Yeah, which, you know, makes sense. It sounds like a good idea.
So much of what went on during this this convention was illegal under the Hatch Act. I know that's tiny stuff that people perceive.
It doesn't matter.
But there is a genuine slippery slope here.
Which I think with the Hatch Act, it's like been abused a bunch of times and no one cares. So I don't think that actually matters.
When you're talking about using taxpayer resources for your own campaign.
Hatch Act isn't that much of a
Meanwhile, you got a
norm.
naturalization ceremony. They put on housing advocates. We didn't see any housing advocates, as far as I can tell, on the DNC. Now, it
All
turns
the
out
Hungarian left feminists
that
are
they
TERFs.
duped
That sucks, dude. Jeez.
3 of 4 of those public housing.
Yeah, Hungary
advocates
seems like a very
and
bad
tenants.
place to be right now.
They didn't know that the interview
for
they were
trans
doing was
people.
for the RNC.
This is crazy.
In fact, 3 of them said, like, I don't like Donald Trump.
Yeah.
I'm actively.
There was low income housing people who got interviewed, and they were like, I was interviewed on the impression that like they would talk about the problems in low income housing and how to fix them.
Campaigning against him. This was on Tuesday of last week. The convention showed a video of 5 new American citizens, and then 4 tenants of the public housing were, I think they were on Wednesday night. And the Times reached out to them, and they had no idea that they were being recorded for the RNC.
Oh,
But
wow.
nevertheless, the fact that you and I know that Donald Trump and the Republicans are a little scummy in that regard, that's not the issue. The issue is that Republican voters in the suburbs were looking there for a reason to not believe the narrative that they have come to believe.
Hello, Ray.
It is easier for them, all
Yeah, of
things being
course.
equal, to vote for the Republican because they're Republicans. And when Donald Trump is up there, they apparently had a multiple of like 3 Black and Latino speakers.
Yeah, there was a lot of them
in their convention than they actually have in their administration.
Yeah. I mean, you know what? 6% of people, black people, support Trump. Like, was it like a third of the speakers were black? It was a lot. They were really fucking. It was a weird,
Again,
misproportional.
the game is to make Donald Trump seem to
disproportionate.
give license, essentially.
Yeah, that he's not
to
actually racist.
Suburban
That's kind of the
Republican voters to vote for Donald Trump. Now, this is a problem because the entire DNC was geared on trying to convince those people to vote for Joe Biden.
Oh yeah, of course they're not.
And that
against
strategy
people.
is all well and good.
Yeah,
if
I
Donald
guess
Trump
because I was thinking like it's way too thorough. They must be like trying to get some sort of element of the black vote because you know a couple point change would dramatically swing the election. Like you know the Democrats need black supporters. But maybe that's not true. Maybe it really is just to convince like suburban white people that they're actually not racist.
incapable
Got another suburban OnlyFans.
of
W.
doing what he did do, and I don't mean him. I mean his operatives at the RNC.
It's up to 15 or 20. Could be nothing, but it'll be higher than 2016. Oh, interesting.
And their plan, I don't know if it's a winning strategy ultimately, but they realize, by they I mean the Trump campaign, they're not going
Will
to
I
get as
vote?
many votes
I will not vote in the 2020 American election.
as Joe Biden. It's just not going to happen. but they're looking to a couple
Don't want to go to
specific
jail.
states, Michigan, Wisconsin, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Florida. And they're trying to win by making sure that all of those Republicans
Look, folks, maybe I will vote if they do mail-in ballots. Maybe I'll be able to vote.
suburbs vote Republican.
That's a joke. That's a joke. That's not true.
And they're hoping
it's satire
that Joe Biden will not be able to mobilize enough voters in the cities to overcome that. I mean, that's
was
the
I
story of
discussing the fact
Pennsylvania.
Stalin was trans? Yes.
That's the story of
yes.
Wisconsin, and that's the story of
Confirmed.
Michigan in 2016. The margins were just not high enough in the cities.
President Xi gave me my fake American ID
in Detroit,
and I'll be voting soon
to overcome
Thank you,
what
Xi.
Donald Trump was doing in the suburbs and in the rural areas. And the problem that Joe Biden has is that he's not doing anything to mobilize these voters. Their strategy
That's
so
true.
far has been to hang back.
Remember when Charlemagne on the Breakfast Club asked Joe Biden, like, it seems like Democrats take black supporters for granted. What are you actually going to do to help black people? And he was like, listen, Mac, come on, man. You got so much support for black people. You're telling me that I hate black people? Black people vote for me. I was like, oh, okay. There's nothing.
Let this be a
All right.
referendum on Donald Trump.
There's literally nothing. Okay.
Hope that, and when you let it be a referendum, what you're also saying is like, we're not necessarily focusing on driving people to the polls who wouldn't otherwise vote.
No, certainly not.
And when you focus on Republicans in the suburbs, you're trying to make this a persuasion election. Coronavirus certainly helped Joe Biden in terms of making the case that Donald Trump is a disaster for the country because of the way that he has handled this crisis. But to a certain extent, it's become normalized, and certainly in areas where Donald Trump got most of his votes last time. They don't seem to have a problem with 170,000.
Is this girl a
Maybe they
leftist or
won't-
a communist? Interesting dichotomy.
Don't have a problem with 180,000, 190,000, 200,000 deaths.
I'm apolitical.
250,000.
Politics isn't real. This isn't a political channel.
And the problem now that you're seeing with stuff that's going on in Portland, Kenosha, and Donald Trump is heading to Kenosha tomorrow.
I'm just a gamer.
My guess is he's going to get out
That's
there.
it.
He's going to read the police docket.
So your title is lying?
He's going to head to Kenosha. He's going to
No,
read
it's
the
not.
police docket, or what is it? The
No politics zone.
The arrest warrant, I should say, for Jacob Blake, and it's not pretty. And he's going to get out there and he's going to read this publicly, and he's going to put Joe Biden on the spot as to, like, who are you with here? And what Joe Biden would normally do, or what a candidate in this situation
Oh,
would
why the
do,
RCP average isn't useful? Yes, because you told me I shouldn't give a shit about RCP stuff, and I couldn't back up why when someone asked me why.
is
They exclude some posts from their sampling average and have never explained why. So they're like sketchy.
attempt to pivot
Okay.
to grounds where he is stronger.
Oh, have the polls closed for Maki's run? Maki versus Kennedy? Is there any news?
Or she is stronger, depending on the candidate, obviously.
No. Okay.
But the problem is that Joe Biden has
Or yes,
no
I don't know.
agenda.
Maki.
It's possible you could go dig up on his website.
What's your stance? Trump is a racist, abortion is cool, Black Lives Matter is cool, and so are guns.
But can anybody tell me what Joe Biden? I mean, certainly, you look at
This isn't a political channel. We don't talk about
the
politics.
DNC. They didn't push any.
They've closed
type
in
of
2 minutes, so
policies.
okay.
They push the fact that Joe Biden is a good guy. Well, you can't pivot.
Yeah. The Dems are really
off
fucking it up,
of
dude.
a topic you don't
They
want
might
to
lose.
deal with. Because look,
Democrats really
Joe
might
Biden's
lose.
got a job. Activists have a job. People in the streets have a different job than Joe Biden at this point. And for Joe Biden to do his job, which is beat Donald Trump, he's got to be able to pivot off of the question of violence in the streets.
Why am I shouting out politics? Some people like politics. It's important. It's not for me.
He's got to be able to pivot off of the protests
But
to
it's important
another
to shout
topic
it out.
where Donald Trump, at the very least, doesn't feel like he has some type of traction. But what would that be for Joe Biden?
The Dems might lose, man. They might lose.
I'm a good guy.
Yeah, I don't know.
This is where you would come out and you would release maybe an economic plan. But they are so afraid of putting anything out there that has any real I think I just lost my phone connection. They are so afraid of
You
putting
okay?
anything out there.
You okay,
that would
Sam?
in any way cause
There you go.
people to be able to make Joe Biden's proposal something that you judge, right? The whole thing is they want this to be a referendum on Donald Trump. And so Joe Biden's entire
The
strategy
Colin
has
Powell
been,
speech.
I'm going
I didn't
to
realize this. Colin Powell is like a Democrat.
basically be nothing but a nice guy.
He's since Obama has endorsed the Democratic nominee.
I'm not going to be the guy who's pushing this policy.
Got my
or
first
that
Liv
policy.
posting sticker. Should I sell stickers? Would you guys buy Liv posting stickers?
He has policies, obviously, but he's not pushing them. He's not running on that.
You
He's
guys
not
would buy
fully
that?
developed these things,
No, smile.
and that's been their strategy.
You would steal? Okay,
The
I mean,
problem
listen.
is that doesn't work.
So when you say you're gonna steal stickers, are you just gonna steal the stickers from other people who buy it?
If there are other extraneous
Because then they'll
events
probably buy
that
another
take
sticker,
place.
so that's fine. Live posting
Because
coffee
some of
table
those
book.
events may start to encroach in your sort of neutral zone. And so Joe Biden has to make a decision. Is he going to alienate people who are upset at the way that black people are policed
cops are
and
Joe Mama Biden,
the
D's nuts.
issues they
Who
have to deal
invited her?
with
Thank you for
in
the
this
7
country in
months.
terms of
Get his
systemic
ass.
racism, et cetera, et cetera? Is he going to alienate those
Live posting trucker hat, and it says, "Of course I come fast. I got a live posting stream to watch."
protesters? Or is he going to allow Donald Trump to frame him
That's good,
as
right?
the guy who is going to bring about, a revolution in the streets?
So bad.
Joe Biden doesn't want to do either one of those things.
They'll take two.
And Joe Biden never contemplated having to do either one of those things because they contemplated this is just going to be a referendum on Donald Trump.
Yeah.
And so what you would want to do if you're Joe Biden is to pivot off to another topic, but there is none.
Yeah.
They have not laid the groundwork for these.
Because they're pro Black
Now,
Lives
maybe
Matter.
he can start talking
But now they're against, the protests.
about
or they're against it, escalating, which alienates everyone who's protesting.
the economy.
But, they can't be pro-cop because that would alienate them too much.
But they have not built any type of foundation here. So this is just like.
It's not like a Bernie election where he fucking.
Joe Biden could have 2
It's not
days
good.
ago said, I'm going to Kenosha and I'm
Right.
going to try and calm things down because Donald Trump won't.
That's true. Actually do something.
Donald Trump beat him to the punch. I think when we said when we went on break, I said, I don't think we're going to hear anything from Joe Biden until after Labor Day. And they tried to do that. But events around them have overtaken them.
Yeah, like the. Let me find
And
that
look,
fucking. Yeah,
I still
look, it's.
firmly believe that Martin O'Malley could have won in 2016. That's my way of saying that I think that Clinton had.
Yeah, probably. That's probably
Unique-
true. It's the same though, where it's like Clinton has unique issues and so does fucking Joe Biden. Democrats managed to find the one person each time that could potentially lose to him.
Liabilities as a candidate.
To Trump.
Liabilities of her own making and liabilities of not her own making. Liability.
If Biden ran 4 years ago, he would have won. Firstly, because people don't hate him as much, and secondly, because he was like still mentally there. You watch his like interviews from 4 years ago, and he's
that included being a woman. Liabilities that included, having 30 years of cottage industries built around
Damn, they're
her.
really gonna fuck
liabilities
this dude.
including Comey's letter.
They might do it.
Liabilities including a campaign that was bad. I don't know.
Yeah,
what
so
else.
basically, this is what the hat would basically look like in terms of its size. Women fear me, fish fear me, men turn their eyes away from me as I walk. No beast dare make a second in my presence. I'm alone on this barren earth. But just replace... Of course I come fast. I got a Liv posting stream to catch.
Else you could call that. They didn't campaign in states that they thought they just had wrong information. They didn't generate enough
post about-
enthusiasm,
oh, yeah, totally.
so they leaned largely on
Liv posting brand
modeling.
estrogen, absolutely.
Maybe they decided
I'll get it.
supposedly
I'll
to
get
do
it.
that.
I'll get it working.
Anyways, that modeling was a disaster. And Donald Trump barely won under that circumstance. Barely won.
It was absolutely a fluke that he won.
So theoretically,
Important to
Joe
emphasize.
Biden, because he doesn't have the baggage that Hillary Clinton had.
Liv posting brand eye
because
contact.
he has the
There you go.
the advantage of
For free.
hindsight.
I gave it to you for free.
Will not take any states supposedly for granted. And because he's a white man, supposedly shouldn't have these liabilities. But the difference is that Donald Trump, for whatever reason, has picked up support
Spiral pills with the lib
from
emote.
black people and
How about that?
Latino people from last time. He also has the power of the federal government. So when it comes to like disenfranchising people, when it comes to
That's true.
creating these
What is Marky Kennedy?
the
It'll probably
turmoil
be
in
a
these-
while, right? Because a lot of it's mail-in. Elections take a while to count.
streets,
We
he
probably
has
won't know today, right?
the ability to do that. He has the ability to send in
Chauncey Extreme,
unmarked
thank you for
police,
converting your Prime to a tier 1.
federal
There's no emote, or there's
federales
no
into Kenosha,
notif for that.
pulling
but thank
people
you.
inside unmarked vans. He has the ability
Posting
to do
sad
that
is
in
such a
Portland.
funny emote. If you look at my private Twitter account,
Those are
it's
just
my profile
provocations.
picture.
That's all that they're there for. So that's where we're at. We're seeing a tightening, not a huge tightening, in the polls in some of the key swing states. We are
57% for Marky's immediate response.
seeing Donald
Okay.
Trump get a little bit of a bump.
Oh, did you make
Trump-
posting sad? Are you fucking with me? Was that you? Chat, was it Anvilize that made posting sad?
From his convention, Biden did not.
It was? Okay, sure. Yeah, that's good. VIP. There you go. You did it.
I
Got
don't
the
know
diamond.
how relevant that is.
That's what happens. That's your reward if you make a really good emote. Is you get VIP. You did it. Also, if you're a tier 3, if you subscribe to tier 3, you get VIP. That's the rule. Those are the 2 rules now. Because I can just give them out. I don't know. I'm worried I'm going to run out of VIPs, but I don't think I will. Live posting brand grills. Totally. That's great. That's a good one. Yeah, I'm sure it's too early. 57 based on just Springfield. Yeah, I don't know. If you make the hat, if I use it, I don't think you can get a double VIP. I don't think that's how that works. I made you as the RCMP hockey player, and you get a reverse VIP, Maya. You get the opposite of a VIP for making that photo. A George Foreman, but it's a Liv posting? Absolutely. This is the world. This is the future liberals want. And we love to see it. Yeah, let's watch this.
This is
Very,
on some level
a VUP, very unimportant person.
and I guess, you know, Biden's just a puppet.
Tacoma.
Biden's a puppet.
Please do not link me Vosh as well, because I can't show Vosh because he's banned on Twitch.
Seems to be.
But yes, that video is very funny.
One of the themes that they are pushing that came out of
127 to 95 votes. We did it, dude. We did it.
One is Biden's a puppet. And the other, and maybe this isn't so competing, is that Biden is so weak and such a puppet that
Vosh
he's
has
going to
some
allow
very
all this
extreme
mayhem
opinions
to
about
exist in the
Israel.
streets.
That's what happened. You can go look it up.
But during the RNC, it also felt like what they were trying to do was to give license to Republican women in the suburbs to vote for Donald Trump.
Exactly.
Right? Like, and his
Yeah, this is a good
They say I'm a
interpretation.
racist, but look, I just
Look at all the black
guy.
people that say I'm cool.
And they say I hate immigrants. I just did a natural.
We did it, folks. Shout out to Springfield. Shout out Homer Simpson. Oh no, that's not Springfield. That's Windsor. Let's go. Ed Markey did it. I think this is how that works. It's probably going to take a long time for this. I'll keep this open in my other window.
Naturalization
so we can see when it updates.
To show that there are all these people on stage
probably
that
take a
were
while.
essentially trying to show the human side of Donald Trump. The problem is, at the end, Donald Trump had to speak, and he just can't resist.
Winner declared? You're baiting me.
He just can't resist being inhumane and lacking empathy. And so
Oh yeah, that's funny.
It's not that
That's funny. This is a good account. Shout out MSDNC. Pete Buttigieg declares victory in Massachusetts Senate. Oh, chat isn't updating. Sorry. That happens. That's very funny. You can also see my profile picture on my private is the very funny sad emote.
necessarily they need to win all of the women of the margins right now. I think, or at least last week, it was Biden was up by 15% with women, where he needed to be. It's that they need to win a chunk of it. They need to bring back a few of the Republican women who might be, disgusted by how Trump has treated
How much to remove Anvil Eyes' VIP?
basically everybody. So, they insulated him with these narratives.
Yes, and I think
Well,
all cops are bad cops.
Wait, is this guy seriously saying that I can't get laid? Incredible. I will give you
I'll
$5,000
just
if
let
you
it
can
go.
get some poontang
I'll let it ring
before
out.
January 1st. Do you have any idea who the frick you're talking to? When I got off Tinder because of the quarantine, Tacoma wept.
Thank you for the $4.20, Dr. Dibbles, and thank you for working around the censor so that I would read it out. I would say that
all cops are bad cops.
Thirsty Rat, thank you for the 2 months. I would say that it's 50 for him to remove VIP, but because he also made the lib emote, it's 100 because he's got a double VIP. And that's one single person doing it in one amount, and I will remove his VIP.
when Ivanka came out and said,
Which is a lot of money.
well, he's how my dad is. He flies off, but he does good.
And Elias,
things.
you'll just have to make another good emote, and then I'll add
that
it.
was basically the way that they were trying.
That's
to sort
what
of
would
build
happen.
in the critique before he comes out and speaks. They basically just say like,
It's not. Oh, Thirsty Rat, thank you
don't
for the
listen
tier
to
3.
What he says. Listen to
I
what
didn't
he
realize.
means. That it's that type of thing. But here is
that an upgrade?
Donald Trump
I think I have
talking
used
to
VIP, do
Laura
I?
Ingraham, and he is incapable.
Yeah, I was assuming.
of getting strategy.
It's not a
without sort of
proletariat
like,
situation.
Just revealing it all. Where's the thing where he starts talking to Ingram about the women? They say
Chelsea
the
wants
women.
the V-
Oh, yeah, here it
Anvil's
is. Okay,
VIP
yeah,
to
this
be
is,
a poll.
Clip number 8, is it? I think, right?
Should we have a plebiscite?
But are the suburbs in danger? Because they say that's fear-mongering on the part of
I know the
Republicans.
suburbs. Look, Westchester was ground zero, okay, for what they were trying to do. They were trying to destroy suburban, beautiful place. The American dream, really. They want low-income housing, and with that comes a lot of other problems, including crime. May not be
You're
nice
not
to
saying
say,
all
but
poor
I'll
people
say
are
it.
criminals, though.
No, I'm not saying that at all, but it does.
It's
there
very
is
interesting that she's like helping him get ahead of the bullshit.
level of violence that you don't see. So you have this beautiful community in the suburbs, including women, right? Women, they want security.
Oh, sorry, good baby.
I ended where they build
Yes.
low-income housing project
Thank you
right
for the
in the
tier
middle
3.
of your neighborhood. I ended it. If Biden
Yes.
gets in, he already
me
said
just
it's
copy
going to
your
go at a
name.
much higher rate than ever before. And you know who's going to be in charge of it?
VIP.
Cory Booker. That's going to be nice, okay?
What?
So I think that women are going to want... Well,
Oh,
for a lot
you know why? You know why he mentioned Cory Booker? Remember that Fox News video of him being like, you should harass your senator or whatever?
other reasons, the stock markets will crash. As sure as you're sitting there,
That's so
your
dumb.
401ks will go down to a small...
They think they're trying to
There it
make it
is.
look like every Democrat is like a
And now,
communist.
it's also interesting, like...
Yeah, also he's black, of
Why
course.
should people be
That's-
so afraid of Cory Booker?
Right.
I wonder what he's saying about low-income housing and...
Yeah,
moving
it's so
into the
clearly-
suburbs and
yeah,
your
yeah,
neighborhood's
that's
going to
also-
get ruined. I mean, he's just basically stoking those racial fears.
One of the things is like Trump is too stupid to do a lot of dog whistles. Like
but
he's very like one thing you would know. Your 401k will become a 1k, folks. One thing we would know, like if aliens were real, Trump absolutely would have fucking told us. If it was in his like clearance or whatever, which it is,
also
right?
so explicitly saying like the women are like they told
Well,
me
he's-
I'm doing poorly with women, so I'm going to say women.
Got all the cool tier 3 emotes.
And I'm gonna go on
Like
Laura
posting
Ingram's
strong.
show. Oh, I know a woman I like.
And
She's also a Nazi.
and Mold and Pega.
I don't know if he. I mean, ultimately, that's actually like the smartest tactic
Which
for
I
them
think are
is
all
to
tier
put
3s.
Ivanka on like more mainstream shows like The View or whatever to win over those women because he's not going to do it because he doesn't know how to exercise any sort of empathy. I think what's really shocking, and I don't know how people digest their income status right now, but when he says low
That's a
income
good
housing, he
point.
clearly means people of color. But with income inequality so stark and with the economy collapsing, there are plenty of people
Pose of
that
clothes.
are Trump voters who may be in low
16k
income.
votes. Markey's leading. Oh, cool. Let's see. Live results. Okay, he's leading. I guess it's hard to really know. You can kind of see it. I'm not gonna close it. It's hard to know at this point, right? It's too early.
Housing. I wonder if they identify that,
Only good
if
thing
they
in
can
2020. Honestly, it's important. Markey isn't that good.
connect the
I've
dots
said this
there.
before.
You know what I
It's
mean?
just the Kennedys suck so fucking much, and like that would he's like Markey is like an establishment old Dem with like some progressive policies.
Like he's demonizing, like especially in the suburbs. There are plenty of people that may not fall into his target audience of attacking people of color.
It's
that
early, but
also
I'd
live
much
in low-income
rather
housing.
be
'Cause he's
Markey
still
right
thinking
now.
in the 80s.
Okay.
He still doesn't understand this is not. We're not living in the same New York as
He supports
before.
Medicare
So
for-
he might
oh,
be
yeah,
hurting
totally.
people he needs to turn
Which
on
is
vote,
like a common sense
which is like white
position,
racism.
right?
I don't think that is going to put off
It's-
anybody
yeah.
from this coalition. I just don't think that there's. I don't think that he's
I just
going
think
to
it's
lose.
fucked up that the dead Kennedys would name themselves after that, considering how offensive that would be to Kennedy. I think Ed Markey should denounce his supporters
Those
for making
people, I
such
think
an
what
awful and
drives them
evil
is,
band name.
A racial resentment in many respects and a cultural resentment. And I think there's and yesterday I was talking about my concerns and fears that Biden has nothing to sort of like pivot to in this situation when Trump is out there just sort of like running up the board with this racial resentment. I don't know if it'll be enough for Donald Trump. No. Maybe Biden doesn't need to do any of that.
Markey is anti-woke
But
left.
in 2016,
I don't think
what
Ed Markey is young enough to know what the word woke means. I don't know.
was about people who are hurting. Like, it was very much his message
I don't
was
know.
about working people, the economy. I mean, I
Don't
know
know if
that's
he's
the
your
problem
guy.
he's facing right now is he's trying to pretend that the economy's fine or
Right.
was fine before COVID. And so, but he's using terms that I just don't think would have flown, like Bannon, whoever was crafting this in 2016, I don't think they'd let him
Ed Markey
demonize poor
loves
people,
browsing
because in his
stupid
mind,
poll.
poor people are people of color.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
I know what you're saying. Although I just don't see any evidence that he's losing those people.
Right.
To the extent that he's losing anybody, it's college educated, suburban people, to the extent that he's losing anybody.
Right.
And
Yeah,
I don't
this
know that
is
he's
when
gonna
you see Kennedy winning, and it's calling Lee Harvey Oswald. Lamo, that you think that that's gonna do anything?
lose that much, frankly, from 2016. He's
Yeah,
picked
sure.
up.
If that's what you think happened, then I guess you know. Anyways, so it seems like the early results are good for Kennedy, or sorry, for Markey. But who knows? It's very early, and we possibly won't even know today. Bernie being asked about cancel culture and not knowing what it is. Yeah, I mean, it's funny that like the Republicans have picked up cancel culture as like a big thing. This has, literally nothing to do with any of the online discourses about cancel culture. You don't have to feel bad if you say cancel culture is bad on Twitter. You're not feeding into Republican talking points. It's like in literally a different world. Old conservative. Oh, awesome! This is great. Of course, I come. You spelled that wrong. Fast. I have a live posting stream to catch. What was I saying? I can't remember. Oh yeah, the conservative boomer like Republican supporter, understanding of cancel culture is like Black Lives Matter. Dr. Dibbles, thank you for the gift sub. Is like Black Lives Matter taking down statues or something. It's not like someone was mean to me on Twitter for a stupid reason. Let's see. This is also good. This is also a good one. This is a great hat. You folks, would we like the hat? Would we like to buy the hat? Many people are saying they're gonna purchase the hat, folks. They're trying to cancel our culture. Yeah, that's literally what they think. That's literally it. They're trying to cancel our culture. That's what they think it is. This is weird. Because it's like, I mean, I feel like if Ruth Bader Ginsburg got a paper cut, she would die. So it feels like she shouldn't be outside. Who's in my DMs? Probably a group chat. That's a little weird. Anyways. It's weird. Not that our GB is particularly good, but that, the conservative replacement for her would not be. Imagine not being the main person that you're writing. Yeah, that would suck, actually. She's like the main attraction to all of them. It looks photoshopped? I don't think it was. I think that was real, wasn't it? By group chat, you mean hell hot ladies? Of course I do. That's what group chat means, right? What should we watch, chat? It was really just edited weird? Oh, okay. Got tons of shit. Oh, were they mad at her because of the thing that I was mad at them for? Okay, I see. I see. I mean, yeah, that's weird. Would Dems be able... Theoretically, they would be able to hold back the nom. But who fucking knows with the Democrats? Who knows? It would still be 5-4, wouldn't it? Which is, it's not good, I guess. COVID, the semiotics of cuck. I was gonna watch that, but it has, like, censored porn stuff, and I don't want to do that. I can't watch This Last Week Tonight because of Trudeau does not want me to be able to see it. He doesn't want a repeat of it happening in Canada, I guess. I don't know. I'm usually able to watch Last Week Tonight stuff, and I don't have a VPN. I'm too lazy. I don't want a VPN. I'm lazy. Let's watch this. This is about, speaking of Dems being incredibly incompetent.
I'm here.
If you didn't have a reason to be worried that they wouldn't be able to push back the Supreme Court nom for a couple months.
You're able to organize yourself and get here. Did you see that Markey ad?
Oh yeah, I did. Yeah,
It's
yeah.
good.
It's
pretty
like it's the
awesome.
best ad I've seen in years.
Right?
It made me want to like run through a brick wall for the guy. It's so funny.
Honestly, my first thought was like, God, wait, is it too late to nominate for him for president?
Yeah.
Like, do we really need to have an old guy? Let's.
It's pretty funny. It's like because he's just been an institution for so long, and like,
Oh, yeah.
and I've always known he's like, oh, he's one of the good liberal ones, right? He's
Right.
like, he's one of the good
Basically.
liberal senators, but like had no other thoughts about him, and then now that little Kennedy guy's
just a
after
good
him, you're
lib
like,
senator.
I gotta defend Markey.
Nothing that I particularly love.
And I think that's. I think that's what.
In like a abstract sense, none of the things that I particularly love, but relationally much better than everything else.
I think that's
so, like,
what.
that's why we're rooting for him.
I think that's what the ad is designed to do. Is to sort of like.
Yeah.
He does such a good job. That ad does such a good job of weaving in sort of like the new generation of Democrats and the sort of the value of like the old, Democrats, and the way that he
Cut his shit down.
like he explains the Green New Deal without any details, but just sort of like contextualizes it.
Yeah, that's what I actually liked about it as political messaging beyond just the like.
This is probably too long.
Coolness of the ad was
I didn't
that
realize how long this
it
was.
actually like made arguments that I
Nancy
feel
was
like,
offended by the ad.
we
yeah.
are always saying.
Also, I think Nancy just wants to push the party right. That's why she supports.
Why aren't Democrats
supports
making
the right
these
wing.
arguments? Why aren't they phrasing things in these terms? And that,
Or
like
more
in a
right
short amount of
wing.
time, it pretty efficiently did.
Yep. I should.
I changed my subcount to 1311 everyone. I did that before. Then I put it back to 420. I think people like 419 out of 420 more.
Alex Perrine,
Even though 1311 is probably a closer
remember him.
subcount.
He is the staff writer.
What are we at
from
right now?
The New Republic
985.
and the host of. Are you the co-host or the host?
Co-host.
Okay. Well, you're the host.
I hope
the host
Laura's
of
not
the
listening.
Politics of Everything on the New Republic podcast network.
Mm-hmm.
So Alex, welcome. I hope you're well. We're checking in. Matt was like, I feel like we're checking in on Alex every once a month just to see. It seems like you've
Just like
trimmed
a
back
wellness
your hair
check?
and wellness check. You've trimmed your beard, you've trimmed your hair a little bit. You're looking like
There's been I'm taking maybe a little bit more care of myself. So
that's good to hear. So a lot of stuff happening this week. Frankly, we had primaries on Tuesday.
Yeah, this is too long. This is like a whole thing. We can watch something else. Watched enough Majority Report today. What's this? So yeah, Markey's still winning. Or he's continuing to win, but it's very, far from the election. Oh yeah, non-compete. I had that in the queue. Sure, let's watch this. So far, Markey doing better in his base demographic than Kennedy doing in his. Awesome. Let's watch more non-compete. Follow non-compete on YouTube.
At least 13 cities are defunding their police departments. Detroit is split on calls to defund the police. We should still defund the police. Activists call on Chicago leaders to defund police in the city's next budget.
If you would have suggested to me just a couple of years ago that we would ever read headlines like these in an American newspaper, why, I'd have called it a load of disreputable flibberty-gibbet. And yet,
Want
here
some
we are
live
today,
takes?
reading
About
them.
what?
Well into the 21st century in these United States of
About
America,
police?
millions of
They're
people
bad
are
news.
marching in the streets and calling for the defunding and abolition of the police.
No good.
The very men and women who protect our homes, our businesses, and our families from the iniquity of crime. It's fantastic, it's unbelievable, and yet it's true. It's now been 3 months since the George Floyd protests first broke out, and this movement seems to be here to contend with for a long time. But how can anyone want to get rid of the police? What kind of world would it be without the thin blue line to stand between the public at large and those who would prey upon the innocent? It's a troublesome notion.
To help calm your nerves as we explore these troublesome notions, this film series uses patent-pending Trouble Vision technology. As troublesome ideas begin to build, this meter will fill. And don't worry, once the meter is full, we'll take a break and put your mind at ease. And now, back to your host, fake professor of explainology, American Johnson.
Now, before we begin, I want to make one thing very clear. In this presentation series, I'm going to present some ideas to you that you are going to disagree with. I'm going to share information that you will be very skeptical of, and that's A-okay. I don't want or expect you to just believe everything I say without questioning or thinking about it.
Yes, could you imagine a world without
I don't expect or intend
cops?
for you to change your mind. All I really hope to do is help you to understand the troublesome notion of police abolition from the perspective of the abolitionist. I'll share the sources for everything I talk about in the description of this video,
This is gonna
so
be
you
good.
can check
I
the
can
facts
tell.
for yourself and make up your
He's
mind
very
on
good.
your own. And heck, if you really hate the idea of police abolition, then that should make you want to understand it that much more. After all, it'll be a lot easier to argue against your kids if you understand what police abolitionists are actually arguing for, right? Right. Okay, so before we can talk about police abolition, we have to talk about the police. As you've no doubt been seeing in the news, a lot of folks are pretty angry with the police lately. And why would that be? Well, everyone knows that this specific bout of protests was sparked by the tragic murder of George Floyd. But one thing you have to understand is that George Floyd was just one of countless black people to be murdered by police officers in the last couple of years alone. There are far too many names to read them all, but you can look at the cases of Breonna Taylor, Tony McDade, Jamel Floyd, and Eric Garner for just a few of the more egregious examples. Of course, it's not just black people who've been murdered and assaulted by the police of late. Since these protests began, there have also been countless examples of police brutality being documented on camera against people of every ethnicity, including a 75-year-old white man who was shoved to the ground by 2 police officers in Buffalo, New York. The entire police squad then stepped over his body, showing no concern and even callously shouting out, "He's leaking," as blood poured out of his ears. Members of the press have also been
I think
pepper
one of the
sprayed.
reasons why people found that particularly disturbing because it was like there's at least a subtle understanding by like let's say white people specifically that like there is racism in police and that you are slightly protected, and that like while that still exists, this is a good example of like they'll still fucking.
And beaten by police during these protests.
That's probably the main reason why that was so disseminated.
Even military veterans have been victims
So there's this
of
combination of like, I think there would have been less care if that person was black.
police brutality, such as this Navy veteran who was beaten and pepper sprayed for no reason, and an
But yeah, particularly as a rhetorical tool, it's
an
important to
American
bring shit
Vietnam
like this up.
veteran who was pepper sprayed casually by a passing police officer for, again, no reason at all. That's not even getting into the trampling of human rights involving police and federal agents snatching people up in unmarked vans without showing badges or disclosing their names or the agencies they work for or reading anyone their rights. And if you have any doubt that the police have been engaging in brutality during these protests, I encourage you to check out the Twitter feed of a conservative Republican lawyer named T. Greg Doucette, who has been compiling hundreds of videos of police brutality occurring at protests. The links to all of these videos are in the description. Now, you might be feeling upset right now. I'm sure you have some objections, so let's pause now for just a moment, and I hope you'll take a deep breath with me. I understand your objections. It's not just the police being violent. Protesters have been throwing bricks, breaking windows, looting, doing all kinds of violent stuff, right? It's a tough time to be a cop right now, especially if you're in a major city where the riots have been continuous for months on end. Some mistakes are bound to be made, and a few bad apples are bound to crack under that kind of pressure every now and again. Not all cops are bad, though, right? Most cops
Take
are
the
just
Liz
trying to
pill
serve
and be
their
a
communities,
statist.
after all.
No.
It doesn't make sense to just fire the entire police force because of a few crooked cops. And this is where I want to introduce to you the very first important concept that you need to understand if you want to fully understand police abolition: systemic violence. The whole idea of systemic violence is that violence occurs, well, systemically. That is
Thank
to
you.
say, individuals who
Thank you,
serve the
Dr. P.
system may or may not intentionally act with violence, but they all serve a system that is inherently violent. This idea of systemic violence leads to the troubling acronym ACAB, which basically means all cops are bad? Now, to say that all cops are bad
a bad
must
word.
certainly seem like an absurd generalization. Of course, every single police officer in the United States of America is not a terrible human being who just revels in violence. Most cops initially join the force because they want to serve others, and a lot of cops do their best to try to help other people in the course of their work. Police abolitionists recognize this. However,
Totally.
police abolitionists argue that it doesn't matter if an individual cop is good or bad as an individual.
It's not
what
a moral
matters is that their
analysis.
jobs require them to serve a violent and oppressive institution of systemic.
Trump is performing about 5 to 10% better among non-white voters than he performed in 2016. Oh, he's informed.
violence, which we call the police.
All cops
This
are
is an
bad
extreme
cops.
example, but
Dallas
perhaps
Williams,
it will
think of
help
it
you
as
to
7 months.
understand. Not every single German soldier who worked at the Auschwitz concentration camp during the Holocaust was a violent camp guard. There were German soldiers working as secretaries and mechanics and various other jobs that had nothing to do with murdering or torturing Holocaust victims directly. But I think you would probably...
That's probably a too extreme example. Redacted, thank you for the 2 months. Mainly given the fact that, like, there's at least a decent amount of evidence that, like, even not, like, that the Nazis who refused to participate in the Holocaust out of, like, disgust were, like, given a light slap on the wrist and then moved around. Because even, like, the Nazis understood the insanely awful thing they were doing. Even those who were, like, literally devoted to the cause would not be able to stomach a lot of it.
Probably agree that everyone who worked at Auschwitz concentration camp was
Meaning,
serving
like,
a very bad system, and they all had a moral
It's a slightly
obligation
different,
not to
which is a better example of, like, particularly those who performed the Holocaust having literally no excuse whatsoever.
the system. Now, I'm not equating the police in the USA to the Auschwitz concentration camp.
I think it's-
I'm just trying to make you
I get the
understand
analogy,
that
though.
some systems are inherently bad, and working to serve such systems
So I
can't
don't-
be morally justified no matter what the position within the system might be. As it was decided at the Nuremberg trials for Nazis, saying that you were just doing your job or just following orders was no excuse for committing crimes against humanity.
I've
It was
interacted.
true
Right,
then,
actually, yeah.
And
That's probably a better analogy
Abolitionists believe-
in terms of the relationship towards power and a structure of oppression,
It's true today.
Oppressive structure in the individual.
So if we can agree that nobody should serve an inherently violent and oppressive system, we next have to decide if the police in the USA are an inherently violent and oppressive system. This is a complicated question, and before we can answer it, we first have to understand why the police
What's
exist
violence?
and what the
How do you
police
define
force
violence?
is designed to do. So first, let's take a short walk through the history of American policing. The very first constabulary services in what we now call the USA were actually put together before the American Revolution, and they were set up to protect the institutions of colonization and slavery.
Yeah, of course.
Indian constables were set up to police Native Americans in colonial New
Same
England in
with
the 1600s, and in
The Royal Canadian Mounted Police, the Canadian Police, were initially created as the Northwest Mounted Police to ensure, like, the colonization of the interior, kind of, Northern Territories, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, Alberta. The colonizers were protected from indigenous people who were fucking pissed that their land was being stolen and they were being forcefully starved, etc.
1704, slave patrols were first set up in the Carolina colony. The Indian constables kept the local Native Americans suppressed so
a
that
similar
white settlers
historical
could expand
development.
and solidify their territory. The slave patrols existed to catch escaped slaves and punish them before turning them back in to their masters. These slave patrols lasted for decades until slavery was finally abolished at the end of the Civil War. In their place, the Ku Klux Klan was quickly formed to intimidate and suppress freed slaves. The KKK became notorious for assaulting and lynching black men, often for no reason at all. Throughout this period, the police forces evolved, often directly from the same forces which began as Indian constables
Are they still
and
occupying
slave
Western
patrols,
territory?
and-
Yes, they are.
And in much of the
That
South,
process is still
the
ongoing.
KKK had direct ties with early police forces, which would extend well into the
Yeah,
1960s.
colonization isn't a thing that happened and that people need to get over. It's an ongoing process of, like, genocide and it continued land dispossession. There are still indigenous people who have some semblance of control or access to their lands, and it's still attempting to be taken away.
even persist in some places.
It's not a
to
thing that people just have to get over. That's
this very
it's
day.
inaccurate.
In 1947, it was estimated that 1/4 of the
Or
Atlanta
that,
Police Department were members of the Ku Klux Klan. Then Mayor William B. Hartsfield decided to let black people join the police force to get more votes from the black residents of Atlanta, and the first black officers were thus commissioned in 1948. However, these black officers were forced to work out of a YMCA gymnasium to avoid conflict with the white officers, and the newly minted black officers were not allowed to arrest white people. The black officers were constantly harassed by white officers who regularly tried to run them over with their vehicles and harassed them incessantly. One white officer even proposed a $200 bounty to anyone who could kill a black police officer. Such racial divisions were not exclusive to the South, mind you. Metropolitan police forces began to be founded in the early 19th century. Boston's police force was founded in 1838, and the New York Police Department was founded in 1845. But even these police forces did not allow any black officers until 1911. W.E.B. Du Bois was a black American social scientist who pioneered some of the world's earliest work on sociological data gathering and analysis, covering
People do not give him the credit for being like one of the like founders of sociology.
Subjects such as wealth inequality, race inequality, and crime. Du Bois documented the extensive history of criminalization and unequal treatment of black people under the law in the United States of America.
I wonder why that is. Why like Du Bois specifically is like an early sociologist that people just many times just conveniently leave out of the canon.
America were subjected to special trials and punishments that were far more strict and harsh than what white people face for the same crimes.
Posting stare, that's pretty good. You're trying to get 3 times VIP, aren't you? Anvilized, so it can't be taken away from you. Is it Du Bois? I always thought it was Dubois, but it isn't.
Which would continue through the centuries and into our present day. Du Bois was one of the first criminologists to use hard data to analyze the criminal justice system.
It's kind of...
Taking a look at early 19th century prison rates, Du Bois concluded that systemic discrimination existed against black people in the USA as they were arrested for less cause and given longer sentences than whites.
You have 4-panel emote. That only counts as one. Because I made it into 4 panels.
To try to understand why black people in the USA tended to have higher levels of crime, arrest, and imprisonment than the white population. He pointed out that in Philadelphia, black people were given very little opportunity to earn decent wages, and black people were not permitted to attend most of the best schools. Only menial labor was available to most of the black community, and even then there was not much honest work available for the black community.
Yeah.
And so criminal activities were some of the
French
only
pronunciation,
avenues
but it was
available for earning
anglicized.
money and surviving for a large segment of this population in the United States at that time. In the 19th century, Du Bois was one of the first sociologists to use scientific data analysis like this to try to understand the social forces that lead to suffering and crime in our society. And we can see that from the very beginning, race has become a major factor in income, and income is linked strongly with crime in America. The wealth gap between white and black families is still incredibly
Yes, an important element of prison abolition is kind of reconceptualizing why, crime happens. Which is, there's kind of this basic understanding by anyone who isn't like a white nationalist that like the reason why more marginalized communities commit more crimes is because of like their marginalized status, and that, black communities have more crime because of racism and not because of some, either like cultural thing or something related to skull shape, anyone who isn't like an explicit like white supremacist will admit that. But I think a lot of people don't take it to its logical conclusion in relation to like, well, how do we end crime? How do we make it so that harm does not happen in society?
Throughout American society, with white families having an average net worth of about $171,000,
if that's its cause, if that's its root
about
cause.
10 times higher than a typical black family's net worth of $17,150. So it's pretty obvious that black people, having much less access to wealth and education than white people, have fewer economic opportunities, and this explains why black people are more likely to have to resort to crime just to survive. It's a survival strategy. After all, poor people of all races are more likely to be imprisoned, and income equality is intrinsically linked to crime in communities regardless of racial composition. So it's not that black people are more likely to commit crime, it's that black people are more likely to be poor, and poor people across the board are more likely to commit crime. But even this does not explain the discrepancy in police violence against black people or the much higher conviction rates and much longer prison sentences black people get versus white people for committing the same crimes. Nor does it explain why black people are 2.5 times more likely to be murdered by the police than white people, and black people are 1.5 times more likely to be unarmed when murdered by the police than white people. And police use force in general against black people 7 times more often than they do against white people. Okay, let's slow down. I know I've been throwing a lot of statistics your way, and you might have some statistics of your own that you'd like to use in refutation. Remember, I'm just trying to help you understand the perspective of police abolitionists who believe that our police system suffers from systemic injustice. But police abolitionists aren't only concerned with race. You see, as black people were suffering under police discrimination in black communities across the United States throughout the 19th and 20th centuries, organized labor activists, mostly immigrants, were also struggling
Yes, you
against
also have to
police
connect the labor
injustice.
element.
19th century police forces were commonly used to suppress the working class and the burgeoning organized labor movement of the era. In 1886, the police were used to violently suppress a workers' uprising in Haymarket Square in Chicago. I just happen to have another video that goes into more detail about police suppression during this time, including the full story of the Haymarket Massacre, but for now, suffice to say that the police were instrumental in keeping workers from striking and organizing throughout the 19th and early 20th century. One of the first modern state police forces in the USA was the Pennsylvania State Police. This force was modeled after the American military control tactics established in the Philippines by the United States.
Posting nice. This is posting
The
haha.
Pennsylvania State Police
This is
existed
posting
primarily to
haha.
suppress foreigners and organized workers. One of the chief priorities of the Pennsylvania State Police was to violently suppress striking and organizing foreign workers in the mines that peppered Pennsylvania. The motto of the Pennsylvania State Police was, "One American can lick 100 foreigners," and they referred to themselves as the Black Hussars and the Cossacks. These police officers were instrumental in keeping foreign workers from practicing collective bargaining or fighting for better work conditions in the mines. It is this kind of suppression based on class that led working class movements of the 19th century to utterly despise the police. Some of the earliest police and prison abolitionists came from these workers' movements, including early anarchists like Pyotr Kropotkin. Whoa, let's take another deep breath.
It's debatable. Kropotkin's abolition is entirely different than like the modern abolition. Modern abolitionist movements come out of like the 70s. And what is that fucking event? There's a specific prison revolts that I'm blanking on the name of.
I know I just said anarchist, and that's a very troublesome word. Please don't
Someone
panic.
will tell me.
In the near future, we will
Attica.
put out a
Yes, the Attica Prison Rebellion is kind of modern prison abolition as a reaction to that. So Kropotkin is different, but you know, it's a part of it.
to explain anarchism in detail. But for the time being, if you really want to
You
try
don't
to
have to be an anarchist to be an abolitionist.
understand what anarchism means to anarchists, you can watch this video by Thought Slime about misperceptions about anarchists. Link in the description. For now, just try not to focus too much on the scary word. Focus on the ideas. Anyway, one of the most prominent police abolitionists of the 19th century was the anarchist Pyotr Kropotkin. Now, something you should understand about Kropotkin in the 19th century is that he wasn't seen as a scary guy at the time.
No.
He was
People
more
actually
akin
like
to a rock
Kropotkin.
star.
Kropotkin.
When he toured the United States, he was
Yeah.
greeted by massive crowds of working class fans who saw him as a voice of reason during a period of grave injustice against the working class. Kropotkin believed that an overemphasis on law and order in modern society has led to authoritarianism
Where's the
and a
Trump?
brutal state
Where's the
monopoly.
Trump "I like dick" voice line coming from? Someone asked him what his sexual preferences
on
are.
violence. As Kropotkin put it, we see lawmakers legislating
He had it
without
'cause
knowing
he's
what
gay.
their laws are
Got him,
about.
haha.
Today, voting a law on the sanitation of towns without the faintest notion of hygiene. Tomorrow, making regulations for the armament of troops
The
without so much
philosophy
as
of where to
understanding
invade
a gun.
next.
Making education without ever having given a single lesson of any sort, or even an honest education to their own children. Legislating in all directions, but never forgetting the penalties to be meted out. In other words, Kropotkin questioned the legitimacy of elected officials writing laws about
Brace
matters
dunked
they
on
knew
Slime?
nothing about, and arbitrarily
What did
deciding
Brace say
what the
about
punishments
Slime?
would be for failure to follow those illegitimate laws. Kropotkin continued, only
I'll put
compare
these in the
misdeeds
backlog.
accomplished in the name of each
Alright,
law
fine,
with the good it
analyze.
has been able to effect.
No one will take away your VIP, you're fine. Unless
And
you
weigh
Assad me again. Unless you make me view a video of Assad.
Both good and evil,
That's the
and you
one
will see
one
if we are
condition
right.
that I'll wipe
In other
it.
words, Kropotkin argued that the way laws are written and enforced in our current society does way more harm than good. Some of the first groups to officially call for the abolition of police in the USA were militant labor unions like the IWW and United Mine Workers, who sought to abolish the previously mentioned ultra-violent Pennsylvania State Police in the early 20th century. In 1916, the state police arrested all 262 people present at an IWW meeting and sentenced them all to 30 days in jail for labor organizing. Violence
Should I make
committed by the
emotes?
public
Okay.
police as well as private
Alright.
mining company-owned police forces led to a wider spread of the police abolition movement in the years to come. Throughout the early 20th century, there were countless incidents of organizing miners being severely beaten and murdered by the public and private police forces. State police would fire indiscriminately into the tent cities of the miners, killing and wounding women and children, and officers commonly raped women in these impoverished slums. In an incident which echoes the recent shoving of a 75-year-old demonstrator in Buffalo that I talked about at the beginning of the video, an early 20th century trade unionist and Pennsylvania State Congress representative
True on
named
his
James
base.
H. Maurer proposed legislation to abolish the Pennsylvania State
Shout out
Police
to Brace.
after witnessing a 70-year-old man being beaten by officers. Now, I could go on
Brace
and on.
literally fought ISIS. He literally fought ISIS.
The history of policing is full of stories like these, and I could point to countless examples of ways in which police initially emerged in order to oppress various communities with systemic violence. The fact is, the police have a long history of brutality and violence against working people of all races, and police forces in America were originally conceived specifically to suppress Native Americans,
He also
slaves,
unionized.
and their black
Yeah,
descendants.
he worked. I don't know if he still works there at a brewery, brewery, in California, and he like helped unionize it. So
and the working class. It should then come as no surprise that a system that was built
I
from
think
the
he's, all the Gwen Schneider shit is hilarious because I think he's done a lot for like, anti-fascist power and like worker power in SF. Yeah. Than like most people
ground
have.
up to catch slaves, suppress immigrants and indigenous people and ethnic minorities, crush labor movements, and suppress the working class continues to be violent and unaccountable today. Does knowing the history of policing in the United States affect the way you feel now when you look at some of the footage from the recent protests and see people of every race and
It
gender
should.
being brutalized and attacked by police, even when unarmed and acting peacefully? Perhaps. Perhaps not, but at least now you might have a better understanding of the mind of the police abolitionist. Now you know that abolitionists see the police as a
This is
system
cool.
that was created specifically to keep certain people from challenging the authority of the wealthy and powerful, and that's why they hope to dismantle the system and build something completely new in its place. But history alone won't help us to truly understand this troublesome notion of police abolition. We have to look at the modern state of affairs, of course. After all, a lot has changed in the last few decades, so I hope you'll subscribe and stay tuned for part 2 of
Yeah, follow non-compete. Non-compete's cool. This is a good video. Very like kind of
this
base
series,
outline.
in which we'll take a look at the modern police as we seek to further understand the troublesome
Okay. Polling numbers. Sorry, not polling numbers. Polling numbers. Let's go, dude. Let's go. Let's go. That's nice to see. I mean, if Kennedy fucking beat Markey, that would be... There's literally everything bad happens in the world. So it's good that that's... Speaking of bad things happening in the world. Much better YouTube recommendation after subbing for you on YouTube.
Here's Joe Biden.
Oh yeah, please subscribe to me on YouTube. I upload stuff there sometimes. Like my Oblivion Let's Play. No votes in Boston yet. Is Boston Markey or Kennedy?
With a new ad showing empty stadiums. And again, this is Joe Biden attempting to basically lay low. See if there's anything even remotely controversial you can find in this ad.
Weather by opening day standard. We're going to be in the 60s. Enjoy the game. And now to honor America.
Sorry, a third of the count from Worcester, and the blue-collar-backed candidate is still losing. Wait, what does that mean? Should have spelled it correctly. So that's bad for Kennedy? Because Kennedy spelled Worcester wrong, right? Added an H between the C and the E. Which is so funny. How would you fuck that up? How much funding is like staff have? Worcester. Worcester. Sometimes I read about British colonialism and I just want to pronounce their cities incredibly wrong to them. What is this? Worcester sauce? How do you say this? Worcester? They deserve it. What is this ad? But that's because of the pandemic. It's the... People should stay inside.
What? Let's get back in the game?
It's fucked up that people aren't all crowded around each other, coughing and sneezing into each other's
For those
faces.
who were just listening. The only thing we saw was images of empty stadiums, empty beaches.
Should play football.
Empty schools.
Trump's problem is he's not letting people play football. He's not letting football come back.
And a chyron that says Trump put America on the sidelines. Let's get back into the game. Well, I don't understand what the message is. Are we supposed to go back?
They're
into
gonna
school,
lose,
go back
man.
into
Trump's gonna
sports
win
stadiums?
again. This shit fucking...
Or is it a more complicated metaphor here that I'm missing out? I mean, the only thing that's controversial about that ad.
Did
I mean, in other
Chapo
words,
like that?
the only-
It was probably another ad. I don't
it's
think they would have.
Boy, coronavirus sucks.
Yeah, I don't think it was that ad. Send me the ad that Chapo said they liked. I'm
And
curious.
who is that ad for?
I don't know. Anti-mask people?
It's for people who apparently, I mean, look, coronavirus is real. The problem is that Donald Trump's response.
Oh,
has
it's
been
the Markey
horrible.
one. Oh, yeah, that one was good. That was a good ad.
And
Totally.
you want to get back into the game safely. That's the point. And the point is Donald Trump has not made it safe. Yet, in much of the places that Donald Trump is running this campaign, they're out there doing this and they don't care.
It's bad. It's not good. Shouldn't happen.
That's an ad that is geared towards Republicans.
Totally.
And that's all well and
Totally.
good if they are, if that's just extra cash they got.
Fucking Dems did this 4 years ago. They went for the moderate Republican vote hard, and then the moderate Republicans said "fuck you," and then they voted for
flying
Trump.
around because they've mobilized.
Moderate
everybody else.
Republicans are shitty human beings. They're bad. They're very bad people.
But I have some real questions about that.
They just don't like Trump because he says he swears. He does all the things that they like, but he's mean about it, and he doesn't respect the norms. That's
Concerned.
it.
I want Joe Biden to win because I want Donald Trump to lose. I want him not to be president anymore.
I might
Yeah,
be
we watched
reading
the
into
Markey
too
ad.
much,
It's
but
very
Do
good.
you think they're also sort of sending that message of like, we'll be global leaders again on the global game, the global stage? I know it's all very pastoral imagery, but
I mean,
that image was
maybe.
big in the DNC. I don't know.
Maybe. But
I don't know.
I don't know. I mean, maybe that's consistent.
But
with,
it's
like, we
clearly
won't be a
it's
laughingstock
clearly a reference to the quarantine.
anymore.
No one's on the streets.
But
What Trump didn't make a fucking zombie apocalypse. The only way that that's happening is that's so weird.
is the fact that we're a
I don't-
laughingstock, you know, a
Or is
very
it like-
subtle
I don't know,
play
dude.
that like we'll be a world leader again? Is that enough to change people's minds?
Everyone should be inside. This goes for Canada too, particularly
But that's the
America,
problem,
because I
is
guess
that
I guess like they're fucking up the quarantine so bad that people need to go inside, but they're not inside.
They're fishing.
Everyone is out. That's the problem. Everyone's outside
in waters where there are no fish.
I don't know,
and you
dude.
can afford to do that if you're convinced that this election's not about you. Like, you don't have to mobilize. Your people are already coming out there. But I'm not so convinced. I mean, we'll see. We'll see. But they have done everything they could to keep Joe Biden from allowing Donald Trump to attack Joe Biden. And that was working, right? I mean, 3 or 4 weeks ago, we were saying they can't find anything to get anything to stick on.
Yeah, I guess that's
Joe
it.
Biden.
America's a laughingstock.
But then there are things that crop up.
But again, it's people. It's like what was that like show? It was like on the History Channel where it was like, what would happen if humanity suddenly disappeared? And it's like, that's this. You can see I'm like scrubbing past it because I don't want to move. That's not like
in real life.
That's such bad messaging, dude.
Where Joe Biden has to
I was always very sad about that because they would always cover like because the humans disappeared, so there were a bunch of like house pets that were like locked in their house and they starved to death. And that's a situation that would never happen because humans wouldn't just disappear, but it made me very sad when I watched it.
Essentially,
I don't know why they had to cover that because that would never happen.
Establish a position.
If humans disappeared, there wouldn't be house pets.
And he has to define
locked
that
in their
position.
houses.
He's allowing Donald Trump to define that position for him. He's got to.
It's very sad. It's very sad to think of
alienate
in multiple ways. We won't.
The people who are.
We won't continue to talk about it
with
because
what's
I'm
going
very sad thinking about it.
Streets. But at the same time,
you're gonna have a good
won't
life.
Screw up.
Yeah,
his
totally.
strategy, which is to.
That's the thing. Is it's like Trump fucked that shit up. It's just like, why is this the way that you're saying it?
Donald Trump voters to vote for him. And that's the problem. Is that
one of those
you were
cats about to
banking
fly? Did
on
they?
Nothing like that coming up.
I think I missed that one. That's cool.
And that's the danger of this. And there, look, the Republicans.
I mean, what would really happen in those is just like Chernobyl everywhere.
There's no,
because if you leave a fucking
may not be fair
reactor
to say
running,
Joe Biden is responsible for what's going on the streets in these Democrat cities.
Morrissey's losing his hometown.
Obviously, it doesn't make any sense.
I don't know who that is. Am I a baby child? Yeah. How old do you guys think I am? If you know, you're not allowed to say. If you know, you're banned from saying. Yeah, this is worrying. Some pretty bad. I'm gonna do a poll actually. Don't just say it in chat. I'm curious. Okay, we'll watch this and I'll make the poll. We love a good poll, don't we, folks?
Tomorrow is Tuesday. There is a primary in the state of Massachusetts. Just an update. The Democratic Party, or I should say the student Democratic organizations that had banded together to write a letter to Alex Morse, who is running against Richie Neal.
This is literally what we were just talking about, right?
In Massachusetts, I can't remember what district it is now.
First.
Is it the first?
Yep.
I guess they started from the west and went east. In the Massachusetts 1st District, they have since apologized.
If you know, you're not allowed to vote.
Said that they were essentially hoodwinked by the people who...
Okay, well, all you guys fucking know, okay.
Who orchestrated this smear, and they apologized and wished Morris well. I hope he wins. Interviewed him a long time ago on Ring of Fire, and it may get reported out.
You can vote multiple times for bits. Look, if you want to give me money to prove how old I am, I'm fucking fine with it.
Show actually played a part in the reporting.
No new camera. No, this is just
revealed.
The lighting settings are better.
All the details about this smear. Maybe we'll talk about that in a day.
Yeah, Kennedy lost pretty much.
Although it's us.
Base. You love
But
to see
here
it, folks.
is Nancy Pelosi saying one of the most
Love to see it.
disingenuous things in the world. Look, I have a problem with Richie Neal because he sits on the Ways and Means Committee and is the
They're literally
recipient
already
of
calling the
most
race?
amount of corporate PAC.
Oh, that's oh, you love to see it, folks. That is what we like to see. Very cool. That's good. At least fucking they didn't get Kennedy in. Fucking Habsburg, like the modern day American Habsburgs. Yeah, eat shit, Pelosi. Let's go. Let's go. Look at his boy's smile. That's cool. That's good.
Not just
Oh,
in the
Markey is absolutely establishment. Yes, no, totally. I don't give a shit about Markey. I just want Kennedy to lose.
Democratic caucus, in the entire Congress. Oof. The entire Congress.
Kennedy is anti-establishment. Well, yeah, anti-establishment is only based if it's from the left. If you're doing anti-establishment shit from the right,
the other thing
that's even worse.
I have a problem with Richie Neal is he has purposely dragged his feet on proper oversight of the Trump administration. He has had the ability for over a year.
Kennedy got
get
fucking
the
rocked.
Trump
That's really funny.
taxes.
Nothing bad ever happens to the Kennedys.
And why is this important? Because, well, we know that.
Yeah, you guys were right by a very large margin.
Bring civil charges against Trump.
Really, 21 to 24, 69 votes.
Because of lies.
It was not even close. Did someone give a shit ton of bits or something to vote a bunch of times?
We also now know.
I mean, hey, it's money in my pocket, I guess.
Rosenstein
no, only one person contributed 100 bits. That was it. I think. Yeah, 21 and 24. You guys were right.
A counterintelligence investigation into the aspects of how Donald Trump made money and what his financial relationships were.
Yeah, I'm 22.
With
you guys were right.
Russia or Russian assets, essentially. And that was
hey,
quashed.
Nesku, how's it going?
The FBI thought it was going to be handled by Mueller. Mueller thought that the DOJ was going to handle it, and nobody ended up
I'm not 50.
investigating that. Richie Neal had the
Follow
opportunity to do this.
on Twitch.
And now Nancy Pelosi's
Friend
big
of the
pitch is,
stream.
well, if you elect him again, maybe this time he'll do it. Here it is.
And in fact, when we win this election, and we have a new president of the United States in January, and we have a new secretary of the Treasury, and Richie Neal asked for the president's returns, then the world will see what the president has been hiding all of this time.
You don't
Bonk
need
is such a
Richie
good
Neal to
emote.
ask for those returns as she endorses him. You can
Jesus
just have
Christ,
whoever is
man.
the chairman of the Ways and Means Committee. In this case, it'll be Lloyd Doggett. if
My
Morris wins.
Nustings, which feels
In fact,
weird.
Richie
Feels
Neal
like
has
a weird
proven
name.
That his
Thank you for the
reluctance to
T1.
do so in the first place
This is what you get when you subscribe to me. I roast your
completely
name.
dragged his feet.
But no other Democrat
sounds like a
wants to
sexual
see Trump's
thing.
tax returns, Sam.
Richie Neal is the right.
I mean, I guess
You
we
need
were
to be-
just
but
talking
the
with the
fact is
bonk.
that you need to be the chair of the Ways and Means Committee to get access to it. Only Richie Neal can do it, but he has to wait 3 years before he does it because that's the special incantation that gets you the returns. Really, just disingenuous.
Mark, you must have
Whatever
trained under Lee Harvey Oswald, seeing as how he murdered a Kennedy. I think that's evidence that he didn't train under Lee Harvey Oswald. Am I right, folks? Cue, what's
happened
that?
to
What's
Pelosi
that show?
promising if they took back the House?
Your nuts
that,
sting? Oh, okay, so it was weird. Okay,
it'd
cool.
be one of the first things they do. Yeah,
Yeah, exactly.
Pelosi, this is on the Hill. Yeah, Trump tax returns one of the first things
The
we do
X-Files
if
music,
Dems win
thank you.
House. That was October 11th, 2018.
Well, she said
Few
one of.
killed Kennedy. This says a lot about our society. It was
She said
Kennedy's
one of.
son.
So they're
that
still
killed him?
getting to it. It may take 3 years. That was the fine
I guess
print.
people don't
You didn't
think
see
he was
anything
JFK
beyond that.
Jr..
They did fine print.
Well, she goes on
'Cause
to
they love
say, this
JFK
is from an
Jr., right?
interview with the San
They
Francisco
think
Chronicle.
he faked his death, right? Because he died of like an airplane crash. Our QAnon believers known as cuties. When sometimes, not all of them are just like old boomers. I'm sure some of them look nice. Yeah, they think he's coming back, which is funny. I mean, QAnon is basically just it isn't even a particular belief itself, but a mode of understanding the world, which is, insane. That's why it has a shit ton of conspiracy theories connected to it. It's like a mode of understanding. I brought up this point before, but it's like, it's one of the reasons why you can't argue with most Q people is the same reason why, why am I blanking? My brain isn't working right now. It's the same reason that Galileo could not argue to the church why he was right about the earth revolving around the sun and not vice versa. Because it's a different mode of understanding the world. It's not rooted in like a scientific kind of rational, it's rooted on some random person with a particular hash code or whatever, posting code on 4chan saying things. That's where they're... Didn't Ollie argue with that? I think so. I think that's he brought it up as like a thing. As like it's a different mode of understanding the world. Posting code. Yeah. I got a lot of posting codes, folks. Anyways. Let's continue. I guess with Majority Report.
Donald Trump.
Hate this up count how long it took you to understand. Well, that happens,
Ingram,
dude.
Who, and I just want to make this clear to you. She is the supposed journalist who...
It was so funny. The interview started, the Ingram Trump interview started. It was like, President Trump, the Democrats, they're gay. And they suck and they're bad. And they think that you're bad, but they're wrong. What do you have to say about that? It's like, cool, awesome. I'm glad we're
not his communications director sitting next to him.
Trump, what do you think about the fact that Biden is a part of the global conspiracy to kidnap children and harvest their blood for adrenochrome?
Him what to clarify.
It's like those types of, not quite that level, but it was borderline Q shit.
Playing the role of a communications director.
I think it's bad. I think it's bad. I'm glad you're bringing this up. I don't think it's good.
Trump.
I think the blood harvest is very gross.
And
I think that the owl god Moloch should be resisted.
Shot. It seems to be hard for him to grasp. Here is Donald Trump sitting down with Laura Ingram.
St. Louis African-American police officer shot in the head and killed last night. He's another African-American
That's true.
Just killed yesterday.
That's true. Yeah.
That's
true.
It's more dangerous to be a police officer today, do you not think, than it has been in
the police
a long time?
Are under siege because of things.
Under siege.
They can do 10,000 great acts.
It's
which
crazy
is what
how
did.
And rights for black people challenges
the a joker. They
the
choke.
police so much.
Shooting the guy.
Shooting
the guy in the back many times. I mean, couldn't you have done something different? Couldn't you have wrestled? In the meantime, he might have been going for a weapon, and there's a whole big thing there. But they choke, just like
this
in a
is
golf
so
tournament,
fucking bizarre.
They miss a 3-foot.
In a golf tournament is awesome.
I'm saying
in a golf tournament,
People
choke, and people are bad.
It sucks that Laura was there to fucking try to make it look better.
You have both. You have some bad people, and they choke.
Sreti thought, thank you for the raid, Clara. I hope your stream went well.
You could be.
We're currently talking about the frickin' Cheeto in the White House.
Office for 15 years, and all of a sudden you're confronted.
Hello.
You've got a quarter of a second.
Colonel
to
Panic,
make a
thank you for the
decision.
2 months.
If you don't make the decision, and you're wrong, you're dead. People choke under those circumstances, and they make a bad decision. I've seen bad decisions of people that it looked bad.
It's fucking
probably
bizarre.
It was a choke. But you also have bad police. But you
It's
also
just not
the vast, not only the vast majority. Thousands and thousands of great
imagine if they could there was a meaningful national opposition to him, led by someone who could also complete a sentence.
And one bad one, and you make the evening news for.
Yeah, you choke. You choke.
You choke and you make the news about it.
But she fortunately stepped in and said, "Hey, I just want to remind you that you come off as a psychopath."
I don't know if she was doing that because it would make him look bad.
Compare this to golf.
I think it's better if he just fucking speaks.
Oh, right. Yes, no, but
so that he doesn't have to like, oh, you're right. Actually, never mind. I didn't believe that.
There it is. Donald Trump
Chalky
heading
milk
to
is a great
Kenosha
emote.
today, and we will see.
Anyways, politics sucks, man. Come on, man. This politics stuff, it's real bad. Listen, Mac. Back in my day, Democrats, they stood for something. LBJ, Great Society. They actually tried to do healthcare. Come on, man. Have I watched this yet? How to Radicalize an Army. I don't think I've watched this. Chad, if I've watched this, let me know. But we can watch this.
Say for the sake of argument, your friend Gabe is starting to worry you. Gabe
LBJ was a dude who like showed his dick off to everyone, right? Like he literally had a big dick and would just flash people. Was it LBJ?
Gabe's always been just, a regular guy.
He had a huge hog and he loved showing everyone.
He likes video games, sci-fi,
which
comics,
is like, borderline sexual harassment.
Star Wars and anime. White guy
if
shit.
Not even borderline.
The only offbeat thing about him is you suspect there's like a 20% chance he's a furry. For all intents and purposes, Gabe is a normie. But recently, Gabe's been spending a lot of time on some radically conservative forums and listening to radically conservative podcasts.
That's bad.
And picking some radically conservative arguments with you and your friends. You never would have expected this, not from Gabe. And given the speed it's happened, it's worrying to think where it might be headed.
Bad news.
How have the alt-right gotten their hooks into your friend? If you've ever known a Gabe, this video's for you. Here's how to radicalize a normie. Step 1, identify the audience. What you need to know before we begin is around 2013, the Nazis went online. Hate groups in the US, as tracked by the Southern Poverty Law Center, had been growing in number since the Knots, but between 2012 and 2014, they dropped by almost a quarter. Patriot groups dropped by over a third. However, hate crimes stayed about the same. Radical conservatism was not shrinking, but decentralizing. Still radical and still often violent, but now full of white nationalist nomads unlikely to join a formal organization. This didn't make them harmless. What it did was protect their asses from the typical hate group cycle of getting the public's attention, making allies in conservative media, swelling their numbers, and then eventually disgracing themselves with failures in fighting and, often enough, members committing horrific acts of violence, which come with social and sometimes legal consequences for all the other members. So the alt-right and their fellow travelers these days don't so much have members. They have hashtags, followers, viewers, and subscribers.
Feels bad,
This
man.
insulates them from their own audience. If Gabe, as a member of that audience, were to go out and commit a crime on their behalf, there'd be little doubt they had a hand in radicalizing him, but it'd be very hard to claim they told him to do it. On some of these sites where Gabe spends hours and hours of his day, he's never created an account or left a comment. The people radicalizing him don't even know he's there. This distributed nature is what makes the alt-right and the movements connected to it unique. You may remember a notable proof of concept for this strategy. Doing almost everything online has, as compared with traditional hate movements, dramatically increased their reach and inoculated them from consequence. The trade-off is a lack of control. And so we come to Gabe. Gabe exists at the intersection of the kinds of people the alt-right is looking for, straight white cis men who feel emasculated by modern society, primarily, though they do make exceptions, and the kinds of people who are vulnerable to recruitment. Gabe fits the first profile in that he got bullied in high school and often feels he has to hide his nerdy side for fear of getting ridiculed. The alt-right also has success with men who can't get laid, or recently got divorced, or feel anxious about an influx of non-white people in their community.
Family
These
court
things can make one
Nazis are
feel
very
like
interesting.
less than the confident white man they are
Disturbing
supposed
phenomenon.
to be. And it's the closest they will
one of the
ever-
main points of QAnon is the belief that family court is a part of the child's, sex trafficking cabal conspiracy, and that they're trafficking the kids into being, controlled by the pedophiles.
to being minoritized.
Which
Regarding
is
the second profile,
that's literally just because a bunch of QAnon people have dealt with family court and lost their kids to the, like their wife.
It's important to know that Gabe is not categorically different from you or me. He's a cishet white dude. His problems are not unique. There's not a ton of research into the demography of the alt-right, but there may be a higher than average chance Gabe has a history of being abused or comes from a broken home. You don't know if that's true of Gabe. He's never said.
Most particularly Americans have incoherent political beliefs. This is due to a multitude of reasons. Just, you don't think about politics that much. Lack of proper education, lack of a meaningful connection to like a political movements that actually like fight for you. Economic kind of social political alienation. Both parties kind of, wish for the economic system to continue.
Most abuse survivors don't become Nazis. The things that make people like Gabe recruitable
There's a lot of,
tend
disenfranchisement,
to be situated.
Being overworked, poverty creates.
It happens often during periods of transition, as dramatic as the death of a loved one, or as benign as moving to a new city. Things that make people ask big life questions. Gabe has concerns like economic precarity, not knowing his place in a changing world, stressful working conditions. In other words, Gabe is suffering under late capitalism, same as everyone, and it's entirely plausible he could have gone down the path to becoming a leftist. Now, this is not to make an economic anxiety argument. The animating force of the far right is and always has been bigotry. But the alt-right targets Gabe by treating his economic anxiety as one of many things bigotry can be sold as a solution to. It is their aim that when dissatisfied white men go looking for answers, they find the alt-right before they find us. Step 2. Establish a community. Were Gabe pledging an old-school hate movement, there would probably be a recruiter to usher him into an existing community. But that's the kind of formalized interaction modern extremists tend to avoid. Online extremism has many points of entry and everybody's journey is unique, so rather than be comprehensive...
It would be funnier to think of him, instead of this being a white power thing, like the thing you would do, like, where you get someone to, like, look at your nuts or whatever, but it's not your nuts, it's like the...
on what are, in my estimation,
he's doing the white power
the
thing.
two most common pathways. The far right creates a community Gabe is likely to stumble into, or infiltrates a community Gabe is already in. The stumble upon method has two main branches, one of which is just Gabe ends up on a Chan board, which we've already done a video about. The other is kind of the polar opposite of 4chan's cult of anonymity. Gabe ends up in the fandom of a far right thought leader. These folks are charismatic media personalities. That's charismatic according to Gabe's tastes.
Yeah, I was going to say.
I don't understand it either. And these personalities may gain traction.
One of the reasons why Ben Shapiro is so popular is because, you all made the thought leader joke. It's good. Because he's a fucking dweeb. That sounds like he's about to get pushed into a locker. And the people who are like that like it as well.
Number of platforms, from podcasts to reportage to blogging, though the most effective platform for red pilling is, and yes, I am biting the hand that feeds me, YouTube. They may get Gabe's attention through fairly conventional means, like talking about or even generating controversy to get themselves trending. While some of the more committed will employ dubious SEO tactics like clickbait, Google bombing, and data voids. But what they tend to have in common, especially the most accessible ones, is that they don't present themselves as entry points to the radical right. In fact, many did not set out to be far-right thought leaders, and may not think of themselves as such, though they are often selling products of which the alt-right are among their biggest purchasers, and it's not like they're turning the money away, so there's that. How they present is the same way anyone presents who wants to be successful on social media. Accessible, approachable, authentic. The face-to-face relationship a budding extremist forms with their recruiter or the leader of their hate group's local chapter are here folded into one parasocial relationship with a complete stranger. Why this person appeals to Gabe is they're not selling politics as politics, but conservatism as a kind of lifestyle brand. They rely heavily on critiquing or ridiculing the left. Feminists are oversensitive, black people unintelligent, queer folks doomed to loneliness, and trans people insane. I don't know if it's a coincidence that these are all things Gabe thinks about.
Blair's life must be so pathetic. Blair White. Because, like, you look at our comments and, like, 90% of them are just, like, straight guys who are like, ha, I want to fuck you. Does that make me gay? Am I gay because I want to fuck you? Ha, this is crazy. You're right about trans people, though.
About himself.
That sounds miserable.
His low moments. By contrast, they don't sell conservatism as having
You're a VIP,
sounder policies
Maya.
or a
that's
more
why you have the
coherent
diamonds.
moral framework, but that abandoning progressive
very
principles and
prestigious
embracing conservative ones will make
status.
Gabe happier. Remember, Gabe isn't looking for white nationalism or misogyny. What he wants is the cure to his soul sickness.
Hey,
and
Lucid,
these
how's it going?
friendly micro
Let's
celebs
go.
are here to offer
Kennedy
a shot
got
of
beat.
life advice
Let's go.
with politics as the chaser.
Kennedy
It
is
is
gone.
extremely important
Dun,
that
dun,
politics
dun,
be presented as a set of affects, not a set of beliefs. The second pathway is infiltration,
Set of affects,
which is its
right,
own
okay.
beast. Media personalities sometimes
Right,
become
sure.
gateways to the right almost by accident.
That's
They do
interesting.
something edgy, a part of their audience reacts
That
positively
was
and
crazy.
facing no real
Is it a
consequence, they do
PewDiePie
it more.
thing?
This leads to further positive reinforcement from conservative fans, the rest of the audience acclimates, and the cycle repeats, the personality pushing the envelope further and further based on what flies with their increasingly conservative audience. In this way, they become a right-wing figure by both radicalizing and being radicalized by their audience. Infiltration is deliberate.
They already
far
called the
right
race.
will
They already called the race.
reliably target any community that has one,
Maki
a
won.
large white male
Kennedy ate
population, two, whose niche interests allow them to feel vaguely marginalized, and three, who are not used to progressive critique of said interest. This isn't to say progressive critique doesn't exist or hasn't been baked into the property from the beginning, but that it has been so far easy for white guys to ignore. As such, progressives within that community probably don't talk politics much, and women and minorities are perfectly welcome to post, same as anyone, but just, don't make identity politics, like a thing. Given Gabe's proclivities, he's probably already in a number of fan communities where he can geek out and not get teased. And this is where
More
the far
sloths,
right will
I
go
think,
looking
right?
for him. Communities are at their most vulnerable to
I was
infiltration
only
at
following
times of
the other
political
one.
discord.
I don't know
This
the-
can
the
happen naturally.
ramifications-
Say, a new property in the
ramifications there
fandom
are.
has a black protagonist, or it can be provoked. Say, a bunch of channers join the forum and say provocative things about race to get people arguing, or both. Left to its own devices,
That
the
was
community might
literally
sort
just
out its
a
differences
black
and
person
maybe even come out more progressive than they started.
in a movie.
But with the right pressure applied in the right moment, these communities can devolve into arguments about the need to remove a nebulously defined politics from the conversation. The adage about bros on the internet is political means anything I disagree with. But it would be more accurate to say here, political means anything on which the community disagrees. For instance, Nazis are bad is an apolitical statement because everyone in the community agrees. It's common sense and therefore neutral. But paradoxically, Nazis are good is also apolitical. Because Nazis are bad is the consensus, Nazis are good must just be an edgy joke. And even if not, the community
that's a
already
good
believes
point.
the opposite, so the statement is
it's-
harmless.
Yeah. It's just a
tolerable.
meme.
However, feminism
It was like
is
the fucking we were watching a bit of that internet historian dude and him talking about the like what was that? The stupid fucking that anti-Trump thing that actor did. He will not divide us shit. Yeah, and how there were like Nazis who were going Shia LaBeouf, yeah. There were Nazis who were going like fucking with him dressed up as Nazis and saying Nazi shit. And the way the internet historian put it was like people were dressed LARPing as Nazis as a joke. It's like you don't LARP as a Nazi as a joke. That's not how that works. It's not you're like I'm going to do this as a bit. It's going to piss people off to say I'm going to say the 14 words in front of Shia LaBeouf's face. It's like no,
good.
you believe
is
that.
a political
That's not
statement because the community hasn't reached a consensus. It is debatable and therefore political, and you should stop talking about it. And making political arguments, no matter how rational, is having an agenda. And having an agenda is ruining the community.
Yes, I
Now, it is
radicalized
curious how
Chelsea,
the things that
confirmed.
provoke the most disagreement tend to be whichever ones make white dudes uncomfortable. One of life's great unanswerable mysteries. You can gather where this is going.
Confirmed.
A community that doesn't tolerate progressivism, but does tolerate Nazism, is going to start collecting Nazis. Nazis
that's pretty
whose
much
goal is to drive a wedge between the
It's like the subreddit, what's it called? Political Compass. Those types of subreddits where it's like, oh, you know, there are people who post, you know, right-wing memes or whatever, but it's fine.
Community and the left. Once the left acknowledges, hey, your community's developing a Nazi problem,
any community that doesn't explicitly root out Nazis is gonna, particularly ones in which relate to politics, is gonna have a Nazi
Nazis,
problem.
who are, remember,
they go any place in which like they could possibly repeat their like white supremacy
trusted
shit.
apolitical members of the community who might just be kidding about all the Nazi shit say, did you hear that, guys? Those cultural Marxists just called all of us Nazis. Wedge. Similarly, any community members who say, but Nazis, though, are framed as infiltrators pushing an agenda, even if they've been there longer than the Nazis have. They get the wedge, too. This is how fandoms radicalize. They are built as,
Like your
I'll
first
say
Molotov?
it, safe
Absolutely.
spaces for nerds, weebs, and furries, and are told that the left is a threat to their safety.
Is
Given
that a
choice
furry
between
thing?
leaving a community that has mattered to him for years and simply adjusting
thought it
to
was
the
just nerds
community's
and
shifting
weebs.
politics, the assumption is that Gabe will stay. This assumption is right often enough that a lot of fandoms
Yeah,
have
I'm
been
actually 80
colonized.
years old.
What is
I've
true
been
of
doing
both these
politics
methods,
for a long
Gabe
time.
finding the right or the right finding him,
It's
is
the
that Gabe does not come nor
I sold out and they gave me adrenochrome, and that's why I look like
stay
this.
for the ideology.
I guess furries are
He's here
ANCAPs.
for the community,
That's
the
true.
sense of
There are
being
Nazi
with his
furries.
people, of having his fears validated and his enjoyment shared. The ideology
That's so
is simply
weird.
the
Nazi
price of
furries.
admission.
That's such a weird.
Step 3.
Used to kick with absolutely.
Isolate. There is
Emma
a vast,
Goldman,
interconnected network of far-right
my
communities
good
out
friend.
there, and Gabe is, at this point, only on the periphery. In order to keep him in, they need to disrupt his relationships to other communities and become more and more his primary online social space. Having made
Trans
this
Nazis are
space
the
hostile
most
to the
insane
left, they now
phenomenon.
seek to break his connections
That's
to
a real thing.
progressives elsewhere in his life. This is hard to do online. The whole appeal of moving radicalism to the internet is that your away from keyboard life doesn't have to change. You are
Right.
crypto the moment you log off.
Right.
Some thought leaders will encourage their audience to cut ties with family of origin or DFU, but even then, they can't monitor
Family
whether
of
the audience
origin.
has actually
What the fuck does that mean?
done it in the way an in-person movement could. And so alienating
Like
Gabe from
people
the
who aren't Nazis?
left is less controlled and consequently maybe less total. How much Gabe isolates is up to him. But the vast majority
Like your family, like your actual family?
of far-right media presumes an alienation
Oh,
from
okay.
the left. Part of conservative bloggers and YouTubers
That's
making
extreme.
the
I
left
didn't
look
realize-
pathetic is doing a lot of takedowns and responses. This is a constant
Oh yeah, who could forget this guy? Yeah, no, there are absolutely Nazi furries.
repetition of the left's arguments for the purpose of mockery. And for Gabe, it starts to replace any engagement with progressive media directly. He soon knows the left only through caricature. It also trains him, if he does directly engage, to approach the left with the same combative stance as his role models. For reference, see my comment section. And this
I
is
wonder
only if he doesn't partake.
because Molyneux at least he might be mask off now because he got deplatformed. But for a while he was like, oh, I'm actually like a free market conservative or whatever. I wonder what is his explicit justification for the cutting ties with your family. That's so bizarre. I guess this is
Taken
just
one
like a world I'm not.
of the many active boycotts of SJW
I guess it's
media.
just cult shit, right?
In addition to mocking the left's arguments, they also, curiously, appropriate them. This is one part sanitization because liberal centrism is more socially acceptable. Indeed, many figures
Well, yeah,
on
I mean, he got deplatformed, so clearly he took the mask
the
off.
outer
right?
layers think of themselves as moderates even as they serve as gateways to
Before it comes
radicalism.
out ban Nazi
But also,
imagery. Oh, 'cause
many
it's
of
like a
Gabe's
problem.
problems could be
I guess
addressed
it's a
by
subtle
progressive
problem.
leftism. So they sell him racist and sexist versions of it. Yes, There is a problem with workers being underpaid and overextended, but the solution isn't unions, it's deporting immigrants. Yes, there is a chronic loneliness and anger to being a man in the modern age, but it's not because of the toxic masculine expectations placed on you by the patriarchy, it's women being slutty. Yes, wealth disparity does mean a tiny percentage of elites have more influence over culture and politics than the rest of us combined. But the problem isn't capitalism, it's the Jews. And it's hard for Gabe to reject any of these ideas without, in the process, rejecting the progressive ideas they're copied from. The right's take the red pill is, to the untrained eye, similar to the left's get woke, or at least the Baudelarized version of get woke.
I think we should reappropriate taking the red pill to mean becoming trans.
Woke that is no longer specific.
Considering it's like a specific trans allegory.
About race, which came to fashion once
I am based in red pills.
White people started saying it. Grumble, grumble, grumble. Take the red pill or reject them both. Either
trans
is a
and
step
communist.
to the right. As this rhetoric slips into his day-to-day conversation, even as seemingly harmless irreverence, it may strain relationships with people who are not entertained by this shit. Off-color comments about race and gender can certainly be wearying for female and non-white friends, which can lead to a passive distance or an eventual confrontation, which only seems to confirm what his reactionary community says about liberal snowflakes. If he says these things on social media, he may get his account suspended. And if he comes back under an alt, you can bet his new reactionary friends will be the first to reconnect, applaud the behavior that got him banned, and repeat should he get banned again. A few cycles of this, and he's lost touch with everyone else. Also, his adoption of the insular, meme-laden terminology of his community makes him less and less comprehensible to outsiders. Over time, sources of information get replaced with community-approved ones.
That's why I was confused why furries were included in this in the first place. But I guess there's a very small amount of furries that are Nazis. Yeah, for the most part,
News,
it's like
conservative
not
YouTube,
that.
conservative Wikipedia if he's really committed.
This is a pro-furry stream. I realize the bravest opinion you can have online is being pro-furry.
The algorithm soon takes note and stops recommending media from
furries
the left.
allowed in chat.
He stops watching shows with a liberal agenda, which usually means shows starring women and people of color. Now, there is evidence that the human mind responds to fictional characters similarly to real people, and that consuming diverse media can decrease bigotry in ways roughly analogous to having a diverse group of friends, which is one of many reasons we say representation matters. By consuming a homogenous media diet, Gabe stymies his ability to have even parasocial relationships with anyone who isn't a cishet conservative white dude or one of their approved exceptions. To the extent that any of this happens, it happens at Gabe's discretion and at his own chosen pace. It has not been forced on him, only encouraged and rewarded. But the fact that it hasn't been forced can make him all the more willing to accept it, because it seems safe to consider. Even though his life and social circle are changing to accommodate, he does not feel committed.
Morse lost.
But many Gabes have walked these halls, and if they close the door behind them, there is nowhere left to go but
fucked.
Down. Step 4.
Be a good video about QAnon programming and how you get like fucking lost in that world specifically. Because I think a lot of QAnon people are like, Marky cracked Kennedy, in half at least, yeah. In a non-horny way, because that seems... Because this similar thing happens with QAnon, because QAnon's also like a right-wing shit. But I think it generally attaches to like a lot of people who are mentally unwell as well.
Raise their power level. And they say we
You can see this with situations in which, like, I remember there was a situation, this is covered on like the podcast QAnon Anonymous, which is a very good podcast, would recommend. But this older woman who was charged with attempted manslaughter for running over this younger woman, just like random person, and she kept insisting that that person was like a pedophile and that they had adrenochrome on them and that, like, you know, and it's like she was like crying as the officers were arresting her. She was like screaming that that person was a pedophile. It's like very clearly like a mentally unwell
and anime
QAnon person.
Consider the ecosystem of
randomly trying to run over some
the alt-right as
woman she saw on the
layers of an
street.
onion, with Gabe sitting at the edge and ready to traverse towards the center.
It's
no,
hard
I'm
to
not just going to
deprogram these
reiterate the
people.
Pewdie pipeline, though if you haven't seen it, I recommend that you do. The outer layer of the onion is extremism at its most plausibly deniable. Without careful scrutiny, the public-facing figureheads could pass as dispassionate and the websites as merely problematic rather than softly fascist. It is valuable if Gabe believes this as well, that at this stage, he believed the bigotry is simply trolling, the extremists an insignificant minority, and any report of harassment faked. That he believe where he is as deep as the rabbit hole goes, and that he continue to believe this at each successive layer. People in the deepest...
So, like, in 2016, Pepe was kind of a Nazi thing, but it's been totally, like, reclaimed. There are absolutely still, like, particularly older boomers who will be like, yikes. There was that tweet where it's like, I went on a Discord thing and look at all the emotes. It's all Pepe stuff. You know, I thought this was a left-wing thing, but apparently it's all... And it's like, no, it's... I think Twitch did a lot to do that, actually. Pepe is not really a...
Crevices of the alt-right, self-report getting red-pilled on
BreadTube is pretty good, Maya. I think it gets a reputation
issues
for
at
it.
different times.
But it's just a medium of, you know,
in their
articulating
journey
things.
to the center of the onion. If Gabe's first red
It can
pill
get
is
cringe,
about the
but-
SJWs coming for his free speech, he'll think that's all anyone in his community believes. There's no real racism here. People are just making a point about their right to offend people. Then, when he gets red-pilled on the white genocide, he'll laugh at those alt-light cucks who tried to sweep the race realists under the rug,
they
and
doing
at
well?
himself for having
That's
once
good.
been one, but acknowledge that those channels and websites are still useful for onboarding people, so he won't denounce them. At the same time, nobody takes those manosphere betas seriously. And this process is reiterated with every pill swallowed. Gender essentialism, autogynephilia, birtherism, Sandy Hook
Sorry, I just heard...
truth, Pizzagate, QAnon if he's really out
This seems out of...
there.
But sure, fuck
the
it.
heart of the onion
PogChamp,
is
autogynephilia?
typically
I thought it was autogenophilia. Have I been pronouncing it wrong this whole time?
Jewish
Have I been calling myself the...
question.
No.
But these can happen in any order and in any number. But each layer sells itself as being finally the ultimate truth. Each denies the validity of the others.
That is a
the layers
4chan thing,
ahead,
I guess.
they don't exist, and you are certainly
It's
not being directed
autogynephilia?
towards
Okay.
them. They're just the fevered
like
imaginations of
gynecologists.
overreacting liberals. While the people behind are asleep.
Autogynephilia was initially this... Blanchard is this, like, discredited sexologist who has this, you know, incredibly transphobic ontological account of trans people.
Where you are now awake.
Contextualizing them as, like, men who are attracted to women through themselves. You know, gynephilia, being attracted to women, auto through oneself.
That's why they
He's called a sexologist. That's his literal title.
chose the red
It's-
pill as
yeah.
their metaphor. Take it.
It's like an unfalsifiable transphobic. And HSTS is like the other one.
And everything will be revealed. That's
Which is
why
like...
it cozies up with conspiracism.
Because not all trans women are attracted to exclusively women.
But what's supposed to follow is that this knowledge help Gabe in some way, and it doesn't.
That's what it
Blaming
stands for, you're
immigrants
right.
doesn't actually fix the economy, and hating women doesn't make men less lonely. But having been alienated from everything outside the onion, once that sinks in, the only recourse on offer is to seek out the next pill.
Yeah.
And pills are easy to find. Those within the network have laissez-faire relationships.
Yeah, no,
even if
Joe Rogan does do a lot of shit to get,
they
like...
on paper disavow one another. When they need a source
Yeah,
or a guest
that's
host,
true.
they aren't going to go to the left. They're going to feature
I think, I mean, that is because I think Rogan's a fucking idiot, but it doesn't disregard the
each other.
damage he could do.
The left is the enemy. Their ideas are beneath
This is such a funny fucking photo, man. How to debate leftism and destroy
consideration,
them.
and the only reason to engage them is for public humiliation. But you can interview a Western chauvinist, and that doesn't mean you're endorsing him. Just, you know,
The
it's fine to
Wachowskis
hear
were
him out.
better
Nothing
film. I guess, yeah, because The Matrix is their best fucking
should
work.
be off limits in the marketplace of ideas. Besides,
It says a lot about our
Nazis
society.
are apolitical. And because these folks keep showing up in each other's metadata,
Maybe
regardless
people
of
who-
what they
yeah.
say, Google thinks there is definitely a relationship between the guy just asking questions and the guy denying the Holocaust.
Yeah, totally.
Gabe is softly exposed
That
to
is a good point. The algorithm does literally connect those people.
many flavors of conservatism, just slightly
That's
more
actually a
radical
I
than he
haven't-
is now,
I haven't
and is
thought of that.
expected, at the very least, to not question their presence. This is an environment where de-radicalizing, listening to the left, would be sleeping with the enemy. But radicalizing further, you do you, buddy. Gabe's emotional journey, however, is somewhat more complex. If you spend any time reading or watching reactionary media, you've probably noticed it's really fucking repetitive.
Yes.
It's a few thousand phrasings of the same handful of arguments, like there's only so many jokes about attack helicopters. But these people just crank out content, and most of it's derivative. The reason to pick one personality over another isn't because they say something different, but because they say it differently. Gabe just picks the affect it's delivered in. Repetition dulls the shock of the most egregious statements, making them appear normal and prepping him for more extreme ideas. Meanwhile, the arguments themselves, they're not good. Like, BreadTube will never run out of shit to debunk. They are repetitive because they're not good. They're mantric. A good argument you only need to hear one time.
Yeah,
if you
that's
can
true.
follow it, internalize it, and explain it to someone else, you know you've understood it. But a bad argument can't convince you on its own merits, so it will often rely on affect. This can be the snappy, thought-terminating cliche,
It's
or the
politics is
long, winding
affect, not
diatribe
opinions.
that sounds really
Just an
sensible
interesting
while
point.
you're hearing it, but when someone asks you for the gist, you can only say, go watch these 17 videos and it'll all make sense. Both these approaches are largely devoid of content, but
Right.
gosh, if they don't sound sure of themselves. And that mode can be very persuasive, but it doesn't stick the way a coherent argument does. It needs to be repeated, the affect replenished, because the words matter less than the delivery. There needs to be a steady
What did
stream
Jordan
of
say?
confident voices saying, we've got this shit figured out and everyone else is stupid, or Gabe's gonna notice the flaws.
Yeah, it's.
They are.
It is. This is. It is a. You know. He's Kennedy. Fucking Joe Kennedy will never have to work in his life. He's a. Now have to fall back on his family's money before starting a new career. They fail upward every time. It sucks, man. He isn't a senator, at least. You know, we got that.
Are not well hidden. And the catch-22 of returning to that stream over and over is that these communities are stressful even as they are calming. People afraid they will die virgins go to forums with people who share and validate that fear, and also say, yes, you will die a virgin. People afraid Syrians are coming to kill us all watch videos by people who share and validate that
Kennedy
fear,
lifespan
and
kinda
also say,
short.
yes,
Isn't there a theory? Oh, this makes it look
Syrians are
like I'm
coming to
saying
kill
it.
us all. Others have already pointed out that rubbing your face
Isn't there a theory that like the oldest Kennedy sold his family's soul for profit? Like JFK's dad? I mean, it's not a theory, it's like absurd, but
in
like
your worst anxieties is a form of digital self-harm. But I need you to understand the toxic recursion
Joseph
of it.
P.
Gabe
Kennedy
is going
Sr.
to these communities to get upset. Every emotion is converted into anger because sadness, fear, and despair are paralyzing, but anger is motivating. Whatever his problems, there's always someone he can scapegoat for them.
Is that a Q? I don't think that's a QAnon thing because they think that what is it? RFK Jr. or whatever is still alive. That he didn't die in that plane
Gabe
crash.
feels less helpless
So I don't
when
think
he's
so.
pissed off. And so while he's
Can't
topping
remember.
up
There's too
on
many fucking
reassuring
Kennedys for me to remember
nonsense,
their names.
he's also topping up on stress and being
JFK
cut off from
Jr. 's
everyone outside
Vincent,
the
yeah.
network. The
They
only
think that
place he
JFK
knows
Jr.
to
's a lot
go
of
to
people.
release that stress is back to the place that gives it to him. It's a feedback loop, pulling him deeper and deeper on the promise that
All right, this one's good. This one's correct. The face I'm making. Yeah, that's funny. That's a good one.
at some point, relief will come. It is a similar dynamic that keeps people in
The
abusive
Kennedys are the
relationships.
Habsburgs, absolutely.
When someone in Gabe's community makes a racist joke, they are presenting Gabe
Did you know Taylor Swift is married to a Kennedy?
with a choice between the human interaction of laughing with his friends
Or
and
was
his
dating one.
societal responsibility not to be a fucking racist. And not laughing seems ridiculous.
She was pro-Kennedy,
Everybody's
absolutely.
friends here. No one's getting hurt. This is harmless. And so the irreverent race joke draws a line between the personal and the political and suggests that one can be safely prioritized over the other. One way to look at radicalization is being asked to stick with that seemingly innocuous decision as the stakes are raised incrementally.
Right. Yeah, totally.
First with edgier humor, and then comments that are funny because they're shocking, but you couldn't really call them jokes. And then funny comments that are also sincerely angry. But in each instance, since he laughed with his bros the last time, it stands to reason he should keep favoring the personal over some abstracted notion of politics.
Where does Cometown land politically? I think Cometown's a podcast about being gay with your
progressive
dad.
adage, the personal is political.
I mean, yeah, you could probably argue in like the very earlier stages.
Is among the most
that's totally a part of it.
things you can say in these spaces. I'm not trying to make a slippery slope argument. Most of us who laughed at edgy jokes when we were teenagers didn't grow up to be Nazis. It is a slippery slope in the specific context of being in community with people trying to radicalize you.
Yeah.
Gabe is a lonely white boy in need of friends, and laughing at a racist joke is personal, and not laughing is political. Staying in a community that has Nazis in it is personal, and leaving is political. The personal is what brings people together, and the political drives them apart. The only if some of them are bigots part of that sentence is usually lopped off. There's this joke on the internet that nerds perceive only two races, white and political. Following that logic, what could be more apolitical than an ethno-state? They are banking on his willingness to adapt his beliefs to suit an environment that meets
D-Ray,
a
thank you for the tier 1 again. Unless that's a different D-Ray.
That same need can be satisfied by white nationalism. There are few things
confused.
more seductive to people who doubt their own worth than being told you are valuable simply for being white. And you can sub in male, cis, straight, allosexual, or able-bodied. It just takes priming. By the time Gabe officially embraces bigotry, he's already been acting like a bigot for months. The red pill is just the moment he says it out loud. Change Gabe's surroundings, and you change Gabe.
Continuing the gift sub? Okay, cool.
Step 5. The final step in a traditional extremist group would be getting a mission. But that is one thing the alt-right can't do. Once you start giving clear directives, you can't play yourselves off as a bunch of unaffiliated hashtags and think tanks. You are now a formalized movement accountable to its followers and can be judged and policed as such. To my mind, Charlottesville was an attempt to become such a movement, taking things offline and getting all the different groups working collectively. And as so often happens when these people get in the same space, especially with no official leaders and no means of control over their members, it backfired. Their true colors came out before they were ready, and a counter-protester lost her life. This would be the point where historically an extremist group starts to disintegrate. Their veneer of respectability gone, they are now hated by the public.
Right,
the media wants nothing more to do
online.
with them, and everyone not in jail turns on each other or goes underground. This is also the point where the liberal establishment says, my job here is done, and utterly fails to retake control of the narrative, allowing the next batch of radicals to pick up more or less where the last one left off.
The same
but to an
cause.
already decentralized group like the alt-right, Charlottesville was bad, but eminently survivable. People retreated back to the internet with its code words and anonymous forums, but that's where much of the work was already done anyway.
Yeah, where like all of the Nazis, saw that, and then there was a condemnation, and then, like your friends and the people on Facebook you add, condemned it, and then they realized like, oh, okay, well, I have to be more quiet about this.
Where they organized kept tolerating them, the authorities didn't classify them as terrorists, and any disgraced figureheads were replaced with up-and-comers. The major change in strategy is that it doesn't seem anyone has tried to formalize the alt-right since. So where does that leave Gabe? He's gone through this whole process of largely hands-off indoctrination, and I should stress, his journey may look like what we've outlined here, or it may look different in places. This video is not comprehensive. But now he's swallowed every pill he cares to. He blames half a dozen minorities for everything he sees as wrong with the world.
He's on estrogen
now. No
now.
one will give him anything to do. You've got this ad hoc movement frothing young men into a militant fervor,
which is
and then
individual
just
acts.
leaving them to stew in their own hate.
It's one of
Should
the reasons
we really
why
be
QAnon is
surprised at how
so
many commit
individual.
mass shootings? This is a machine for
that's a good point.
producing lone wolves. Leaving men to take up arms of their own volition is a way of enacting terror while being just outside the popular conception of a terror cell. There are also, of course, more classic militias that will offer Gabe clear directives. They are recruiting from the same pool. And Gabe may stop short of this, settling in a middle layer that suits him or finding the inner layers too extreme. But violence is the logical conclusion of an ideology of hate. And should Gabe take this step, he can approach violence in the same incremental fashion he approached conservatism. He can start with yelling at people on Twitter, and then maybe collective brigading, DDoS
she's on
attacks,
estrogen.
sharing
Okay,
docs,
right,
leaking nudes, calling
get
their
it.
phone numbers, texting them pictures of their houses from the sidewalk. These acts of cruelty become games of
Gabe
one-upmanship
turned into
within his
Gabby.
community. All this can start as far back as step 2 and get more intense the
Please
deeper
do
he
not
goes.
refer to
And some people join
Gabby,
explicitly
with
to
her dead
partake in
name.
harassment and violence the way Gabe joined to talk about anime. But this behavior can serve as a kind of buy-in. The left and the feminists and the LGBTQs and the Muslims and the immigrants are all within his community subhuman. You've maybe heard the conservative catchphrase, feminism is cancer. Well, you don't treat cancer by having a respectful exchange of ideas with it, but by eradicating it down to the last cell. Cruelty against the left is framed as necessary and righteous.
I was
From
not
any
paying
other
attention.
perspective, posting someone's bank information is something you might
That sounds
be
too
ashamed of,
coincidental.
which creates a psychological imperative not to consider other perspectives. A thing that keeps people in is staving off the guilt they will reckon with the moment they step out. Gabe is also aware that anything he's done to the left could be done to him if he leaves. Some communities even keep docs on their members as insurance. And the things he's encouraged to do to the left will likely make him feel that the left would never take him now. The radical right is the only home he's got. Harassment becomes another tool of isolation. Steadily, options for Gabe are whittled down to being a vigilante or a nihilist. There are periods of elation, moments
Joker
the alt-right
time.
feels it's winning, or more accurately, the people they hate are losing, are like cocaine. They are authoritarians after all. But the times in between are mean and angry.
There we go, posting
They are
Joker.
antisocial, starved of emotional connection, consuming incompatible conspiracies that may at any point run them afoul of one another, devoted to figureheads who cater to but cannot risk leading them, and living under constant threat of being outed to the left or turned on by the right for stepping out of line. Gabe took this journey for the sense of community and purpose, and but for the rare moments everything goes their way, the alt-right can't maintain either. They can only keep promising his day will come, a story he could get from a $5 palm reading. The feeling
Right.
there's nothing left but to kill yourself or someone else is so common.
Your name is
it's a
Gabe and you're also
meme.
Joker-fied. There you go.
There is a third option. Gabe can leave.
Deprogramming people.
Pre-conclusion, for fuck's sake, do not make Gabe your whole ass praxis.
Oh, of
Before we
course not.
continue,
Yeah.
I
You're
want
right,
to
thank you
state
for the 100
plainly
bits.
that Gabe went off the deep end because he found a community willing to tell him that because he is a cishet white man, the world revolves around him. Do not treat him like this is true. If a fraction of the energy spent having debates with America's Gabes were spent instead on voter reenfranchisement, prisoners' rights,
the
protection
the deprogramming shud shit is like really not that much of it.
for immigrants.
You need, in a materialist account of politics, you need a material account of what causes social, what causes consciousness, social kind of political understanding of the world. And that's material, and you have to,
statehood for
these
DC and
things.
redistricting, Gabe's opinions in the societal sense wouldn't matter. Reactionary
Arguing against the Nazis is a liberal
conservatism
account.
is a small and largely unpopular ideology that is only so represented in our culture and politics because they've learned how to game the system. And I get it. Those are huge problems that are going to take years to address, where if you know a Gabe, that's a conversation you
it's
can
not
have
a waste
today.
of time
And
necessarily.
if you think you can get through to him, it's worthwhile to try.
Yeah,
This
totally.
is a fight on many fronts, and de-radicalization is one of them.
Love me some moderate
But it
Republicans.
is only one. So please keep it in perspective. It sends an awful message when we spend more time trying to get bigots back on our side than we do the people they are bigoted against. Your value as a lefty does not hinge on whether you can change Gabe's mind. Conclusion. How Gabe gets out. He may just grow out of it. These communities skew young, and some folks hit a point where hanging out with edgy teens doesn't feel cool anymore.
Yeah, that's true.
He may become disillusioned after the movement fails to deliver on its many promises. He may become disillusioned if something goes wrong in his life and his community isn't there for him. If he feels they like his race and his gender, but don't actually care about him. He may be shocked if he sees the alt-right at its worst before being appropriately conditioned. Charlottesville was a step too far for a lot of people. His community may turn on him for any perceived unorthodoxy, and he may leave out of necessity. He may be separated by circumstance from the community.
My chat froze.
A trip with no
why
internet,
does Twitch?
hospitalization,
Why does
arrest,
the fucking?
and not be able to
how does
top
that,
up on the rhetoric. This may lead him to
I have
question
3 chats. My chat in my Streamlabs thing, my chat in my Chrome browser, and the chat on screen. And every once in a while, one of them freezes for no fucking
his
reason.
beliefs. His community may disappear,
I have to refresh
either
it.
tearing itself apart or getting shut down by authorities. He may have incidental contact with populations he is supposed to hate and have trouble reconciling who they are in person with what he's been told about them. In his community, people bond over shared intolerance, but suddenly being tolerant helps him make friends. This is one reason the alt-right has made a battleground of the liberal arts college
the
campus.
thing. I'm becoming
he may
Joe
form
Biden.
or
I
revisit
already am Joe
relationships
Biden.
outside the network. People who can offer him the connection he's been looking
Listen,
for.
Mac. Come
This
on,
may
man.
reintroduce outside perspectives, but more
Oh, it's
importantly,
Chelsea,
it
fuck.
rekindles his ability to
Hacking
have
in.
healthy relationships at all, something the alt-right has estranged him from. As with recruiters, it seems these escape hatch relationships can sometimes be parasocial, coming to respect a public figure who
Right.
is on the left
That's
or
true.
is critical of the alt-right. Someone he is close to may compel him to choose me or the movement. A lot of young men leave to save a romantic relationship. Hearing stories from people who've already jumped may help. There aren't a lot of public formers, and some raise questions as to their sincerity, but it is getting more common and maybe the closest we get to exit counseling for the alt-right. He may become aware of the ways he's being manipulated, or have them revealed to him, maybe because he stumbled into BreadTube, I don't know. Knowledge that you are being indoctrinated is no guarantee it won't work. You are not immune to propaganda, but it can help one resist.
Posting
And he
sad
may
is posting
revisit
Biden,
a core
basically.
belief system that used to guide him, be it religion or social justice, or a really wholesome fandom, and be reminded of the identity he used to have. Moments
Ed
like
Markey
these,
won.
in isolation or
Let's
in
go, dude.
aggregate, can inspire Gabe to jump. They are also good times for friends to intervene. The reach and the impunity that comes with the internet means it has never been easier to fall into reactionary conservatism. It has also never been easier to get out. People who exit skinhead gangs often fear for their lives. For Gabe, there's a chance getting out is as simple as going to a different website.
Just logging off.
Much of his community does not know his name or his face, and he may not be important enough to dox. What doesn't get Gabe out, not reliably, not that I have seen, is an argument with a stranger who proves all his facts wrong and his ideology
Yeah, absolutely.
bunk.
That's not how it
Facts don't
works.
always work because facts don't care about his feelings.
Yeah.
This was about staying
Sure.
in a community and holding on to an identity.
So this is
that
a kind of
mattered to
greater
him.
emotional
It was
political
about
truth.
belonging. And that is something a
can
rando
watch
from
this
the other
Thoughts Live
side of the
video
culture
after.
war can't give him and probably shouldn't be responsible for. The theme here is
Actually, I'll be
human
right back. One
connection.
second.
Before he can do the work of disentangling himself and facing the guilt of what he's believed and maybe done, he has to know there's something for him on the other end of it. That the right hasn't ruined him. They've told him all of history is groups fighting each other over status and that without his clan, he'll be in exile. He needs a better story. I don't know that lefty spaces are ideal for this, in no small part because bringing someone who's a bit of a Nazi but working on it into diverse communities is questionable. And it probably wouldn't be good for him either. Having just gotten out of a toxic belief system, he's going to be deeply skeptical of all ideologies. In a perfect world, people who care about Gabe could build for him, to use a
Hyperhog.
therapy term,
What is
a
that?
holding space. Someplace private, physical or
Did I
digital,
miss
where Gabe
a
can work
penis
out
related?
his feelings, where he is both encouraged and expected to be better,
Oh,
but
it's
is not
LBJ.
in the
Okay, yeah, yeah.
moment judged. That comes later. It is delicate and
Alright,
time-consuming
I
work
moved the
that
mouse,
should not
sorry.
be done in public, but we find these beliefs built up over the course of months or years tend to fall away very quickly with a shift of environment. Change Gabe's surroundings and you change Gabe. But instead, a lot of people who jump are functionally deprogramming themselves, which is working for a lot of them, but it's haphazard. And there are recidivists. If you don't
And Green New Deal progressive movement just ended the Kennedy dynasty. Pretty sure the CIA did that in '63.
personally know a
This
Gabe
says a lot
or
about our
have training as a
society.
counselor, you may not be in a position to help him. Possibly there are things you can do to disrupt the recruitment process or prevent infiltration of spaces you're in. I'm looking into it, but talk to your mods. But elephant in the room, meaningful change will require reform on the part of platform holders. Tools to disrupt this process already exist and are being used on groups like ISIS, but they're not being used on the alt-right because they try so hard not to get classified as terrorists. And also any functioning anti-radicalization policy would
Another
require
one of
banning
my
a lot of
chats
conservative
froze and I had to
politicians.
refresh it.
So there's that. But what makes our story better than theirs is that the fight for social and economic justice, though it is long and difficult and frustrating, when it works, it fulfills the promise the right can't keep. It materially makes people's lives better. I am not prone to sentimentality or to giving these videos happy endings, but one thing we have that the alt-right doesn't is hope.
Yeah. Alt-right is probably less of an intelligence project than ISIS. Yeah, no, absolutely. Well, ISIS is organized, right? One of the elements of the alt-right is how decentralized and purely online it is. ISIS was like a pseudo archaic kind of state at some point, you know. Yeah, it was a good video. Innuendo Studies is great. Follow them on YouTube. Let's watch this. It's another bread tuber. Thought Slime. You can follow them too. It's only fair. I'm literally using their content
big
on
time
stream.
content warning on this one. It's all going to be about fash propaganda. That's what the whole thing's going to be about. If that's the type of thing you're sensitive to,
Was Probosec Navy intelligence? That's hilarious.
you might want to avoid this one because it gets.
I mean, Michael Flynn is like a massive fucking Q-pilled guy, and he literally is military intel.
Grim. Stone Toss is a semi-popular Nazi webcomic.
This probably won't be TOS, but it'll feature white supremacist comics about, you know, the Jews or whatever.
Why am I talking about this? Why am I wasting some of the Earth's precious oxygen on this dipshit? Well, he started it. He made this comic
Burger
about
King.
me.
It's me, Logic. I was back for another insightful discussion. Folks, you know that racism is bad.
Look at this, okay? Look at it. The resemblance is uncanny. And you're telling me this guy says racism is bad. I think racism's bad. That can't be a coincidence. You think you can put me on blast and I'm not going to clap back at you? I don't think so, buddy. It's on. It's on. You're going down. You're never going to work in this town again. And by this town, I mean the internet. And by never work again, I mean I have no actual ability to stop you. Some people might argue that I'm giving Stone Toss a platform by talking about it for a whole video, but that really isn't how platforming something works.
Yeah, this is, people misunderstand what platforming is. Like, if I talk about a Nazi, I don't think there's a very low likelihood, I hope at least, that any of you become Nazis because of it.
We need to be able to talk about how our enemies operate. We can't just plug our ears and assume that they'll just go away.
Give myself a
I would be
platform with these
platforming
dang
this
heels.
chucklehead
I've been saying
if I
this.
gave him the opportunity to speak his mind unchallenged.
Yeah,
I think
totally.
it's dangerous to debate fashos.
That's the difference.
I've been pretty clear about that, but it's still important to observe how they operate and get familiar with their methods. And that's why I chose to focus on Stone Toss.
Debating fascists is like dangerous, but can be worth it in particular contexts. In like deprogramming people, particularly when the fascist is like an idiot and the person debating them is responsible enough to like properly call them out on their shit.
Specifically, I'm the type of person who
But again, you know, the larger structural things. Zizek vs. Peterson was good. I agree. I think so.
A lot of racist agitprop, mostly in the context of anti-racist activists criticizing it. But also,
Peterson's a fucking
sometimes
idiot, of
from
course.
racists
So
who
it's
are
not
mad
too
at
hard to do
me
that.
because I'm not racist enough for them. I can tell you this, stone toss is uniquely dangerous.
Yes, I'm doing the thing where I pause the video to talk to my chat repeatedly. Yes, I'm glad that it wasn't Peter Coffin that debated whatever the fuck his name is. Milo, who, Milo shouldn't, and no one should debate Milo. Milo is deplatformed, he's irrelevant. He's looking for another in to try to gain relevancy. Yeah, and I don't think Peter Coffin would have been able to.
Uniquely effective at spreading a hateful message into spaces where it would otherwise be looked down upon. The person who makes Stone Toss, who I will be referring to as Stone Toss for the rest of this video, is a very talented propagandist. I say this as a propagandist.
Clearly.
He's good at what he does. And I think
yeah.
we can learn a lot from how his comics spread and why they're made the way they are. Studying the tactics that make Stone Toss
I didn't watch the Destiny Milo debate. I have no clue how that went.
Successful, I hope, will make us better at combating them in the future. But at the very least, I think it's, maybe something we should be keeping an eye on. As difficult and unpleasant as it may be to actually look at. And I mean, I get it. Believe me. I've been reading this guy's comics for the better part of a week, and let me tell you, it's not fun. I've had to take a lot of breaks from this project.
Milo Destiny, yeah,
it takes a toll on you to be exposed to that much invective. I do not, under any circumstances, suggest you expose yourself to this dipshit's work if you can avoid it.
We don't know, right?
Enough preamble. Who is this dickhead? Stone Toss is a webcomic that focuses primarily on bigoted meathead humor. It has clean, crisp colors and bold, thick lines, usually having 3 or 4 panels and less than a paragraph or 2 of dialogue. It's simple visual style and the way that most of the information is conveyed without the target audience having to waste valuable brain calories reading makes Stone Toss easily digestible and shareable. Now I'm going to make an assertion here that I can't prove, but I think is almost unassailably true. As much as I imagine he might deny it, the creator of Stone Toss started off his career of racist webcomics with the explicitly neo-Nazi comic Red Panels. Red Panels is essentially a proto-Stone Toss, a less polished and more openly hateful version of what was to come. The art style is a little cruder, especially towards the beginning where it looks like it was drawn
So he gets
in
better
MS
at
Paint.
doing comics.
The characters look like bone by way of Something Awful artist Schmorky, a comparison that was not lost on Stone Toss. His early comics are wordy and contain more verbal irony
It's
than the
like
slightly more
it's the lefty doing meme thing.
sophisticated visual irony he'd come to be known for.
Maybe it's a right-wing thing too.
Here's the thing about Red Panels.
Actually, no, because most right-wing propaganda.
It's not exactly subtle with its out-and-out allegiance to neo-Nazism. It almost completely forgoes plausible deniability, and that limited its appeal to the people already drinking the Nazi Kool-Aid. Most people get angry and repulsed by outright, visible racism. You're not likely to get a lot of converts if your comics are so openly hateful that the people who read them get pissed off at you. That's why fascist propaganda tends to employ dog whistles, things which seem to be innocuous on the surface, but underneath convey a secret message to those in the know, like a whistle that a dog would use to let other people know that it's part of the cool whistling
It's cool when
dog
they do
club.
it.
Red Panels doesn't use dog whistles so much as dog foghorns. The Nazism isn't subtext. It's text. With just the slightest hint of just a joke bro irony to provide ideological cover. It's difficult to pin down the specific ideology of Red Panels, or Stone Toss for that matter. The author seems to constantly contradict himself. We should have a small, limited government with less of a security state and less defense spending, but also airtight border control and a big fuck-off wall to keep everybody out. We should accept more traditional family values, but also marriage is just long-form prostitution because women are parasites. The only thing which remains constant is a deep and abiding disgust for anyone that society considers underprivileged. And also a smug insistence that anyone who disagrees with his worldview is a hypocrite or a liar. Sometimes the contradiction is simple. Look, women on hookup apps act like they don't want to hook up. Sometimes it's so absurd he has to jump through ridiculous hoops just to arrive at it.
I hate women
Look,
so much.
If feminists applied their logic about consent to its extreme, they'd be rapists for masturbating while drunk. Which proves they'd be complete lunatics if they did that entirely fictional thing.
Thinking up a guy and then getting mad about the guy. It's a classic online thing to do. I just thought up a guy that doesn't exist, and I'm so fucking pissed about him.
Conspicuously, though, there sure are a lot of jokes that hinge on deep familiarity and agreement with a Nazi worldview. He's also very concerned with the idea that Nazi speech might be suppressed. Not that suppressing Nazi speech could lead to worse suppression, just that Nazi speech itself must be protected. There are conspicuously a lot of comics where Hitler or Nazis are presented as the reasonable alternative to the screeching, furious left. There are a lot of
which
jokes
is so
about how
explicit,
Jews are controlling the government or tainting the public discourse to suit a nefarious hidden agenda. Eventually, red panels came to an end in February of 2017.
Because he
then
got
Stone
how...
Toss began on July of 2017. Now, once again, I
Right.
can't prove Stone
Oh,
Toss and red panels are the same artist. I'm pretty sure he's denied it in the past, though I could be wrong. I couldn't find a statement by him saying that. But they're very clearly the same person.
He was like,
they have
oh,
very
okay,
similar
I have to be
art
more
styles,
subtle.
writing styles, political views, and also sometimes just make the exact same
Oh, yeah, sorry,
comment.
the previous video was innuendo
In
studies.
either case, Stone Toss is the red panels model refined to a mirror shine.
Which is a very good
More
YouTube channel.
cutesy, inane bullshit to draw in new readers. A more polished, expressive art style. A greater focus on visual irony that makes the jokes land harder. Stone Toss's comics are genuinely a better example of cartooning than a lot of professional political cartoonists, despite their atrocious messaging.
He knows what he's doing. Oh, okay, well, like, come on. Come on, don't... Yeah, no, totally. Don't bring fucking conservative political comics into this.
So when I say that Stony Bones is better at making political cartoons than many of his
it's a low
contemporaries,
bar. It's a low
I hope
bar.
you understand that it's damnation with faint praise. It also makes his work far more insidious.
Do not disrespect the King Ben Garrison like this.
At first blush, a lot of Stone Toss comics look like just every other cutesy slice of life bullshit comic you find on the internet. The drawings, even the drawings of people the comic's intent is to vilify, don't appear hateful. They look cute. Sometimes he even tells a joke that doesn't rely on bigotry, punching down, or some weird political bugaboo of his. If you weren't familiar with Stone Toss and his reputation, you might see something like this. Or this. You might think it was just a cute little joke. You might share it with your friends.
I'm not gonna bother pausing it.
They might notice the URL and, hey, they like this cute little joke. Maybe they go stop by and check out some of this
The
guy's
cute
other
little
comics
drawing.
and, oh God.
It seems more like the prisoners died from insufficient supply line. Oh, it's literally a Holocaust denial.
Oh God, no.
Yeah.
But even his very racist comics sometimes don't make any sense unless you have the very specific 4chan branded racism decoder
Oh,
ring
he's a full-on Nazi, yeah.
that helps you decipher the puzzles and riddles that Stone Toss hides his beliefs behind. Take this one, for example. This comic talks about racial demographics in such an obtuse way that if you just stumbled across it, you'd have no idea what he was trying to say. I mean, what the fuck is this? In the first panel, white people make up 85% of Americans.
Oh, it's
and
FBI
black
crime
people,
statistics.
a scant 13%.
It's
Now, if
FBI
you're a
crime
math
statistics.
whiz, you might notice that adds up to 98%. Remember that. It's going to be important later. Then the black piece of the pie is bigger, and the white piece is scared and confused. How could this be happening? All the while, that sneaky 2% blue piece looks on knowingly. What this comic
it's
is saying,
without
without
cops.
saying, is that Jewish people are masterminding a
Oh,
demographic
it's...
shift
Oh, okay,
away
okay.
from
I didn't
whiteness
even
in America.
fucking...
The 2%
Yeah, it's subtle,
is...
I didn't get it.
It's Jews. The point
I did
being
not get it.
that this comic is about the neo-Nazi conspiracy theory, the Great Replacement.
Yeah.
A theory that states Jews are trying to breed
My
white people
serb
out of
genes
existence
failed me.
for some
I'm not
sort
even
of
in the
reason.
equation.
Or how about this one? What? A Blackfoot steps on the ground and then it turns white, and then another Blackfoot steps on the ground in what appears to be the hyperbolic time chamber, and that foot is dirty and leaves dirt on the ground. What? What does this?
What does that even mean?
Apparently, magic dirt theory is the idea that by setting foot on a country's soil, you become a citizen of that country, a thing which white nationalists seem convinced some other boogeyman believes. The soil or dirt of the country is magic, and by touching it, you magically become another ethnicity.
Oh.
In reality, according to Stone Toss, black people are just regular dirty, not magic dirty. So, couple of things.
Which I guess is
First
like
and
an
foremost,
only thing you
fuck
would believe if you.
But I don't think
or that's like an only thing you would even be able to understand if you were a Nazi.
anyone actually believes that race changes when someone is granted citizenship in
Kenny called Marky to concede. You love to see it, folks. You love to see it.
another country? I've never heard anyone express an idea like that before. And when I Google magic dirt,
No.
I only get weird racists complaining about the idea, but nobody actually expressing it or defending it.
Right.
An idea that I have seen defended is that there should be no borders, nations, or racist deportations. But the only reason anyone believes that is because it's obvious and true. Furthermore, outside of Stone Toss's particular political bubble, most people don't conflate race and citizenship
He's
in
about
any
to speak.
meaningful capacity.
Oh, you want to
He
watch
just kinda
it? Can someone get a clip of it so we can watch fucking...
sneaks that one past you. Hey, you're not Swedish just because you're in
Is
Sweden.
Kennedy making a concession speech? I want to watch that so fucking bad, man. Can you say... I mean, you can say it, I think. I don't think there's an automod thing about it.
You didn't become white like a Swedish person.
It's your word.
And then our little
Maya.
goo
You're
brains
allowed to
hear
use it.
that. And the unspoken assumption that
reclaiming
Stone
it.
Ross doesn't actually need to articulate is that you shouldn't be considered a citizen of a country.
They might not let you, actually.
if you're not the right race for it.
The R1,
And
no,
then
you
just
can't do that one.
you just switch that position
that
with
one's
the
not.
idea that magic dirt changes what country you
It's a
live in,
no-go.
and suddenly he doesn't sound so unreasonable, does he? But even when a comic is transparently bigoted, Stone Toss will make sure it can be read in multiple ways. Take this one, for example. This dude asks, "What's wrong with wanting a homeland for my people?" And then the Antifa guy punches him and says, "It's fascist." Pretty typical situation, pretty
Okay.
normal stuff.
Classic
Think we've
stuff.
all been there. Wait, what's
Who
this?
can
The guy
relate?
turns around and declares the Antifa guy an anti-Semite.
'Cause he's a massive
Jewish. You can tell because
nose,
he has
which
an
is
enormous nose and
what
curly
makes you
hair.
Jewish.
Funny stuff.
Classic.
If you're like a regular boomer-ass conservative, you might read this comic as saying
Right.
the politically motivated violence of Antifa is equivalent to fascist
the same
violence
as
against Jewish
anti-Semitism.
people, thereby proving they're the
Right.
real fascists.
Whereas if you
Of
were a
course, there's
Nazi,
a huge difference between politically
would
motivated
read it
violence
a
against
different way,
fascists who,
but still
to be
agree with
clear,
it.
intend to murder and assault people,
Yeah, yeah.
and political violence against Jewish people who, to
It's
be
a
clear,
clever-
as a rule, do not. There is no moral equivalence between punching Richard Spencer and punching some random Jewish guy on the street. If you're an alt-right hipster racist, you might read the comic as saying the desire for a white ethnostate is no different than the desire for a Jewish ethnostate, and therefore it's hypocritical for Antifa to denounce the alt-right without denouncing Israel. Of course, the left actually does denounce Israel, specifically for its ethno-nationalist policies.
It's an apartheid
The difference
state.
between the left's criticism of Israel and Stonelord's criticism of Israel is that the left, by and large, myself included, are anti-Zionist, but very, very much pro-Jews remaining alive and unharmed.
Right.
And then there's what I believe is the intended reading of the comic, which
Can you
is,
repeat that? Repeat
ha
what?
ha, imagine if Antifa hit a Jew. They wouldn't do that because Jews control the left, but hee hee,
Right.
ha ha, imagine if a Jew got punched. Doesn't that tickle you? I believe
So
this
a
to be the
Nazi
joke
and a
based on the fact
conservative-
that Stone Toss really
Stone Toss is extremely anti-Semitic.
hates Jews. He's a Holocaust denier, or at least is incredibly concerned with the idea that people don't
He
like
literally
hearing
had a
about
Holocaust
Holocaust denial
denial.
for some reason. He
Thing,
thinks
yeah,
that
he's
Jews control the American military.
He's a full-on
He's pretty
Nazi.
comfortable with blood libel. And like Jordan Peterson, he's very concerned with Jewish overrepresentation in positions of authority. Pretty much most people. He hates women pretty strongly. Hey, this guy, this banker, he's like, hey,
I
Mr.
have a hot new investment. The downside is a bit steep. It's greater than 50% failure, and you could lose half of your... The frickin' family court!
Jones, I got a hot investment for you. The downside is a bit steep. It has greater than a 50% failure rate and could lose you half of your assets and your house, but the upside is you never have to do laundry again. That's what marriage is. It's an asset. Women are property.
The
Remember that women are
ex-wife.
property. That's going to be a theme going forward. Women are just property, and they're out to get you. They have no agency, but they will use their agency to hurt you. But they are just objects,
Yeah.
but they're objects that want to kill you. So just remember that.
Jordan Peterson says Jordan Peterson says that there are neo-Marxists that control the world. It's like a cultural Bolshevism thing, and not like a, it's
going forward.
Stone Toss is explicit about it.
The crazy feminist says we need strong women of color in games. But look at this, Dumbo. We got the Black Queen in chess.
Checkmate.
Who is a woman and not a small piece of wood or plastic, and is black.
Which is the funniest part about this being red, because this could be like a satire of red panels, right? But the idea is like this is an earnest.
You know, the when people say women of color, what they mean by color, of course, is literal color, not ethnicity or race. Just, you know, literally, they should be of a color,
earnest,
like green or blue. Anything is fine. This is the worst argument I've ever seen. I've seen a lot of very bad arguments. This is perhaps the worst one I have ever seen. He hates trans people. Oh boy, does he hate trans people.
I'm fucking sure, dude.
The crazy feminist says that gender is a social construct. There shouldn't be gender-specific bathrooms. But the reasonable man says maybe there's biological reasons. And she says that's irrelevant. And she goes into the bathroom to try and pee in a urinal, and she can't, obviously. And she just pees on her pants. Like, what a Dumbo. You know,
dumb idiot.
red panels, I've been to a lot of men's room in my time. Let me tell you, one thing they all have in common is that they all have toilets, because that is where men go to shit. Shitting is one of the things that people do in bathrooms. So men's rooms
Malarkey's
will
a good emote. I'll
always
add that.
have toilets. So this woman could have just sat on the toilet and pissed normally. Have you never been in a public washroom? Also, why is that urinal so close to the ground? Is that a children's urinal?
Is it a baby's?
It's below her knees. Is this a urinal for children? Why didn't you draw a trough or something? Uh-oh, the crazy feminists are at it again. They're saying we won't be silenced by your violence as they're burning various objects and books.
Oh, it's a Roosh comic.
And off to the side, here's Roosh V, noted rapist, and he's saying
insane
they're
human
being
being.
silenced. Real smug like.
Roosh hates women so much that when he got into baking bread, he didn't say that he was like baking it. He said that he was a bread scientist.
He's smiling, you know, like Roosh V is known for doing, because he loves smiling. He's always got a big grin on his face, that charming scamp. And
that's
you'll
how
notice
much he
that
hates
he's holding
women.
his copy of his book in his hand, so that you know who it is. And they're not burning his book. They're not silencing him in any way. But they are burning this women's restroom sign and a Trump bumper sticker and a picture of a supermodel.
A Roosh
and
effigy.
this Roosh V effigy. These are all great works of literature that would be destroyed by feminists.
Exact
Our
same
culture
thing
would
as
be
Nazi book burning.
Made vastly poorer to lose these
Same
valuable
thing.
artifacts. What I love the most is this person with the tattoo Die Cis, which is German for the cis. And I'm assuming that's German. It doesn't mean die cis, because, Red Panels is a Nazi, so I assume he speaks German. Is throwing Biology 101
of course
into the fire. One of the big book burnings that the Nazis did was the Institute of
That's
Sex
a good
Research's
point.
work.
Literally biology
which was,
research.
A nonprofit institution that was campaigning for gay rights and for trans rights. He hates socialists. Now, the vegetarian says we have a moral duty not to kill animals. So she doesn't eat animals. And this Mormon, he says they have a moral duty to give money to the church. So he gives money to the church. And the socialist says we have a moral duty to redistribute our wealth. And then he doesn't do anything.
Of course, classic
which is a good
socialist
point.
thing.
I, as a socialist, I've never
given a fucking dollar of my money
means
to any
of production.
person.
I have never
As a socialist,
allowed my workers
of course not.
to
Never.
own and control my oil company. Oh, before capitalism,
not
she didn't
social.
have any food, but after capitalism, she has a job that she has to do.
She pays-
and then
she
the
gets paid
feminist
$2
says,
a
"How
day."
dare those bourgeois exploit you so?" And that's inconsistent, because she didn't have food at first, and that had nothing to do with any sort of global economic system whatsoever. It's
Yeah, it
just a
wouldn't be
weird
way.
thing that happened that no one can explain.
Poverty
and
is
then
just a thing that happens,
capitalists
folks.
benevolently gave her
All right, we don't
low
have
wage
to. He's
near
like
slave labor.
he's going through all of it. I don't fucking care. I don't need to look. They're fucking stupid. Obviously, they're stupid. He's a Nazi. I mean, that is like a conservative account of poverty. It's like it's not like a planned dynamic in relationship. Yeah, I wonder what historically speaking would lead to famines in on the Indian subcontinent. I wonder whose fault that is. Anyway, whatever, it doesn't matter. Oh, is there can I watch Joe Kennedy? Is he doing a concession speech? I want to watch the Joe Kennedy concession speech. I want to watch him. I don't know how he fucking talks, but I assume he talks like JFK. Cause that'll be fun. That'll feel good, you know. We love to see that, don't we, folks? He's conceding at 10:30. Is that in 3 minutes? 10:30 Eastern time. I'm Pacific. I don't know where it's being streamed. Someone find it. I really want to see this. Yeah, that's why he lost, is he didn't have the Boston Kennedy speech or Kennedy accent. Yeah, it might not be streamed, sadly. Feels bad. I want it. If they upload it, someone let me know so we can watch it and enjoy it. Because again, I don't. Ed Markey is like an establishment Democrat who has like some progress. I'm not a particular fan of him. He's okay. Again, if you look at the photo of Bernie clapping when Trump, or Bernie not clapping when Trump said America will never be socialist, Markey is literally to his right, applauding. I mean, I'll add this gulag. That being said, I fucking hate the Kennedys, and I hate Joe Kennedy III, and I'm glad he ate shit. Yeah. What should we watch? Green New Deal and Medicare for All are better than nothing. Absolutely. Totally. I mean, regardless. What part of Canada? I'm in Vancouver, the BC, West Coast. Amazon is hiring 2 intelligence analysts to track labor organizing threats within the company, a terrifying attempt to silence workers. Damn. Amazon is developing its own, like, intelligence capacity to stamp out dissenters. Try public. Okay, I don't know. It's fine. We got a Was Boppin' tweet. Oh, he rocks, dude. I think Was Boppin' is genuinely mentally unwell, which is why he says shit like this. The Green New Deal is a fascist Trojan horse meant to ensure an Axis victory by derailing actions that could actually prevent runaway climate change. As opposed to who? Like, you think Joe Biden is gonna? I don't understand. He's like insane. Like, it's not a... He kind of just went off the rails. Also, he was kicked out of his local DSA chapter for being a sex pest. Anyways, what is the deal with Was Boppin'? Oh, he started out as like an anti-Assadist leftist guy, but then his brain kind of broke and he became like a Democrat centrist, but also a Democrat centrist that thinks that like nuclear war is good and that we should invade Russia and nuke them because they hacked Hillary's emails or whatever. His brain just kind of broke. That's basically it.
Access any better? It hasn't made you.
I might end the stream now. I'm kind of tired. We've been going for like almost 5 hours. Yeah, I'll go rest. I'm not streaming tomorrow because I don't stream on Wednesdays. Wednesdays. I am, in fact, streaming 2 or so hours later than I normally do. So I'm gonna start around like 3 p.m. Pacific, because I think you guys generally watch me more later. So it's a better time for me to stream. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Who should I raid? I'll raid K Swiftly, friend of the stream. And yeah, I'll see you guys in 2 days. I have a Discord. This is my Discord. I also there's a somewhat new Oblivion Let's Play of me playing Oblivion on my YouTube. If you want more Liv posting, here it is. I'll just spam it in the YouTube or in the chat. I forgot to raid. I forgot to do the raid. /raid. There we go. How come I don't post in Discord? I don't know. I'm not really online. I post in Discord every now and again. But yeah, I'll see you guys in 2 days. Goodbye. Goodbye, everyone.